Konoha, there is a Kakarot inside me. Chapter 1 Nine-Tailed Beast on Face. Summer of Konoha 47. In a cave as deep as the abyss, an old man with long hair and tubular vines stuck in his back was explaining something to a young man. His violent panting accompanied by the ups and downs of his chest and his weak breath indicated that the old man's life was about to end. Beside the two stood one black and two white pitcher plant-like humanoid creatures. Go, go. Take my eyes and go find the successor, train him, teach him, and guide him. You can choose to lie dormant and hide behind the scenes to manipulate everything. You can also step forward and turn this corrupt ninja world upside down. 100,000 white Zetsu and the incarnation of my will be loyal to you from now on, and they will assist you. My ninjutsu, my experience, my weapons, and everything I have accumulated over the years will belong to you from now on. You inherited everything except my eyes. From today on, you are Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. Remember your mission. When I return, it will be the time to clean up the world. Autumn of Konoha 48. The autumn night sky makes people feel a little lonely and desolate. A few stars are dancing in the distance, and soon they disappear in the night sky. The sky is as dark as if it were stained by ink. A blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, and it looked so charming against the white earth. The blood moon in the sky foreshadowed something ominous. At the Uchiha resident, Uchiha Fugaku, who had reached the age of 30, looked at the blood-red moon in the sky, and had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. Why do I feel so uneasy in my heart? Fugaku paced back and forth in his courtyard. As time went by, the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. With his current strength, this situation would never happen under normal circumstances. The last time he had such a premonition was more than 20 years ago when he participated in the Ninja World War. A few days ago, I discussed the future of the Uchiha clan with Minato, and the result was very good. With the identity of his wife and the Hokage's wife being best friends, Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, also successfully established a relationship with the fourth Hokage, the top leader of Konoha. In addition, the age difference between the two is not too big, and there are many common topics. Fugaku admires the fourth Hokage as a person, and the fourth Hokage respects Fugaku's calmness, and they have a close personal relationship. The fourth Hokage has a gentle temperament and outstanding ability, and few people will have a bad impression of him. Could it be that the third Hokage did not agree to the proposal? Or is there someone interfering? The Elder Advisory Group? Or Elder Danzo? Even so, the future of Uchiha will surely be bright, as long as Minato can fully grasp the power of Hokage, as long as Hokage is still Minato. Before Fugaku finished his sigh, a loud sound resounded through the sky accompanied by the vibration of the earth. Looking in the direction of the sound, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned in place, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank sharply, and his expression of horror and shock made Fugaku's whole face distorted. But he didn't have time to care about this. At this moment, he understood why he was uneasy. What caught his eye was a huge monster several dozen meters high, a red giant with 9 tails. 9-tailed fox. Roar. A roar full of resentment echoed in Konoha. Oh no! Something happened to Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the black Megatama-like tadpoles spun wildly in his eyes. This is the signature ability of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. Uchiha who have not opened their eyes immediately evacuate the elderly and children and escort them to a safe place. Uchiha elites who have opened their Sharingan, gather here immediately. Fugaku made a prompt decision, organized the clan's manpower, summoned the clan's elite ninjas, and planned to rescue. With the relationship between Fugaku and Minato, he naturally knew the status of Uzumaki Kushina, the fourth generation's wife, in the heart of the fourth generation. Even if it means sacrificing his own life, he must save Kushina. The fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze is the only hope of the Uchiha. He is the only Konoha high level who does not reject the Uchiha. Nothing can happen. At this time, dozens of black figures wearing animal masks suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. The leader with two double swords on his back stopped Uchiha Fugaku, and his tone was as cold as the cold winter. Clan leader Fugaku, Lord Danzo has ordered that all Uchiha clan members are not allowed to leave the station, and immediately investigate the whereabouts of all Uchiha today. Otherwise, they will all be treated as traitors and killed on the spot. What? The words of the leader like cold water poured into a frying pan, it exploded instantly. Why are you targeting us Uchiha? Just you Umbu ninjas. The Uchiha who came here because of Fugaku's order glared at them, and the hot-tempered Uchiha had already taken out their kunao, ready to fight at any time. Lord Fugaku. Some Uchiha took the initiative to ask Uchiha Fugaku for a fight. As long as Uchiha Fugaku gave an order, they could immediately tear the black-clothed ninjas in front of them to pieces. At this time, Fugaku was staring at the Ninetales in the distance in a daze. His hands and feet were cold, his whole body was trembling, and his face was full of bitterness. The Ninetales that was wreaking havoc in the village, its eyes looked like Sharinon. Someone used Sharinon to control the Ninetales. And the whole ninja world knew that only the Uchiha clan had Sharinon. There was no way to explain this. Yellow mud fell into the crotch, it was shit if it wasn't shit. Master Fugaku, are you going to disobey the order of Master Danzo? The masked black-clothed ninjas looked at Uchiha Fugaku coldly, and their tone was even more threatening without disguising. The atmosphere became tense for a while. Fugaku knew that these masked black-clothed ninjas were not directly under the umbu of the Hokage, but belonged to the private army of Konoha Elder Danzo, the Konoha Root Ninjas. These people are more ruthless, more cold-blooded, and more powerful than the umbu ninjas. Fugaku waved his hand, signaling the Uchiha to retreat. Although unhappy, the Uchiha still obeyed the orders of the clan leader, but they did not leave, but gathered more and more to confront the Root Ninjas. At this time, Fugaku had also recalled the abnormality. The Root Ninjas were obviously near the Uchiha station, otherwise they would not have arrived so quickly. I just don't know if these Root Ninjas have always been near the Uchiha base, or from the beginning. If it's the former, it means that the Root is monitoring the Uchiha. If it's the latter, it's a big conspiracy against the Uchiha. Whether it's the former or the latter, it's not good news for the Uchiha. Danzo. Fugaku's eyes condensed slightly. Trust Minato. Now I can only trust Minato. As the fourth-generation Hokage who was highly expected by Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato just used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge the attack and used the Raise Non to knock a man wearing a tiger mask into the ground. After a few breaths, he used the Space Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique again and disappeared on the spot. Where am I? So cold and tired. Under the altar, a blonde baby tried to open his eyes. I don't remember me. What came into view was a huge fox head with steam and teeth bared, close at hand. There was nothing but fuck in my heart. Nine-tailed fox riding on my face? End of this chapter. Chapter 2: A village full of malice. 50 years of Konoha. A tiny figure shuttled through the bustling streets of Konoha. The originally lively streets suddenly became deserted. Men, women, and children avoided the tiny figure as if they were avoiding the plague. Accompanied by extremely small whispers. That is here again. It's so unlucky. Every time I see it, I get sick. It must have stolen its vitality. Why doesn't it die, freak? The fourth generation is also because of it. Die, die, die. Dot. Vicious words, indifference, disgust, and hatred that was so strong that it was about to overflow. 3 years have passed since the nine-tailed demon fox rebellion. That night Konoha lost a lot. Many ninjas died under the rampage of the Nine-Tails, and many lost their fathers, mothers, or children. The hero of Konoha, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who gave up the mission after meeting the Rock Shadow on the battlefield and was not considered a failure, also died because of sealing the Nine-Tails. Few people know that his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, also died. Even fewer people know that the fourth Hokage and his wife actually had a child. Oh, maybe many people actually know. But, for various reasons, no one said it. This is a taboo. A taboo that most people know. The small figure that shuttled through the crowd quickly crossed the street and disappeared in the street forest path. The bustling streets became lively again. Let me see what I have gained today. The small figure crossed the street and the forest path until he came to a stream and stopped. He bent down and dug something out by the stream. Under the reflection of the stream, golden hair and a tender and resolute little face appeared. A net that looked like a cage was lifted up by the little figure. People who often go to the sea will recognize it. This kind of net is placed on the shore or in the water to catch fish and shrimp. Although sometimes some strange things are caught. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am a time traveler and now an orphan. On the day I was born, I saw my parents die in front of me. That was a handsome man with a sunny smile and a red-haired woman who looked at me with a very gentle look. I have been in this world for 3 years. Over the years, the people in the village don't like me, so I left the hut and moved here half a year ago. As time goes by, I remember more and more things from the past. Little Naruto stood up and looked in the direction of the bustling street before. I don't like it there, and the people there don't like me either. I like it here, it's quiet and natural. Although it's a bit hard to live a self-sufficient life, at least I eat normal food. There's no mold, no stinky or sour smell, and no weird things. Little Naruto picked up the net and carefully identified the catch. This net was picked up by little Naruto by the river. It was torn when he picked it up, and he patched it up bit by bit. Let's have grilled fish and crabs for lunch today. Little Naruto rarely smiled. 3 10-centimeter fish and a small crab the size of a palm, with some wild vegetables and rice, this is little Naruto's lunch. Pour the remaining fish and shrimp in the net into a simple fish pond built with stones and mud, which was made by little Naruto himself to store food. Beside the fish pond, there is also a small piece of arable land and a simple garden, in which wild vegetables and other crops transplanted by little Naruto from other places are planted. A small wooden house of less than 5 square meters, with a bed and a few clothes placed inside. This is all the belongings of little Naruto. Killing fish, removing internal organs, scraping fish scales, and roasting fish in one go. After killing 2 fish and a crab, when he was about to kill the last small fish, little Naruto felt a faint malice coming from not far away. Very faint malice, mixed with other more complex breaths. Malicious perception. Little Naruto's innate power, in this life, he found that his physical fitness was surprisingly good, and his 5 senses were very sharp, and even derived this magical ability to sense the malice of nearby creatures towards him. This is also the reason why he moved out when he was only 3 years old. It was also the reason why Naruto was unwilling to stay in the prosperous area of Konoha. The malice of people on the streets of Konoha towards Naruto was so strong that it suffocated him. An old man wearing a red and white robe, a bamboo hat and a pipe in his mouth slowly appeared in Naruto's sight. The third Hokage. Hello, Grandpa Third. Looking at the newcomer, Naruto smiled sweetly and said in a baby voice. It was just that the smile was somewhat formal. Naruto, I'm here to see you. The third took a sip of his pipe and said happily to Naruto. That seemingly kind smile was more formal than Naruto's. How have you been living here recently? Naruto felt that the faint malice on the other party became slightly stronger. It can be seen that the third Hokage was not very happy about Naruto moving out. Grandpa Sandaida, try it. Little Naruto handed the remaining grilled fish to Sandaida, tilted his head, and looked distressed. It's a bit bitter, but not bad. The Sandaida's heart moved, and the malice on his body dissipated a little. Why did Naruto move out? Sandaida said casually while eating grilled fish. No one likes me anyway, so I might as well move out. Little Naruto shrugged his head, looking unhappy. The casual words, the look of loss and a little grievance, really made people feel distressed. Feel guilty, as long as you feel guilty, I can live better temporarily. As expected, Sandaida touched little Naruto's head with a little heartache, and the malice on his body faded a little. Just when the third generation was about to say something to little Naruto, a black-clothed ninja wearing an animal mask suddenly came out and whispered a few words to the third generation. The third generation's face changed slightly, and he immediately stood up and said goodbye to little Naruto. With little Naruto's superhuman 5 senses, he only vaguely heard a few syllables and could not fully recognize them. Sarutobi, we can't let the Ninetales Jinchuriki leave our sight too far. The Ninetales is the most important weapon of the village. A one-eyed old man with a cane and bandages all over his body said. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Shimura Danzo, Konoha Elder, the real power in Konoha's roots. If you are soft-hearted, then give the Ninetales to me. My roots will train him into an excellent tool. The Ninetales Jinchuriki will never be given to you, Danzo. He is not your tool. Without waiting for Danzo to finish, the third generation said decisively. Sarutobi. Do you want to take the Jinchuriki alone? Some things should be left at that. Danzo was interrupted by the Sandai again before he finished the last few words. Danzo, don't forget that I am the Hokage. Danzo stared at the Sandai with his only remaining eye half closed for a while before he said viciously, Sarutobi, you will regret it. After that, he turned away and left. From beginning to end, no one cared that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki they were talking about was actually called Uzumaki Naruto. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Fox Should Give Up. Kakarot. Not long after the Sandai came back from Naruto, he issued a ban to everyone in Konoha village, prohibiting them from talking about Naruto behind his back. Human beings are very strange creatures. The more they are not allowed to do something, the more they want to do it, and then they find all kinds of reasons to prove the rationality of doing it. Naruto returned from hunting. When I returned to the hut, I was speechless for a long time when I saw the scene in front of me. The net used to catch fish was torn to pieces, the small fish pond was smashed to pieces, the fish and shrimps in it were trampled to death, the various crops planted were uprooted, the small wooden house became a pile of debris, and the clothes and bedding inside were smeared with some yellow liquid. These things were built bit by Naruto in half a month. Although simple, they were very warm. But now they are all gone. Home. It's gone. The villagers dared not disobey the orders of the Hokage, and dared not talk about it behind their backs, but it is understandable that they occasionally passed by and inadvertently destroyed the demon cave of the demon fox. Maybe there are some people who add fuel to the fire? Why do you say that? Because when Naruto saw someone again, the malice on the other party was twice as strong. After all, tools like Jinchuriki should be mastered in your hands to be at ease. I actually felt guilty and gave hope to the third generation. I was too naive. In his heart, the fact that I am the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is more important than that I am Uzumaki Naruto. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. It seems that both are Naruto, but there is an essential difference between the two. Simply put, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is the weapon of the village, and Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Disappointed? Angry? Find the criminal? No, it doesn't make any sense. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In a tone that was completely different from his age, he said in a hoarse voice, I really didn't expect that human malice could make people sick to such an extent. It can be done to a child who is harmless to humans and animals and has not even done any harmful behavior. I really hate this place. This village called Konoha. Fourth Hokage, what have you protected? Naruto returned to the place where he first lived, an apartment, not too big or too small, with a living room and a bedroom. Although it is an apartment, there should be people living in the neighborhood, but in fact, there is no one living on this floor except Naruto. Feeling the constant malice coming from all around, Naruto walked to the mirror, looked at himself in the mirror and said lightly. Stay here for now. Try to become stronger. In the ninja world, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Compared to the wild, the only advantage of living in the village is that you don't have to find food by yourself, and with the words of the third generation, there are no weird things in the food. However, apart from buying some basic daily necessities, Naruto still can't go to restaurants to eat normally. Almost all stores don't welcome little Naruto, except for a ramen shop called Ichiraku Ramen. If you can't cook, then you can only eat instant noodles and milk. Fortunately, Naruto can cook. The days of training are very boring. Due to the lack of teaching, Naruto can only do some physical training. Naruto knows all these things, such as stepping on water, climbing trees, and raise non, but he lacks the most basic thing, the premise for achieving all of this. He doesn't know how to extract Chitonla. Without Chitonla, everything said above is bullshit. Now Naruto is not old enough to go to ninja school, and besides, they may not agree to let him go to ninja school. If the Jinchuriki is not stable enough, it is quite dangerous to put him in ninja school. Ding dong ding dong. The sound of falling water woke Naruto up. He opened his eyes and saw a place similar to a basement. Here is here. Naruto's eyes widened instantly and screamed excitedly. Finally! Finally, I can get to this place. This is the space inside Naruto's body, where the sealed Nine Tails is imprisoned. I can't practice by myself, but as long as I find the Nine Tails, it is equivalent to finding a way to sense chakra. Naruto got up from the ground, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at the ground and touched his body. Although he was lying on the wet floor, there was no sign of being wet on his body. How amazing! The light around was very dim, and Naruto could only vaguely recognize the surrounding environment. Although this place was empty, there was only one way to go. Soon, Naruto came to a huge iron door. In the center of the iron door, there was a seal marked with incomprehensible symbols. It's right here. Naruto suppressed his excitement, and he had already thought about what to say next. Finally, he waited for his own plug-in. The most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts in the legend, nine-tailed Kurama. Through the dim light, Naruto saw the figure approaching through the iron gate. He took a deep breath, afraid that the other party could not hear him, and shouted with all his strength. Stinky Fox should pay rent. When Naruto saw the person clearly, he was not a nine-tailed demon fox with 9 tails, but a man who looked only 20 or 30 years old, with a hedgehog head and orange-yellow Taoist uniform. The most important point is that there was a halo-like thing on the other party's head. Who are you? Naruto's first reaction. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Looking at the familiar sense of the copyright JAVU, Naruto's second reaction. Yo! The man raised his left hand and greeted Naruto, I am Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, I have been waiting here for a long time and didn't see anyone. I thought there were no humans here. Has the underworld become like this now? Where is the king of hell? By the way, do you have anything to eat? Although I don't need to eat after becoming a dead person, I always feel my stomach growling non-stop. The man opened up his chatterbox and said a lot of incomprehensible words like a string of cannonballs. Sun Wukong? The underworld? The king of hell and the halo? It seems that I have heard it somewhere before. Looking at the man, Naruto had a very strong sense of the copyright JAVU, and gradually the image of the other party overlapped more and more with a figure in his mind. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he clenched his right fist and hammered his left palm, then pointed at the other party and shouted, It's you! Kakarot! Hi! Unexpectedly, after hearing Naruto's words, the other party frowned and grumbled to Naruto in dissatisfaction. Do you know my brother Raditz? Why do you call me by the same name as Raditz? My name is not Kakarot, but Son Goku, a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Super Saiyan Jinchuriki. Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, is from the Dragon Ball world and is a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. Saiyans are a fighting race that exists in the universe in the Dragon Ball world. They worship force and take pride in fighting. Once loyal to the cosmic emperor Frisia's suspicion, some kind of order from the god of destruction, destroyed the entire Vegeta planet, leaving only a few Syans surviving and drifting on Earth. This is a world of high-level martial arts and high risk where you can blow up the moon at will in the early stage. Master Kame has blown up the moon, Piccolo has blown up the moon, blow up planets at will, Frisia's planetary death bomb, and the solar system, Cell's solar system Kamehameha, and even the universe can be easily wiped out in the later stage if you are not careful. Compared with the top Naruto whose combat power is only able to seal a moon, there is no comparison with Dragon Ball in terms of combat power. Perhaps any small fish in the Frisia army in the Frisia chapter also has the ability to erase the Naruto world. While the strongest on my side was still dancing on the surface of the native planet, the other side had already blown up the planet. Then the question is, why is there a Kakarot from another world sealed in my body? What about the Nine Tails? Could it be that Kakarot killed him instantly because of his foul mouth? Or, was he eaten? Naruto tried hard to find the trace of the Nine Tails through the dim light and the sealed iron door. To his disappointment, he did not see the Nine Tails in the sealed space. How could such a big Nine Tails disappear? This is his big cheat. Mr. Kajun, have you seen a big fox? Naruto gestured to Kakarot anxiously. He didn't want his cheat to disappear inexplicably. Kakarot thought for a moment, then turned his head and said, "Big fox? I didn't see it. I'm the only dead person here. Do you see the halo on my head? That's only after death. By the way, why don't you have a halo on your head?" "Because I'm not dead yet." "Then Mr. Sun, may I ask why you are here?" Naruto continued to ask, trying to find the reason through analysis. "I don't know why I'm here either. I remember practicing on King Kai, and then I woke up and suddenly found myself here. Isn't this the underworld? How come the cold and gloomy atmosphere around is almost the same as the underworld? The atmosphere of the underworld? The sealed space in my body? I still need to practice. Soon, 2 Super Saiyans will come to Earth. I'm really looking forward to fighting them. The gravity here is much worse than King Kai. My body is going to rust." Kakarot mumbled for a long time, like a nagging old lady. However, Naruto also deduced the timeline of the Kakarot in front of him from the information revealed by Kakarot's words. It should be the time period when he and his brother Raditz died together and went to King Kai through the underworld to practice, which is just when the Dragon Ball Z chapter just entered the Macro COSM era. "Mr. Sun, can't you come out?" Naruto suddenly interrupted Kakarot. In theory, Kakarot can come out through the gap of the sealed iron door. The Nine Tails is too big to get out, but with Kakarot's size, there is definitely no problem. "I can't get out. It seems that there is a force preventing me from doing so," Kakarot said with his hands around his chest and frowned. From the tone of his voice, he seemed to have suffered a lot. "It can stop Sun Wukong, who has a combat power of at least 4,000. This combat power can blow up some smaller planets. When did the Bagua seal in his body become so strong?" After circling the seal again, Naruto still didn't find any trace of the Nine Tails. He sat down on the ground with a dejected look on his face, ready to accept reality. Theoretically, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, even if there is no Nine Tails, the chakra in my body is at least at the level of Chakra, at least dozens of cards. And without the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, theoretically my strength can grow faster. Thinking of this, Naruto felt much better instantly. "Little guy, what's wrong with you? You're sad and happy at the same time, very strange. Do you have anything to eat? I feel like I'm going to eat myself up because of my hunger." "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat. You're already a dead man, and you only know how to eat." Naruto looked at the sealed Kakarot with a face full of resentment. "It's useless. Can I become a Saiyan Jinchuriki? Or a Super Saiyan Jinchuriki? There's not even a bit of chakra in Asun's body. They're not from this world at all. The Shakura plug-in is gone. The plug-in is gone. The plug-in? Naruto, who was staring at Kakarot, suddenly had his eyes lit up when he scanned the Kame uniform printed on his chest. One plug-in was lost, isn't this another one coming? Who is Kakarot? The protagonist of Dragon Ball. He grew from a piece of trash with a combat power of only 2 to the strongest existence in the universe step by step with sweat and hard work. The martial artist in the world of Dragon Ball Deo Grandmaster. Punch the Emperor of the Universe, kick the android, surpass the King of the Kai, and defeat the existence of Majin Buu. How many things does he know? After Image Fist. Chi. Kamehameha. Air Dance. King Fist. Spirit Bomb. All these skills are God-level skills. Even if Kakarot in front of him has not become the strongest in the late stage, but only the strongest on Earth. As long as he can learn a little bit, his strength will grow like a rocket. A good master is not much worse than a powerful plug-in. Others are portable grandfathers, but I have the first in the universe of another world in my belly. Naruto stared at Kakarot with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure house. Mr. Sun Naruto suddenly raised his voice, bowed 90 degrees in the direction of Kakarot, and said loudly, "Please accept me as your apprentice." Huh? Kakarot looked at little Naruto in a trance. Time seemed to go back to that day 10 years ago, and a little bald head who came by boat also said the same words in the same voice and tone. It's just that the little bald head said it to his master, Master Kame, while this little guy said it to himself. "I miss you so much." So he blurted it out for some reason. "Okay." Naruto was overjoyed when he heard it, and hurriedly called him master. Kakarot waved his hand and didn't care, and even thought the title was weird. "In my limited life, I discovered a truth that ninjas have their limits, so I won't be a ninja, help. Who would want to be a fragile ninja when you can be a Baiu in the sky?" Your voice is really similar to a friend of mine, but he has no nose and no hair. Do you know him? Are you talking about Krillin, the tool man who can't be defeated and used as a sacrifice? In a sense, I do know him. Please recommend and collect. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Practicing Kame Senryu, 1 Mon Evolution. Teacher, do you really want to do this? Looking at the rushing water and the endless waterfall, Naruto swallowed and felt his throat dry. Kakarot answered him affirmatively. So. Go. With a leap, Naruto jumped into the water with a gulp. Kakarot learned martial arts from the martial arts god Kame Sennin, and practiced a martial arts called Kame Senryu. The purpose of Kame Senryu martial arts training is to exercise wholeheartedly, constantly squeeze physical strength, approach one's own limits, and break through limits. Rest is to completely relax, so that the tired body and mind after exercise can be fully recovered. That is what Kame Sennin said: exercise well, study well, have fun, eat well, and rest well. Although it sounds very simple, but not simple to implement. Few people can do it without being affected by external factors. In addition to high concentration, there will always be interruptions for various reasons. It seems to be just eating, drinking and having fun, but it is actually cultivating the mind. Pure and simple, returning to the basics. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, Kakarot, who grew up to the time of Majin Buu, is already a martial arts master from any perspective. The basic training of Master Roshi is also very simple. It is nothing more than doing 5 things well: swimming, sending milk, study, tillage, brickwork. At first glance, it sounds like just some ordinary work, which can be done by ordinary workers. In fact, except for study, it is not ordinary practice. Swimming is to swim across the entire ocean, milk delivery is carried out under the pursuit of huge dinosaurs, tillage is not allowed to use any props and is dug purely by hands, and as for brickwork, one person is used as a construction team. After being able to successfully meet these requirements, further practice will be carried out. Cultivating the body and mind, this is the mystery of turtle immortal style. Now what Naruto did was one of them, swimming. When Kakarot was training, he was chased by sharks while swimming. Because there was no sea near Konoha, let alone sharks, Kakarot let little Naruto swim by the waterfall. Use the thrust of the water flow and the pressure brought by the waterfall to encourage Naruto to practice. A strong desire to survive will burst out with great power. And the power that bursts out will become the nourishment for Naruto's growth. People need to be forced to move forward. Little one, remember what I told you, use breathing correctly. Use unique force techniques, don't just use brute force. Kakarot's voice sounded in Naruto's mind. These practices of Kame Senrai, it's not just a matter of rushing. After all, human power has its limits. If you don't consider your own factors, it's just suicide, and it's easy to train yourself to death. When doing these trainings, you need to cooperate with some unique breathing and techniques. Naruto immediately collected his mind after hearing this, and recalled Kakarot's teachings in the sealed space in his mind. Take a deep breath, concentrate the air, swing your left hand forward, and then he was washed away by the rushing water. He is still too young now, and he can't withstand such an impact at all. Before he was about to fall into the waterfall, he was grabbed by the back of the neck by a black ninja wearing a fox mask and lifted up. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there are several Umbu ninjas nearby. Isn't this reasonable? It is precisely because he can sense the presence of Umbu nearby that Naruto dares to do such dangerous things recklessly. Thank you, big brother. Naruto ignored the malice of the other party and showed a sweet smile. In return, he was met with even stronger malice. As expected, I've long been accustomed to it. Naruto laughed at himself. It doesn't matter. But even if you don't like me, you have to save me. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Naruto practiced Kame Senryu day and night. If no one asked him to deliver milk, he would throw big stones to the house of the person who had the greatest malice towards him. If no one needed to move bricks, he would move the other person's roof. If there was no land to cultivate, he would randomly select a lucky audience who had the greatest malice towards him and dig up his land. Naruto called it sending warmth. In short, the practice that Naruto did under Kakarot's guidance was naughty, disruptive, troublemaking, and pranks in the eyes of outsiders. The villagers who had been pranked complained to the third generation, but it was useless. As long as Naruto did not hurt anyone, the third generation was happy to do so. Inversely proportional to the villagers who hated him, he would come to Naruto from time to time to brush up his favor. He thought that by doing so, Naruto would become more dependent on him. Naruto behaved just as the third generation thought. If he didn't have that hint of malice, maybe it was true. The third generation's behavior in the face of the villagers' complaints was very intriguing. He didn't express his opinion or refuse. Without effective feedback, the villagers hated Naruto even more. Due to the third generation's ban, no one dared to attack Naruto. Even if they really did, they would never be the opponent of Naruto who practiced Kame Senryu, even though Naruto was only 4 years old. Naruto didn't care what others thought. Even if he was an obedient child, the villagers would not be less malicious towards him. As spring went and autumn came, Naruto became addicted to training, and a year passed like this. Just like lifting weights is addictive, training is also addictive. Another day full of malice. Good morning, Naruto. Feeling the malice from all directions, Naruto said to himself in the mirror, and another boring and fulfilling day was about to begin. It has to be said that Naruto's physique is really strong. No matter how tired he is the day before, as long as he has a good sleep, he will still be as energetic as if he took drugs the next day. It is because of this talent that Naruto can barely keep up with the training arranged by Kakarot. Little guy, from today on, your training will be doubled. Kakarot's voice sounded in Naruto's heart. Compared to Kakarot, who is 1.75 meters tall, Naruto, who is only 1.1 meters tall, is indeed a little guy. But Naruto doesn't like this title at all. Okay, teacher. Naruto nodded, put on a lavender turtle shell, and ran out of the room. Weight training is also a part of Kame Senryu's practice. After completing the training of swimming, sending warmth, studying, plowing the land, and moving bricks, you need to carry this turtle shell. The weight of the turtle shell increases with the degree of practice. By the way, the turtle shell on Naruto weighs 100 kilograms. Actually, with Naruto's physique, this weight can still be increased, but he is worried that he won't grow taller. He even suspected that the reason why Krillin was so short was because he carried a turtle shell when he was a child. As for Kakarot, who was training with him, he was a Saiyan and was not included in the calculation. By the way, how much weight did Rock Lee carry during the Chunin exam? As long as it doesn't hinder his growth, Naruto estimates that it won't take long for him to exceed the weight carried by Rock Lee. Please vote for the monthly ticket, recommend the ticket, and collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Cat Granny, Second Update Beast. It's been so long without me noticing. I don't know if those Saiyans have come to Earth, and how Piccolo and the others are doing. I really want to go back to King Kai's planet and practice with King Kai. It's still more fun to practice in 10 times gravity. Little guy, you should try it when you have the chance. It will be very helpful to improve your strength. Naruto rolled his eyes when he heard it. Do you think I'm a Saiyan? That's 10 times gravity, a bunch of animals. 10 times gravity does not simply make the body 10 times heavier, but also increases the pressure on all organs of the body 10 times. Normal humans will be instantly crushed into a ball of meat paste when they come to an environment with 10 times gravity. Not to mention 10 times gravity, even double gravity is a heavy burden on humans. Meow, third sound, a white the kitten appeared in front of Naruto and was about to run away when he saw Naruto making a move. Meow. Naruto made a cat cry at the other party. Meow, fourth sound. The little white cat who was about to run away turned around when he heard Naruto's imitation of the cat's cry, came to Naruto and sniffed around Naruto, as if confirming Naruto's identity. Meow 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 meow. Meow, first sound, meow, second sound, meow, third sound, meow, fourth sound. After the man and the cat meowed there for a long time, Naruto said, "Please take me to the cat lady." The little white cat actually nodded to Naruto in a humane way, and went into the woods with a whoosh. Naruto immediately followed. After a while, the man and the cat came to a slightly quaint house, with sculptures similar to the fortune cat placed on both sides of the gate. After bringing Naruto here, the little white cat ran away. No matter how many times I come here, I can't remember how I got here. It's amazing. Naruto sighed as he pushed open the door. With a creak, the quaint wooden door was pushed open. Even Naruto, who has the ability to sense malicious intent, can't get here without the help of cats. This is the foundation of our ninja cat clan. No one can find this place except cats. Sitting in the room was an old woman with a pipe in her mouth and dark grey cat ears on her head. Her nose was thick and slightly fat. Her half-closed eyes gave people a very kind feeling. Much kinder than the third generation. Cat Granny, a legendary weapons dealer in Konoha. Rumor has it that she is the exclusive weapons supplier of the Uchiha clan, and she is the ninja cat clan that can still exist after the Uchiha clan is exterminated. Cat Granny. Naruto said respectfully to Cat Granny. This is respect from the heart. Cat Granny is the only person who has no malice towards Naruto except the hand-beating uncle of Ichiraku Ramen. For such people, Naruto will show the greatest respect. Naruto, you're here again. The cat lady took a sip of the pipe in her hand and said with a smile, "What are you going to buy this time? Kunai or shuriken? Or some detonating tags?" The essence of a weapon store is similar to that of an arms dealer. Kunai, shuriken, detonating tags, smoke bombs, and ration pills are the regular props in a ninja's waist bag. The battles in the ninja world are generally based on cold weapons, although there are technology trees that are a bit crooked, such as radio. I want to change this thing to a heavier one. Naruto pointed to the turtle shell behind him. Then I want 2 sets of wrist guards and 1 set of knee pads this time. They must be heavier. For height considerations, Naruto still didn't dare to change the turtle shell to double, just a heavier one, and the ones on his body were replaced with wrist guards and knee pads. Hearing this, Granny Cat smiled bitterly and shook her head. Naruto, this is a weapons store. You can buy these things you want on Konoha Street. Naruto spread his hands. Except Granny Cat, no one will sell me these things. Why do you think Naruto's green-toed wallet is bulging in the original work? It's so funny. As long as he is in Konoha, Naruto can't spend the money at all. In the entire Konoha village, apart from Uncle Ichiraku of Ichiraku Ramen, only Granny Cat will sell things to Naruto. Granny Cat was silent for a few seconds and blew out a smoke ring. Okay, then I'll change the focus for you this time. Son of the 4th generation. As the leader of the Ninja Cat clan, Granny Cat naturally knows the 4th generation and his wife. The 4th generation's special kunao was formulated by Granny Cat. Of course, she also knows Naruto. As long as a ninja in Konoha has a certain status, few people don't know. Looking at Naruto, Granny Cat's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, and then she stretched out her right hand. 3,000 taels, thank you. No matter how much I feel sorry for Naruto, I still have to pay. This is the rule of the Ninja Cat clan. Here, Grandma Cat. Naruto took out his toad wallet, took out 3 fukuzawas and handed them over. Put the one you carry on your back here, and come to get it tomorrow. Okay, Grandma Cat. After all, it's a weapon shop, and everything except weapons must be made on the spot. Just as Naruto was leaving, the door of the Ninja Cat clan was pushed open again. 2 figures, one big and one small, walked in. Behind the 2 were eye-catching patterns in the shape of red and white ping-pong balls. The identities of the 2 were obvious. The Uchiha clan, the most powerful family in Konoha. Grandma Cat. The big ping-pong ball said respectfully to Grandma Cat. Grandma Cat saw the big ping-pong ball say hello, and the small ping-pong ball hurried to follow. The cat lady narrowed her half-closed eyes into a slit, and said with a smile, "It turns out to be Itaki and little Suzuki, what do you want this time?" "Shuriken! Shuriken! Shuriken! Brother promised to teach me Shuriken." Before the big ping-pong ball could speak, the little ping-pong ball called Suzuki couldn't wait to shout. Itaki first rubbed Suzuki's hair, looked at his brother lovingly, and then said to the cat lady, 20 shurikens and 5 kunao, please trouble the cat lady. Thank you, 5,000 taels. Kunao and shuriken are used as conventional weapons of ninjas, and the price is naturally not cheap, but the metal content in them is not as good as what Naruto needs. From here, it can be seen that the things sold to Naruto are actually discounted a lot. That's all the cat lady can do. Don't touch my head all the time, you won't grow taller. Little Suzuki blushed and dodged Itaki's hand, pouting and saying dissatisfiedly. Naruto just glanced at the 2 of them lightly and turned away, without going forward to say hello. The meaning of huh. One of the 2 Uchiha, one big and one small, had no ill will towards him like the cat lady, but the other exuded a hint of ill will the moment he saw him. Although the ill will was very faint, Naruto could detect it keenly. Growing up in an environment full of ill will, he was too sensitive to ill will. Uchiha Itake? It just so happens that I don't like you either. Who is that guy? He is so rude that he didn't even say hello. Suzuki looked at Naruto's back as he left and muttered in dissatisfaction. For some reason, although Suzuki said he hated him, he had an inexplicable liking for him. But the arrogant Suzuki would never admit it. Itaka looked at the direction where Naruto left quietly, without saying anything, and didn't know what he was thinking. The cat lady said softly, Uzumaki Naruto. A poor child. In the new era, I am asking for all kinds of votes and motivation. Your support is the best motivation for the author. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 White-Eyed Girl, 1/2. After coming out of the cat lady, Naruto walked towards the direction of Konoha Street. To be fair, Konoha Street is the place Naruto least wants to go. The malice against him all around makes him feel deeply disgusted, but it is the only way to go to the training place. You can only get the training tools tomorrow, so I will teach you something new. Kakarot's voice suddenly sounded in the heart of little Naruto. What is it? Naruto asked curiously. Is it coming? Is it coming? The legendary turtle shockwave, Kameha? In the future, you don't have to roll balls to send waves. What I want to teach you is called Chi, which I learned from the gods on earth. Chi. There are gods in the Dragon Ball world. Theoretically, there are gods on every planet. Above the gods is the Kai King who controls the 4 galaxies in the east, west, south and north. Above the Kai King is their leader, the Great Kai King, and above the Kai King is the head of all gods, the god of destruction. There are also some derivative subordinate gods such as the Kai King's substitute, the servant of the gods, and the king of hell, as well as the existence of the demon world independent of the human world. Most races in the universe can master Chi, but the gods on earth and the martial artists on earth have the deepest understanding of Chi. And they have even played with it in various ways. The Kamehameha shockwave, Kameha, that Naruto has always been thinking about is a skill of Chi. Whether it is Qigong bombs or anything else, it relies on Chi. It can be said that Chi is the foundation of everything in the Dragon Ball world. It is equivalent to chakra in the Naruto world. As long as you can learn how to use Chi, the next step is to master Dance in the Sky. This is a very practical ability that can open the lid of Newton's coffin, allowing oneself to escape from the gravity and fly freely in the sky. After all, Naruto is the world that dominates the surface. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are not many people who can fly. Being able to fly is really an enviable ability. Although your basic training is still far from enough, you can almost learn Chi. Kakarot folded his hands and complained in front of the sealed gate, obviously very dissatisfied with the results of Naruto's training of physical skills. Thank you, do you think I am a Shun? In the later stage, go to a place with 100 times, 200 times, and 300 times gravity, where ordinary people will die. Don't even bother to be proud of cheating. Naruto muttered in his heart. With Naruto's current level of practice, he has caught up with Rock Lee during the Chunin exam, and his strength is even higher than that. How great is Naruto? Then start practicing quickly. Naruto's heart was burning with excitement when he thought about learning Chi. Just the basic practice of Kame-sen Ryu made his strength grow rapidly. If he could learn Chi, he would be so excited that he couldn't help himself. Ignoring the disgusted and hateful eyes and malice around him, Naruto ran to the end of Konoha Street. Hi! A burst of noise attracted Naruto's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, Naruto's mouth corners slightly raised. Several tall children surrounded a little girl in white. Naruto would never meddle in other people's business at ordinary times, but he had to do it this time. The encounter of fate. I'm sorry, please let me go, my family and I are lost. The little girl said politely, with white porcelain skin, pink face, and delicate features, like a doll from a fairy tale. Unfortunately, the group of ghosts surrounding her didn't think so. One of the fat ghosts pushed the girl. Perhaps she had not expected the other party to be so rude. The girl was accidentally pushed to the ground, with mud splashing everywhere, and her white clothes were stained with grey mud. The fat little ghost pointed at the girl's eyes and laughed, haha. Look, her eyes are white. Really like a monster. A monster without eyes. The little ghosts around immediately started to make a noise and gradually approached the girl. The girl, who had never been treated so rudely, immediately had a layer of mist in her silver-white pupils. Like a curled-up helpless kitten, she was pitiful. However, the girl's weak performance did not stop the little ghost's hand, but became more unscrupulous. Ha ha ha, do you think she looks like that one? Maybe she is also a monster like that one. A monster's monster wife? Haha. I'm going to mess up her face. I hate this kind of doll the most. No one cared, and no one stopped. The villagers around saw it, but no one intended to intervene. It had nothing to do with them. The little ghosts started to laugh at them, and gradually became unscrupulous. All kinds of vicious words followed one after another, and some even picked up stones on the ground and walked towards the girl. The little girl was stunned in place as if she was scared silly. Helpless and aggrieved. Are children kind by nature? Hee. The evil of children is the purest evil without any other factors and emotions. This is what Naruto has known since he was a child. Compared with indifferent adults, he hates these little ghosts even more. People often use the excuse that he is still young and doesn't know anything. Do you really not understand anything? Do you really not understand anything at all? Especially in this world of Naruto where the kids are more precocious. The stone raised his right hand high and aimed it at the girl's face. As a kid said, he wanted to make the girl's face look ugly. The little girl closed her eyes in fear, and at this moment a figure fell from the sky. Get out of here! He kicked the kid holding the stone lightly, and the stone in his hand flew high and fell heavily, just hitting his own head. The stone was not seriously injured, but it also scratched a little skin and spilled a little blood. The kid immediately sat on the ground and cried. That! It's that! The other kids pointed at Naruto and screamed. Mom! I'm going to be eaten! Run, Kitano is going to be eaten! Seeing that it was Naruto, the kids were scared and immediately ran away. Are you okay? Naruto pulled the little girl up. The little girl's face was red and cute. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them, right? Hinata Hyuga, that's the name of this little girl. She's also the future wife of Uzumaki Naruto in the normal script. A gentle, strong girl. Father said that power is used to protect, not to hurt people casually. Hinata lowered her head and blushed, saying in a voice smaller than a mosquito. If it weren't for Naruto's very sharp five senses, he wouldn't have heard it clearly. Naruto gently placed his hand on Hinata's head, stroking her and saying, "What a gentle child." But for some people, violence is necessary. Hinata's little face instantly turned red like a cooked crab. And then... It's smoking. It's really cute. The inappropriate whispering interrupted the friendly communication between the two people, and the whispering gradually became louder, pointing at little Naruto. The malice around them suddenly surged, so thick that it almost condensed into a solid. Please vote, recommend, collect, whatever you want. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Konoha Guard, 2 halves. It's that dot. Look, that hurt someone. I told you that will definitely cause trouble in the village. What is he going to do? He's not going to eat Kitano, is he? Look, he's bleeding. This is the evidence that hurt people. Go report to the third generation and drive that out of the village. When Hinata was bullied, the indifferent villagers stopped and looked at Naruto, pointing at him, and the whispers turned into discussions and were getting more and more intense. No, it's not like that. Seeing that Naruto was misunderstood, Hinata tried her best to explain to the villagers around her, but no one was willing to believe her, and no one was willing to listen to what she said. Or most of the villagers knew what happened. It doesn't matter what the truth is, what matters is what they think the truth is. The reason is simple. He is Uzumaki Naruto. In the eyes of the villagers, Uzumaki Naruto is the incarnation of a demon fox. Just as they criticized White Fang in the past, they are even more unscrupulous when criticizing Naruto. Hey, this disgusting village! Ms. At this moment, a Hyuga ninja appeared in front of Hinata, and his arrival made the villagers who were coming with a fierce momentum deflate. They are just civilians, ninjas. Don't mess with them. Especially ninjas wearing forehead protectors and vests on their heads. However, the first thing the Hyuga ninja did when he appeared was to protect Hinata, and turned to Naruto and said viciously, "Stay away from our young lady, monster." His words were like ignited explosives, which exploded instantly. "No, no, it's not like that." Hinata struggled and cried to explain, but no one paid attention to her words. Even the Hyuga ninja just picked her up and left quickly. Naruto was left alone to face the angry villagers. Hinata. Naruto looked deeply at the place where Hinata left. The Hyuga ninja's malice towards him was the strongest among all the people present. "This is not normal. Get out of our village." With a whoosh, a stone flew out and hit Naruto's forehead hard, and blood spurted out in an instant. Naruto would definitely dodge the stones thrown by ordinary villagers, but what if it was thrown by a ninja? The situation at the moment did not allow Naruto to think too much. "Get out! Get out!" The villagers roared angrily, and the resentment suppressed by the 3 generations ban for a long time broke out at this moment. Various throwing attacks followed one after another, accompanied by eggs, fragments and mud in addition to stones. No one dared to attack Naruto. After all, it was the incarnation of the 9-tailed demon fox, which could eat people. These things all hit Naruto without any surprise. Eggs and mud stained Naruto's clothes and face, and stones kept leaving marks on little Naruto's body. Naruto just stood there quietly, letting the villagers do what they wanted. No dodge or avoid. He neither defended himself nor got angry, but just stared at the villagers with a very cold look, as if he wanted to remember their appearance in his heart. At the same time, his heart began to gradually become cold. The Umbu who was supposed to protect Naruto seemed to be non-existent at this moment, as if they would not take action as long as their lives were not endangered, and seemed to be waiting for Naruto to take action. But Naruto knew that the Umbu was actually less than 20 meters away from him. That kind of undisguised malice was like a bright light in the dark night. "4th generation, you are really a failure. There are so many people who want your children to die. 4th generation, you are really a failure. After your death, your subordinates and disciples seemed to have disappeared. 4th generation, what did you protect? He is not the real protagonist of Naruto, nor is he the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Let him repay evil with kindness and become Hokage to protect these things." How to repay kindness with kindness? He is him, the Uzumaki Naruto of this life. "You all want me to die? You all want me to leave?" Yes, but not now. Finally, someone couldn't stand Naruto's extremely cold eyes, so he grabbed a hoe and chopped at little Naruto. "Stop!" Just when the hoe was about to hit Naruto and Naruto was about to fight back, an angry roar rang out. A shuriken nailed the hoe to the wall. A tall figure blocked Naruto's way. Red and white, the pattern of a ping-pong ball. It was the Uchiha clan. It was the Uchiha clan who saved him? Intentionally hurting people and gathering to cause trouble, what are you going to do? The man stunned the whole audience as soon as he made a move, and no one dared to look at him. "It's the Konoha police department." A villager recognized the other party's identity. The duties of the Konoha police department are to maintain internal security and stability, formulate village regulations, strengthen and maintain the order and security of the Hidden Leaf village, and arrest people and ninjas with criminal tendencies. Served by members of the Uchiha clan. Have great power. But even though the power is great, it is also a very offensive job, especially in a clan like the Uchiha clan that is arrogant. Who has the worst reputation in Konoha besides Naruto? It must be the Uchiha Konoha guard. But ordinary people really don't dare to provoke Uchiha. At least for now. "Leave!" the man shouted angrily. The villagers were a little unwilling, but under the pressure of the man, they had to leave in disgrace and scatter like birds and beasts. "It's okay, it's okay. Everything is okay." A woman with the man walked up to little Naruto, looked at him with pity and said softly, then leaned over to touch little Naruto's head, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and carefully wiped the stains on his face. "Thank you, sister, you have a familiar smell on you." Naruto smiled sweetly at the other party. The gentle woman was just like the cat lady, she had no malice towards him, not only that, she also had a smell like Kushina. It smelled good and comfortable. The woman looked at Naruto with gentle eyes, "You have to call me auntie, I am the same age as your mother, I and her." "Okay, Mikoto." The woman was interrupted by the man with a serious face before she finished speaking. "It's time to go. Take good care of yourself." The woman called Mikoto was reluctant to hear this, but she still stood up and followed the man. "Goodbye, Aunt Mikoto." "Thank you, Uncle Yunchi." Naruto said goodbye to the two loudly, then turned and ran towards the training place he was going to. When Naruto's figure completely disappeared, Uchiha Mikoto covered her mouth and said tremblingly, "Fugaku, Kushina's child is too pitiful. This is all we can do. The Uchiha are not having a good time now." Uchiha Fugaku comforted his wife, then turned around and looked at a big tree not far away, with a flash of red in his eyes. Humph! With Fugaku's cold snort, the tree shook slightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Chi, 1/2. Konoha Hokage Building. "Sarutobi, you must give me the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Shimura Danzo was arguing with the third Hokage in the hall. The target of their dispute was the belonging of Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Danzo, the Jinchuriki can't be in your route. Sarutobi, don't you believe in my ability? Don't you believe that I can train the nine-tailed Jinchuriki into a perfect tool?" Danzo stared at the Sandaime with his only remaining eye, like a poisonous snake. "No, I just trust you too much." The Sandaime stared back without showing any weakness. After decades of getting along, he knew his old friend too well. He longed to become Hokage, and as long as he could become Hokage, he would do anything. This was not the first time he asked for the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He also believed that with Danzo's ability, he could definitely train the Jinchuriki into a qualified tool. Just like the group of root ninjas under his command. But once Danzo mastered the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, it would basically be no different from mastering Konoha. Especially since the nine-tailed beast was the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. Although the Sandaime would compromise with this old friend on many things, he could not do this one. "You can train the people of the Yamanaka clan and the Aberme clan. But it's impossible for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Don't even think about it. He will inherit my will of fire in the future." "Will of fire?" Humph! Danzo looked disdainful. Just when he was about to continue speaking, two black-clothed ninjas wearing masks appeared at the same time. One came to the front of the third generation and Danzo one after the other. One was the Umbu directly under the Hokage, and the other was Danzo's root ninja. Except for a slight difference in clothing, the two looked almost the same. Danzo's face changed drastically after hearing the report from the root ninja. Before he could take any action, he heard the third generation shouting, "Danzo!" The third generation stared at Danzo with half-closed eyes, obviously showing extreme anger. "You dare to reach out to the Umbu and use the villagers again? I have forgiven you once. How did you agree at that time? How dare you? How dare you?" The third took a deep breath and said firmly, "From now on, Elder Danzo needs to rest at home for a while because of his poor health. The route of Konoha is temporarily sealed. Sarutobi, you can't do this. Everything I do is for Konoha." Danzo's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly from his seat, shaking with excitement. "The Jinchuriki can only play the greatest role in my hands. Ninjas are tools that do not need emotions. I said that the route will be sealed from today. Elder Danzo needs to rest at home. Are my words useless? Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you will regret it." Danzo roared and left angrily again. The two parted unhappily again on the issue of the ownership of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Damn Sarutobi, damn Uchiha! The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be in my hands." The outskirts of Konoha's death forest, this is where Naruto usually practices. Chi is the most fundamental energy in our body, and it is the potential life energy of all things. Whether it is human beings, flowers, birds, fish, insects, or anything else, as long as they exist, there is Chi. Although Chi cannot be seen, it does exist. This is Chi. Calm down and concentrate on sensing the flowing power in your body. Direct that power out. Kakarot's explanation was very vague and general, and his son Gohan's teaching level was about the same. If Naruto just listened to his explanation, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate his chi in this life. But the good thing was that he could clearly sense the location of Naruto's chi in the sealed space in Naruto's body, and could perfectly guide Naruto to sense his own chi. Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass with his eyes closed. He entered meditation according to the method Kakarot taught him. Empty your mind, get rid of distracting thoughts, and experience tranquility. Follow Kakarot's instructions wholeheartedly, experience and understand with your heart. Time passed by minute. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Naruto's breath began to gradually stabilize, and he sat there motionless like an old monk in meditation. It was clearly there, but not there. It seemed to be integrated with nature. What's going on? Why did the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki sit there motionless for so long? Captain, do you need to report to the third generation? Looking at Naruto sitting cross-legged and motionless, an Umbu wearing an owl mask asked. The Umbu wearing a fox mask shook his head and said, as long as there is no abnormality, there is no need to report to the third generation. And his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, Captain. The fox-masked Umbu thought to himself as he looked at Naruto in a state of meditation. The teacher's child is indeed unusual. Because of what happened on the streets of Konoha before, the Umbu following Naruto has been replaced. The two people now have nothing to do with the previous Umbu. They are members of another team. Several birds chirped and landed on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto did not notice the birds, and the birds did not notice that they landed on a human. There was even an unknown bird that picked up a small branch and seemed to be planning to build a nest in Naruto's hair. In the end, because it was too short to defend against natural enemies, the bird had to give up this plan. The sun rose high, and then slowly fell down. When a crescent moon hung in the sky, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and his ethereal eyes looked into the distance, clean and without a trace of dust. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his ethereal eyes became deep and clear after a while. Looking at his hands in disbelief. I feel the chi, is this the chi? This feeling. I feel I have become stronger. I don't know if it's because of his super perception. When he sensed the chi according to Kakarot's guidance, he could already grasp the flow of the chi with a little awkwardness, and now he can manipulate the chi in his body like an arm. It's amazing. It only took such a short time to use chi to this extent. I suffered a lot in order to sense chi. It seems that you have a strong talent for chi. It would be great if your physical training also has this talent. I look forward to fighting with you. As Kakarot said, it took him nearly 3 years to become proficient in using chi after he arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Even the amazing Vegeta took a long time to master the use of chi. Compared to the two of them, Naruto can be described as a genius after only 1 week. People always have to have some specialties. Naruto laughed, but secretly thought in his heart. A ghost is competing with Yusun's body. Gurgle. Just as Naruto stood up and was about to move around, he heard a thunderous sound in his stomach, and at the same time, he felt a huge sense of fatigue. How long have I been practicing? I'm so hungry. 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, about 7 days. Kakarot said after counting on his fingers for a long time. It's amazing that you can get the order right even if you got it wrong. I feel like I can eat a whole cow now. I only ate 1 cow. You are such a poor eater. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. 1 year later, 2 halves. Spring goes and autumn comes, and a year has passed quickly. It was October 10th, 53, in Konoha. It was Naruto's 6th birthday. Naruto didn't practice on this day, but cooked a table of dishes. Birthday? What's that? Kakarot said he didn't understand. It's the day of birth. Naruto patiently explained the meaning of birthday to Kakarot. I've never had a birthday before, ha ha ha. Kakarot didn't care at all, even though he said the sad words. Like Naruto, his parents died not long after he was born because Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Then he came to Earth and forgot what his parents looked like because of a broken head. Fortunately, he had a grandfather who took care of him since he was a child, although he was eventually trampled to death by Kakarot, who turned into a gorilla and trampled him to death after seeing the moon. This sounds almost as miserable as Naruto. Happy birthday, teacher! Happy birthday, little one! Ha ha ha! Then Naruto held up the grape juice he brewed and said to the Umbu guarding outside the window. Happy birthday, big brother of the Umbu! The shadow of the branches outside the window swayed slightly, as if responding to Naruto's words. After a year of getting along, the Umbu captain was no longer surprised that Naruto could detect him. After all, he was the child of his genius teacher and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he was always a little different from ordinary people. This is how the Umbu captain comforted himself. Naruto still had a good impression of this Umbu who was always monitoring him. Because in Naruto's perception, he didn't have any malice towards him. Naruto also had a vague guess about the identity of this Umbu. It's really strange. I don't meet anyone who has no ill will towards me, but I can meet several at once. Uncle Ichiraku, Granny Cat, Hinata Hyuga, Mikoto Uchiha and her husband, and the Umbu outside the window. A total of 6 people. In another week, Naruto will go to the ninja school. According to the rules of the Konoha ninja school, as long as a child who is 6 years old and has ninja talent must go to the ninja school. Regarding Naruto's going to the ninja school, the Konoha high-level officials had another verbal debate, arguing non-stop. Danzo still insisted that Naruto should be handed over to him and trained by the root, turning Naruto into a tool of Konoha. Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu, the 2 major Konoha consultants, said that Danzo is right. The Sandai believed that Naruto should go to the ninja school to study, which was to increase the bond between the Jinchuriki in Konoha. The previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina also met the love of his life at the ninja school. The 2 major Konoha consultants said that the Sandai is right. As expected of the 2 troublemakers of Konoha, what they said was as good as nothing. The talent of the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was stronger than the current one. We can't let him waste time playing ninja games in the ninja school. Without the guidance of the root, you will waste the talent of the Jinchuriki, Sarutobi. Danzo desperately argued with reason, but the 3rd generation denied it completely. Finally, the 3rd generation said, I am the Hokage, to end the meeting. Danzo's obsession with the Hokage has increased. Naruto has obtained the right to study in the ninja school. On the day of reporting to the ninja school, it was called a gong and drum, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Well, actually there was no. But the coming and going of people and the hustle and bustle are not here are more people than in an ordinary elementary school. After all, there is only one ninja school in Konoha. There are quite a few children of Naruto's age. There is at least one person from each family in Konoha, and some families with a large population base even have several. Almost all the children who registered were accompanied by their parents. Except Naruto. Hello, big brother. I'm here to register. Naruto handed the registration form given to him by the 3rd generation to the ninja in charge of registration. It was a ninja with ordinary appearance, wearing a standard Chunin costume and a pineapple hair. The only thing that people noticed was a horizontal scar on his nose. Konoha teacher Umino Irika. 9 Irika almost blurted out when he looked at Naruto. Then a faint black emanated from his body, and Naruto was very familiar with that feeling, it was malicious. Irika also had malicious feelings towards Naruto before he completely untied his knot. After all, his parents died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Big brother, can I sign up? Yes. Iruka looked at Naruto with a very complicated look, and his malice increased. Go report inside. Thank you. Naruto said politely, and ran towards the ninja school without looking back. Naruto had no intention of untying Iruka's knot. That had nothing to do with him. If he was willing to treat me well, he would treat me well, and if he was not willing, it didn't matter. If it wasn't for the request of the third Hokage, he didn't want to come to the ninja school at all. It would be better to practice more with this time. The more you practice the martial arts of Kame Senryu, the more you become addicted. Along the way, many civilian ninjas who signed up with their children pointed at Naruto and whispered to their children. Naruto could feel that their malice was no less than that of the villagers of Konoha. The malice of the ninjas from small families would be less, but not completely absent. As for the big families, some only had a trace, and some were no less than those of the villagers of Konoha. Because Naruto is now proficient in using chi and can sense the opponent's strength through chi. This is one of his favorite things to do. Although he knows that when the difference in chi is not big, the strength cannot be judged simply by the strength of chi, but he still likes to do it. How interesting! So Naruto scored the ninjas he saw while walking. This one is 30 points, a starfish head with a little girl with a wide forehead. This one is 85 points, a big fat man with a big belly and a little fat man. This one is 66 points, a big pineapple head with a little pineapple head. This one is 75 points, a middle-aged handsome man with a little beauty. This one is 70 points, with a wolf dog lying on the ground taller than herself, and a wild-looking ant. This one is 40 points. An ordinary ninja. This one is 28 points. This one is 377, the breath is high, low, strong, and weak, and the big sunglasses with small sunglasses. As for the students of the same class as himself, Naruto said that they were a bunch of scum with a combat power of only 5. The parents of common people who did not have any inheritance had an aura of less than 50, while those who had inheritance had a score of more than 50, of course there were exceptions. This one, I fucking 99 points. Naruto recognized the other party's identity at a glance. That was Uchiha Itachi, who had met him once before and brought his brother to register. So strong? Naruto raised his eyebrows and moved a few steps to the side without leaving a trace. It's not that he is afraid of him, but that the other party is mentally abnormal, stay away from him. It's not scary to have an abnormal brain, and it's not scary to have strong strength. What's scary is that the brain is abnormal and strong. It would be bad if he was infected. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. That girl. When Naruto walked into the classroom, there were already quite a few people in the classroom, including the wide forehead, the little fat man, the pineapple head, and the little beauty he saw before. The moment Naruto came in, the malice in the classroom immediately became stronger. Fortunately, not everyone was hostile to Naruto. Ignoring everyone, Naruto walked straight towards the owner of the clean, pure eyes without a trace of impurities. There was a whisper all around. Why are you in the same class with that? It's so unfortunate. I heard that Kitano was almost skinned alive last year. He is still a little dazed by fear. Kitano deserves it. He actually dared to attack that. Don't you know how terrifying that is? The roof of my house was overturned by that dot. What's that? Do you know those hills in my yard? They were thrown in by that. We spent a lot of effort to move them away. Look, that is sitting next to the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Is it dangerous? Does he want to eat the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family? Or, you can go up and be a hero and teach that a lesson. It's none of my business. Not everyone participated in the verbal criticism of Naruto. For example, what a hassle. Listening to the whispers around him, the little pineapple head frowned, seemingly disagreeing with the other students' comments, but he did not refute them out loud. He just glanced at Naruto, muttered something, and lay on the table. There was no extra movement when participating in the discussion. Crunch, crunch. The fat boy next to the pineapple head only had the snacks in his hand in his eyes, and didn't care about anything else. Sakura-chan, I heard that Suzuki-kun is also coming to our class. Really? That's great. The broad-forehead man and the blonde beauty were discussing something fiercely. Their topic was completely centered around Suzuki, whom Naruto had met at the door before, and they laughed like silver bells from time to time. Naruto? What is that? Is he as handsome as Suzuki? Yes, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Naruto directly. Her silver-white eyes were also covered with a layer of mist. Her little face flushed red, and she stammered incoherently. The little heart was beating wildly, and she was playing with the corner of her clothes nervously. I want to apologize to Naruto-kun. After returning home that day, brother Yoichi was also punished by the clan. My father confined me to the house and didn't let me out until today. I tried to escape from the clan several times, but I was discovered every time. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She kept apologizing, fearing that Naruto would question her and hate her for it. Bean-sized tears kept pouring out, sliding down her delicate cheeks, and falling to the ground like broken pearls. Will Naruto-kun hate her? She will hate Naruto-kun. Just when Hinata felt desperate, she felt her head sink slightly, a warm little hand covered her head, and a gentle voice sounded in her ears. It's okay. Naruto slowly stroked Hinata's soft hair, soothing Hinata's emotions. Then he half knelt down, gently grasped the delicate hand that tightly grasped the corner of his clothes, slightly raised his forehead to meet Hinata's eyes, looked at Hinata's tear-stained face, and showed a gentle look that had never appeared before. I know, what happened that day has nothing to do with you. I have never blamed you, Hinata. I also want to find you, but the door of the Hyuga family is not so easy to enter. It's hard for you, Hinata, to actually want to slip out under the gaze of a bunch of white eyes with the ability of perspective. Naruto's words seemed to have magic, instantly calming Hinata's emotions. Can we be friends? After waiting for a few seconds without seeing Hinata's reply, he continued, no. I do. Hinata couldn't wait to blurt out before Naruto finished speaking, and then her face flushed with shame. Naruto laughed from the heart, and he had never laughed so many times in his life. That warm smile like the spring sun in March made Hinata dazed for a moment, and the smile was deeply imprinted in Hinata's heart. Please give me more advice in the future, Hinata-chan. This world, my first friend. Naruto-kun, please also, take care of me. Looking at the face so close, Hinata's little face instantly became like a ripe tomato. Naruto-kun, you are so close to me. It's smoking again. It's really cute. In fact, the real situation is not as smooth as described above. Hinata's crying just now actually alarmed other classmates. Without experiencing the beatings of society, there is naturally no shortage of passionate teenagers. There are many who dislike Naruto and want to give Naruto a justice punishment at the same time. However, before they can act, they are scared by Naruto's eyes who sensed the action in advance. Even if there is no nine tails in the body now, the power developed by long-term practice of Kame-sen flow technique is not something that these kids who have just entered the ninja school can contend with. You can refer to Kakarot's master Kame-senin. Take off his sunglasses. His sharp eyes are far from his usual LSP image. Restraint and fighting are completely different. The breath is freely controlled. This is the characteristic of Kame-sen flow. It is in sharp contrast with the sharp-edged Crane-sen flow. Tisk, trouble. The pineapple head muttered, turned over and continued to lie on his back, but his eyes always glanced at Naruto's position consciously or unconsciously. Some students entered the classroom one after another. Uchiha Suzuki, the cool guy with a broad forehead who was discussing with the little beauty, Inyazuka Kiba, who had a strange flower tattoo on his face and a faint smell of coquettishness, and Abare Meishino, who wore sunglasses and had a very unstable breath. It wasn't long before Irika, who was responsible for registration at the school gate, also came to the classroom. I will be your teacher from now on. My name is Umino Irika. Now everyone should give a brief self-introduction. Just tell us your name, favorite things, and ideals. My name is Inyazuka Kiba. I like ninja dogs. My ideal is to become the 5th Hokage. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I like taking naps. My ideal is to have fewer troubles. Uchiha Sasuke. I like training. My ideal is to become a strong ninja. Little Sasuke said coolly, and added in his heart, a strong ninja like his brother. My name is Harano Sakura. I like. My ideal is to become a great ninja like Tsunade-sama. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like. My ideal is to become a strong person. Uzumaki Naruto. I like pure eyes. My ideal is probably. Naruto paused here and continued, to become a great person like the 4th generation. Thanks to Huan Wuqian for the 1,500 Kidian coins reward. Thanks to Bonnie 1/2_I 1/2 for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my best motivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Nine-Tailed Fox. Learning in the ninja school is very boring, especially since most of what is learned in the school is theoretical knowledge. How can I say about these theoretical knowledge? It is useless, sometimes it is really a little. It is useful, but many times it cannot be used in actual combat. Take the book Principles and Basic Use of Kunao for example. If you use a parabola to perform a kunao assassination, you must calculate the result in seconds. Otherwise, by the time you finish calculating slowly, the opponent has already moved to another place, and you have to calculate it again. What's the use of this? Most students who have good theoretical grades in the ninja school are killed as soon as they go to the battlefield, but the ninjas with family inheritance can survive on the battlefield. It is worthy of being the world of Naruto in the later period, which is purely based on bloodline. It's not that theoretical knowledge is completely useless. At least the tips for survival in the wild taught by the ninja school teachers are quite practical, although this is not very useful for Naruto who has experience in living independently in the wild. There are also some uses, types, pros and cons of ninja tools and the correct hand seals. Who still uses ninja tools in the later period? Byakuya is almost catching up with the battles in the Dragon Ball world. As for hand seals, in the later period, except for the honest man Kisame who works hard, everyone can get whatever they want with a clap of their hands. In addition to the above, the only useful thing that can be learned in the ninja school is the 3 body techniques that are everywhere. That is, transformation technique, substitute technique, and clone technique. For the 3 body techniques, Naruto's evaluation is clone technique. It was a flash in the pan in the early period, and no one used it in the later period. Normal people used water and soil clones and shadow clones. Substitute technique, it was a pretentious skill in the early period, and was touted as a pre-ninjutsu of time and space ninjutsu. The official setting in the later period was a sleight of hand, and it had nothing to do with time and space ninjutsu. Transformation technique, it is a bit useful. In the later period, basically any perceptive ninja can see through it. Unless you can advance to the level of transformation technique of White Zetsu, it is useless. The only record is that Naruto developed the reverse harem technique based on transformation, which made even the Chakra ancestor Kaguya fall for it. In summary, it is very friendly to civilian ninjas, who basically have no ninja experience, and can grow quickly through learning to get closer to family ninjas. It is somewhat useful for family ninjas, but for Naruto, except for the transformation technique, everything else is completely useless, and it is a pure waste of time. My time is very valuable, and I don't want to waste it on this kind of house-playing ninja game. After only 3 days, Naruto came to the above conclusion. As for the ninja school, it is not only for learning, but also for expanding the social circle to see how those civilian ninjas treat themselves. Apart from any talent, just as a Jinchuriki, Naruto is destined to be at a completely different level from them. There is no need for communication. It would be great if I could have a shadow clone. The teacher on the stage was talking about the essence of the will of fire with great excitement, and Naruto was dozing off and almost falling asleep. It's not that there are no clone-like moves in the Dragon Ball world. Tien Shinyan's four-body fist is one that can divide his own power into 4 parts, each of which is a physical entity. The problem is that Kakarot doesn't know Tien Shinyan's moves. The shadow clone technique is a must-learn ninjutsu. Whether it is used for training, fighting or skipping classes, it is a first-class practical ninjutsu. The key point of the problem is that no one will teach him the shadow clone technique. The original Naruto learned it by stealing the seal book during the graduation exam. Not to mention that the current Naruto is still several years away from graduation. Even if he really graduates, Naruto does not plan to steal the seal book. The matter of learning the shadow clone can only be put aside for the time being. Fortunately, it's not all bad news. There is also good news recently. Since Naruto said that he wanted to become a great ninja like the 4th generation Hokage, the Umbu who monitored him has never appeared since then. I don't know whether the 3rd generation felt that Naruto no longer needed to be monitored, or for some other reason. Anyway, the Umbu was withdrawn. This is a good thing. Now he can basically practice freely as long as he avoids the crystal ball technique that the 3rd generation peeks at him from time to time. The practice of flying dance and Kamehameha can also be put on the agenda. Ding dong, ding dong. The familiar and unfamiliar sound of water drops sounded. Naruto opened his eyes in his sleep, and what came into his sight was the familiar sealed space. He practiced Kame-sen flow technique every day, without a moment of relaxation. Every time he drained his last bit of physical strength, he basically fell asleep as soon as he got home. In addition, Kakarot could speak in Naruto's heart, so Naruto basically didn't come to the sealed space during this period. It has been a long time since the last time he went to the sealed space. It's just that this time seems to be different from usual. Something different seems to have happened inside the space. Looking at the stagnant water on the ground, Naruto fell into deep thought. The image of the sealed space will change according to the heart of the person. Naruto, who has been practicing Kame-sen flow for a long time, has long been able to change the sealed space to other skins. The accumulated water on the ground had long been cleared away, and replaced by the emerald green lawn. And now, it seems to be back to the first time I came here 2 years ago. Something seems to have changed in the sealed space that I don't know about. It seems that I haven't heard Kakarot speak for a while. Teacher, teacher! Naruto's body slowly floated up and flew towards the sealed gate at a very fast speed. Dance in the air. It is still the huge iron gate with the talisman in the center. The iron gate has not changed at all. The only difference is that the figure in the orange-red uniform has disappeared, replaced by a huge shadow like a hill. This is Little Ghost. Come closer to me. The huge figure like a hill seemed to have discovered Naruto, moving his body to slowly approach the position of the gate. In the dim light, this huge figure gradually revealed its true form. A fiery red fox with 9 tails was lying on the railing and waiting for him viciously through the gap. Naruto was very familiar with that fox head. It was the one he saw when he first came here. Who else could this be but the 9-tailed fox that disappeared before? My cheat is back again? What about my other cheat? Are you scared by me like this? Seeing Naruto staring at him blankly, thinking that he was scared by him, the 9-tailed fox grinned and revealed a row of white sharp teeth, looking down at Naruto with contempt. Cowardly human cub! Although he was surprised, Naruto quickly calmed down. He flew into the air and looked at the 9-tailed fox at eye level, and snapped his fingers. Let there be light. After spitting out 2 words, the entire sealed space immediately became bright. An interesting human cub. Seeing this scene, the 9-tailed fox was slightly startled, and opened his mouth to change his evaluation of Naruto. It seems that this human pillar is not ordinary. "Hello, Mr. Big Fox, it's nice to meet you for the first time," Naruto said to the nine-tailed fox very politely. Ninetail curled his lips, "Don't tell me these nonsense, just tell me what you want to do. Where have you been in the past 2 years?" Naruto was not vague, and went straight to the point and asked what was in his mind. He wanted to find out where Ninetail went before and where Kakarot went now. He felt that this question was very important. However, Ninetail's next words not only did not answer Naruto, but made Naruto even more confused. "Kid, what are you talking about? I've been here all the time." End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Come on, fight. Naruto sat up from the bed, pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. After coming out of the sealed space, he could already sense the Ninetail's aura, but he was 100% sure that there was no Ninetail's aura before. Instead, Kakarot's aura disappeared without a trace. Just as abruptly as he came, he disappeared very abruptly. If he has been here all the time as Kyuubi said, then what was Kakarot before? What was my training for the past 2 years? Is it a dream? A dream for 2 years? Naruto proposed a hypothesis that he himself did not believe. Soon he overturned this hypothesis. No, it is impossible. A ball of light bloomed in Naruto's hand. It was not a ball rolling, but simply concentrating the energy in the palm of the hand, and throwing it out was an ordinary energy bullet. The Kame-sen fluid technique is real, the energy is real, and the air dance technique is even more real. Who can turn dreams into reality? Those 2 years were definitely not a dream, they were real. But where did Kakarot go? There was too little information, so Naruto could not make further analysis and could only stop here. Naruto had a vague feeling that he would see Kakarot again. His strength was greatly improved, and he learned many powerful moves such as Kame-sen fluid technique, energy wave, air dance, etc. The Ninetail's plug-in is back. It should be a happy thing for everyone, but Naruto always feels empty in his heart. After all, he has been with me for 2 years, and it can be said that he has watched me grow up since I was a child. Even if he is leaving, he didn't even say goodbye. Hey, strictly speaking, Master Kakarot is the first person who has no ill feelings towards me, even though he is dead. I don't know how he is now. After leaving Kakarot for 2 years, the Dragon Ball Z warriors can't be the opponent of the Suns at all. The Earth may have been destroyed by Vegeta. Days passed, and Naruto ran to the sealed space whenever he was free. But this time the object of discussion was the Ninetails. Kurama. Do you know how to practice shadow clones? Naruto said while shaking the Ninetails. The Ninetails raised its right eyelid and glanced at him, saying unhappily, I'm not a human, how could I know the training methods of ninjas? Kurama. Do you know how to practice chakra attributes? I've said I'm a tailed beast, how could I know that kind of thing? Then how do you usually fight? Like this. A black sphere gathered in the Ninetail's mouth, the tailed beast cannon. Naruto looked disdainful, oh, the chakra utilization rate is so low. The tailed beast cannon, as the name suggests, is a move used by the tailed beasts, with great power. The power of a tailed beast cannon is enough to destroy a small ninja village in an instant. It sounds very grand, but the principle is actually not too simple. It is to compress the chakra highly, compress it again, and then release it in one breath. It is very powerful, but a lot of chakra is wasted in this process. That is, the tailed beasts can use this move because they have a lot of chakra in their bodies. Normal ninjas would not be willing to use so much chakra. Isn't the 5 elements escape technique good? It's about the honest man who calls himself the tailless tailed beast and repairs the dam. Just like the Kigong bullet and Kamehameha, using the same amount of chi, the power of the Kigong bullet is actually lower than that of Kamehameha. Raditz combat power of 1300 can only play 1300 damage with the Kigong bullet, while Kakarot's combat power of more than 400 can play more than 900 damage with the Kamehameha. This is the difference between the two. The Ninetails said unhappily, is it not okay if I have more chakra? Among our tailed beasts, only weak guys like Shikaku would learn your human ninjutsu and sealing techniques. It's really embarrassing for the tailed beasts. So he is the weakest among our 9-tailed beasts. Naruto doesn't know whether Shikaku is the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts, but if you ask the Ninetails who is the weakest tailed beast, he will definitely tell you that it is Shikaku. These two guys are born to be incompatible and have fought more than once before. What do you know? Naruto wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted rudely by the Ninetails. Stop making a fuss, stop making a fuss, stop making a fuss, I said I don't know those things. I only know the tailed beast canon. Tisk, you've lived for so many years and you don't know anything. Naruto muttered softly. A huge well appeared on Kyubai's head. He jumped up, put one paw on his waist and pointed the other paw at Naruto and yelled, "Hey! Brat, don't think you can tell me what to do just because you beat me in arm wrestling. I let you win. You said you could beat me with one hand." Naruto retorted without giving in. "At the beginning, you said you could beat me with one finger, and you still cheated after losing 3 times. Kyuubi looked down on Naruto at first and planned to kill him in arm wrestling. As a result, Naruto left a deep impression on him. Because he lost the game, he was forced to tell Naruto his name. The Kyuubi that Naruto called at the beginning was Kyuubi's name. That was my carelessness. I was careless." Kyuubi was furious and kept arguing. He would never admit that he lost to Naruto in arm wrestling, otherwise, with a little brat like you, I can easily beat you no matter how many times I come. How about another round? Naruto suggested, I don't want you to give in this time. He rolled up his sleeves. No. Kyuubi refused without a second thought. As long as I don't compete, you can't beat me. Tisk, so boring. Ming suddenly felt bored, walked to the corner and kicked the wall a few times, and the whole space shook with it. The wall dust fell down like it was free, and Kyuubi's eyelids jumped. He was afraid that Naruto would kick the sealed space too hard, and he didn't want to become the first tailed beast to be buried alive. Looking at Naruto's monster-like physical fitness, even Kyuubi couldn't help but complain. I strongly doubt that you are not a human at all. Your physique is almost catching up with our tailed beasts. The tailed beasts don't have as good physical fitness as you. I'm just a nobody in my teacher's eyes. After all, in Kakarot's evaluation, Naruto's physical training speed can only be considered average, and his talent in chi is even better. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? I have lived for 1,000 years and have never seen such a person. Even the old man Liudeo does not have such a terrifying body. Tisk, you haven't seen a lot. You have lived for 1,000 years and have never seen ninjutsu. The Ninetails got angry again, pointed at Naruto and jumped up, little brat, I will teach you a lesson today. Naruto rolled up his sleeves again, come on, let's fight if you don't accept it. No. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Yongdame, stop your son quickly. Konoha 55th year, winter, cloudy weather. This year Naruto is 8 years old, and it is also the time when Kakarot left for a year and the Ninetails returned for a year. Naruto's mood is just like today's weather, very ugly. Even with Hinata by his side, he is still a little absent-minded and listless. After sending Hinata to the gate of the Hyuga family, Naruto ran to the training ground. The reason for this is that Naruto's current training has fallen into a bottleneck stage, and his strength has increased very slowly recently. There is no growth as fast as before. Sometimes it takes several days for the growth to be a little bit. On the one hand, the body is still developing, and the body is in a rapid growth stage, and all nutrients are supplied to the body. The improvement of chi has also slowed down due to physical limitations. It will take at least a few more years for Naruto's body to stabilize, and then there will be a significant improvement in practice strength. Otherwise, strengthening practice in a short period of time will not make much sense. The emergence of bottlenecks makes Naruto a little anxious. Even if he can throw the nine-tailed fox out with a shoulder throw now, even if the nine-tailed fox no longer dares to fight Naruto with pure flesh. In the competition, Naruto started to cheat and use chakra, but he still thought that he was not strong enough. Sungir said it well, all fears come from insufficient fire power. Now Naruto just feels that he lacks fire power. It's nothing strange to be stronger than the Nine Tails. There are many stronger than the Nine Tails in this world. The fact that the Nine Tails can be sealed means that he is not strong enough. And the Nine Tails in his body is not complete, only half. Even so, it was sealed. I must take the Nine Tails as an example and learn from it. I must become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Since the chi and the body cannot be improved for the time being, I can only find ways to improve my strength from other places. After going around in circles, I returned to the original question. Chakra. The basic power of the Naruto world is the foundation of becoming a ninja. It's time to practice chakra. Since no one in Konoha is willing to teach me, I can only find someone who is not a human to teach me. Naruto made up his mind and his figure appeared in the sealed space. Under Kurama's annoyed look, Naruto walked towards the big iron door of the sealed space. Little brat, what do you want to do again? I told you that my stomach is a little uncomfortable today. Seeing Naruto approaching step by step, Kurama shouted hurriedly. Recently, Naruto has nothing to do and asks him to play games. He will not stop until he makes him feel dizzy every time. That's fine, the key is that Naruto is not only energetic but also annoying. Like 100,000 whys, he asks questions all day long. With his pure chakra constitution, he is a little nervous. He is really scared. Calculating the time, 8 years old, Naruto is now at the age that people hate dogs. Foxes are also canines. Kurumi found that Naruto didn't seem to come for him, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he found something wrong. Following Naruto's sight, he saw the seal on the big iron door. Nine-tailed fox, who had a bad feeling, exclaimed loudly, "You don't want to stop. I tell you, little brat, even if you open the seal, I won't go out." Nine-tailed fox held the sealed iron door tightly with one claw, and blocked Naruto with one claw, trying to push Naruto away. However, his little strength was nothing in front of Naruto, and Naruto continued to move forward against Nine-tailed fox's strength. "Don't try to seduce me. I won't go out if I say I won't go out. I won't leave here, I won't leave. Go back, okay, I'll give you my power, I really lend you my power, and I won't lie to you this time. Stop it. No. Stop it. Don't try to PK with me in person." As Nine-tailed fox screamed hoarsely, Naruto pressed his hand on the seal. Nine-tailed fox closed his eyes in despair. Just as Naruto tore open a corner of the seal, a warm big hand pressed on Naruto's small hand. A figure fell from the sky and appeared behind Naruto. The blonde and blue-eyed handsome face with a resolute face, wearing a striking white divine robe with fiery red patterns all over the body. The appearance alone can be called a dignified appearance. Warm and sunny chakra spread throughout the entire sealed space. It was as comfortable as a spring breeze, making people feel very at ease, as if all problems could be solved with his arrival. It is hard to imagine that such sunny chakra exists in the ninja world. The figure fell gently, the white divine robe fluttered in the air, and 5 eye-catching big characters came into view. 4th generation Hokage. 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Whether it was friends, teachers, or subordinates, everyone who knew the 4th generation praised him. Even the enemy gave him high praise. If compared with the 4th Hokage, anyone would be dwarfed. He is the most ninja-like person in history, with superb ninjutsu, clear thinking, great popularity, and most importantly, he is as handsome as me. Jiraiya. I have fought him several times, and I once thought that no ninja could defeat him. I heard that he is the son of prophecy mentioned by Jiraiya, the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and is called the savior by people. The fourth Raikage. Shut up and do what he says. Next, you can enjoy the battle of Konoha's yellow flash. It's only for a moment, so don't miss it. Konoha ninja. Could it be that you are the yellow flash of Konoha? Light? In our Iwagakuer, it was warned that anyone who encounters Konoha's yellow flash can immediately abandon the mission and run away without being punished. I finally understand what this means. Iwagakuer ninja. This yellow hair and the instant body technique. That must be the yellow flash. In this case, if not now, when will you run? Iwagakuer ninja. He is Konoha's yellow flash, he is the youngest Hokage of Konoha village, he is the husband of the previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, he is the teacher who taught Konoha's first technician Heitake Kakashi, he is the enemy who is terrified, and even gave the highest evaluation that abandoning the mission when encountering the yellow flash is not considered a failure. Even the official book of the formation clearly states, the yellow flash that cuts through the darkness of the ninja world is famous and can even soar in time and space. He is also Naruto's father. Maybe as a husband, ninja, Hokage, and teacher, he is a perfect existence, but as a father, the fourth generation is unqualified. Ninetales. The fourth looked at Naruto with gentle eyes, then turned his gaze to the Ninetales with a sharp look. You want to seduce Naruto? Eternal sister. The Ninetales was overjoyed when he saw the fourth, and didn't hear what the fourth said clearly, pointing at Naruto and shouting to the fourth Hokage, hurry up and stop your son, don't let him tear the seal. Fourth Hokage. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Always with Sister. In the sealed space. Naruto and the fourth Hokage sat together with their eyes facing each other. Kuwabai saw that Naruto was not really going to tear the seal, so he went to sleep. What just happened was too scary. If he continued, he felt that he would really have a nervous breakdown. The first tailed beast in history to have a nervous breakdown? Not wanting to get involved in the fourth Hokage's family affairs, he had already hidden in the deepest part of the sealed space. What happened between you and the Ninetales? This is the first time I've seen him want to stay away from someone so much. Even when Kushina tied him to a pillar for no reason, he didn't have that experience. Nothing, just played a few games with Kurama. Naruto didn't want to delve into this issue, so he just perfunctorily said a few words. Oh! The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The two continued to stare at each other. The fourth looked at Naruto with a headache. After all, it was his first time being a father and he had no experience. He really didn't know how to communicate with his son. He didn't know if Naruto knew him or not, and he didn't know if Naruto had heard what the Ninetales said just now. He was an irresponsible father. The words "I am your father" were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them for a long time. This feeling was really uncomfortable. It would be better to have a big battle with the rock ninjas. To be honest, Naruto didn't know how to communicate with the fourth. He didn't like the fourth as a father, nor did he have any bad feelings towards him. After all, Naruto had been alone since he was a child and had never lived with the fourth, so there was no emotional foundation. His impression of the fourth was limited to the plot of his previous life. He was very sunny, very strong, and loved his wife very much, and that was it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't practice ninjutsu, he wouldn't have summoned the fourth specifically. So you did this to summon me? It was the fourth generation who broke the silence first, you know me. Naruto nodded and admitted very straightforwardly, well, I sensed your aura a long time ago. Aura. Hearing this unfamiliar word, the fourth generation was a little confused but did not continue to ask, he didn't have much time. What's the purpose? The fourth generation asked carefully after a long consideration. Looking at the fourth generation's fear of saying the wrong thing, Naruto felt a little funny, but still answered the fourth generation truthfully. Learn ninjutsu. Learn ninjutsu. The fourth generation was stunned. He had many assumptions, but he didn't expect Naruto to summon him for this reason. If you want to learn ninjutsu, you can ask the third generation. Someone will teach you, no need to go out of your way. No one in Konoha will teach me. Naruto interrupted the fourth generation's words very rudely, with a slightly cold tone and a mocking look on his face, and his good mood at the beginning was swept away. Who teaches me ninjutsu? Who will teach me ninjutsu? Is it the Konoha villagers who harbor the greatest malice towards him? Is it his few loyal half-bottled Hokage guards? Or is it his disciple Heitake Kakashi who almost fell into darkness and couldn't even protect himself? Or is it the Toad Sage Jiraiya who never appeared from beginning to end? Is it the hypocritical third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or is it the Konoha venomous snake Shimura Danzo who is hiding in the dark? No, no one will, Naruto has been alone from beginning to end. The fourth Hokage was stunned. How could it be? You don't believe it? Naruto raised his right eyebrow, and his azure eyes stared at the fourth Hokage, as if he wanted to see through the other's heart, and his half-closed eyes revealed a very complicated expression. Naruto, who knew the direction of the plot, didn't hate the fourth Hokage, but if this happened to a normal person, he would have turned black long ago. Even Naruto, who has an adult's thinking, is sometimes on the verge of exploding. Not everyone can be hit on the left cheek and then let the other party hit the right cheek, and then laugh it off. Naruto suddenly suggested, "Do you want to see my past, everything I've experienced over the years?" Eternal sister. Kyuubi suddenly interrupted the topic. If I were this kid, I would have destroyed this village that is full of malice anytime and anywhere. It's rare that he can endure until now. Maybe he cherishes the village you protected with your life. This stinky fox pretended to be a family affair, but in fact he was lying next to him and eavesdropping. The fourth generation opened his mouth. Naruto's words gave him a bad premonition, and Kyuubi's words made him even more uneasy. Naruto's real situation seemed to be very different from what he had imagined. The inner desire still made him say that word, want. Okay, since you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Naruto stretched out his right hand, and a ball of light flew out, exploding in the air, and the fluorescence scattered. The entire sealed space gradually twisted and changed into another scene. In the center of the scene was the once young Naruto. Chi originally has the power to share and perceive emotions. Kakarot once sensed their battle on Namek by touching Krillin's head. In addition, this is the sealed space in Naruto's body. He can change the skin of the sealed space at will, so it is even easier to show the past. When he was 1 year old, he was maliciously fed boiling water and almost couldn't speak. Although he was rescued, his vocal cords were still damaged, so that now he speaks with a unique hoarseness. When he was 2 years old, he was hung up by the aunt who took care of him because his left foot went out first. If it wasn't for the third generation's coincidence, by the way, Naruto might have died. Since he was weaned, Naruto's food was always mixed with some strange things. Sand, weeds, and small stones were commonplace, flies and cockroaches were not uncommon, and what was even more disgusting was that the ban of the third generation made the villagers no longer call Naruto a demon fox, but that the villagers were also forced to stop doing things that hurt Naruto, so exclusion, cold violence, and verbal violence followed one after another. The children also hated Naruto because of adults. The villagers even encouraged the children to bully Naruto. This situation continued until there was no one among the peers who could be Naruto's opponent. It was full of malice, malice, and malice all the time. Naruto still faced life with a smile. The reason for being strong was not only because he was Uzumaki Naruto, but also because he had the thinking of an adult in his body. Not wanting to eat strange things anymore, Naruto began to live independently and cook for himself at the age of 3. No one in the village was willing to sell things to him, and Naruto kept the subsidies issued by the village because he couldn't spend them. So Naruto built his own hut, plowed the land, fished and hunted, made a pond to store food, and fed himself. Naruto fantasized about his future life, self-sufficient and self-reliant. Until the house was destroyed again. No one knew the position of that simple and warm hut in Naruto's heart. No one knew Naruto's mood at that time. What they didn't know was that they destroyed not only Naruto's home, but also Naruto's heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Fourth Generation. You don't understand human heart. The malice Naruto suffered since childhood was even 10 times more than that of Kushina back then. At least Kushina had the care of Uzumaki Mito when she was a child, but Naruto had nothing around him. When he was hungry, he could only figure out what to do by himself. No one cared whether he ate well or not. He could not sleep all night in a malicious environment. No one cared whether he slept late or not. He cried silently while hugging his quilt in the dead of night. No one cared whether he was tired or not. He could only get up by himself when he fell down. No one cared whether he was hurt or not. After a day of training, he dragged his tired body back home. No one cared how much effort he had made. No one, no one, no one. Because Naruto was just a lonely person. In the end, even his only remaining identity as the son of the fourth generation was taken away. In order to prevent revenge from his enemies and protect him, Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth generation was concealed. They only cared whether Naruto was obedient, whether he was stable as a Jinchuriki, and whether Naruto would rebel against Konoha. Just like treating a tool. Until Naruto grew up, an old man would appear from time to time in the house, pretending to care for him and even sharing the few grilled fish. It's just a child anyway, he won't remember it anyway, he's just one person anyway. It's like giving alms. Hey, who would have thought that Naruto would remember all these things, everything from birth to now? Naruto not only remembers but also remembers it clearly. Looking at the scenes, one after another flashing by, the fourth generation was silent, and his face gradually became gloomy with the passage of time. His originally sunny and cheerful expression suddenly became solemn. From his expression, it can be seen that the fourth generation's mood at this moment is very complicated. He and his wife used their lives to save Naruto and the village, and sealed the nine-tailed demon fox on Naruto. Originally, they thought that the villagers would regard Naruto as a hero, but the reality was contrary to their wishes. The villagers regarded Naruto as a disaster star. Not only was he despised by others, but even the problem of food and clothing was difficult to solve. Such a contrast is too difficult for people to accept. The indifference of the villagers. The inaction of the third generation. Even the Hokage's personal guards and his disciple Kakashi, who he entrusted his life to, never appeared in Naruto's memory. Where did they go? Sandor-sama. Why, Sandai-sama? Saidai said tremblingly, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. He trusted Sandai, just as he handed over most of the power to Sandai after becoming Hokage, just as he entrusted Naruto to Sandai the first time he was dying. Because he trusted Sandai, because he respected Sandai. That's why he entrusted Naruto to Sandai. It's just that Sandai seemed to have failed Saidai's expectations. The life Naruto lived as a child was far from what he imagined. Why is the originally paved road completely different? If Naruto knew what Saidai was thinking, he would definitely tell him because you are dead. It is an eternal truth that people leave and tea gets cold. Saidai may be an excellent ninja in all aspects, with outstanding talent, superb ninjutsu, sunny personality, unparalleled affinity, and perfect personality. But Saidai, you don't understand people's hearts. People will change, and people's hearts will change too. In the face of interests and power, the third generation who was respected as an elder would become hypocritical, and the shadow guards who were as close as brothers would choose to protect themselves. Never try to test human nature, because human nature cannot stand the test. And Naruto's next words completely shattered the fourth generation's last glimmer of hope. I am the Jinchuriki, the strongest Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It seems to be incoherent and without answer, but it actually goes straight to the point. It is a bit straightforward, but it is the truth. To be able to become Hokage, the fourth generation is naturally not a ZZ idiot, and he instantly figured out the cause and effect. Compared with the fourth generation's entrustment, Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the most important. The tailed beasts are the most important strategic weapons and deterrents of the village. Mastering the Jinchuriki is equivalent to mastering the tailed beasts, and mastering the tailed beasts is equivalent to mastering the army. This is why Danzo tried every means to get Naruto to join the route. The reason why the 4th generation was able to become the 4th generation Hokage, in addition to his own reasons, there is an important external factor that cannot be ignored. He is the husband of the previous generation Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. If the Ninetales and Naruto are separated, and the Ninetales Jinchuriki is not Naruto, then Naruto's identity as the son of the 4th generation does not need to be concealed. The 3rd generation will also abide by the promise to the 4th generation to train Naruto into a talent. Perhaps Naruto's childhood will become like the 4th generation as imagined, enjoy the treatment of heroes. Happy childhood. Unfortunately, the temptation of the Ninetales is too great. When a village falls into a vicious circle of power struggle, it is not far from destruction. Just as Orochimaru said, it is better to destroy the decayed village and decayed Konoha. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and let new leaves sprout. It seems logical, but it is bullshit. Fire will only set the tree on fire and will not bring new life. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and burn it to ashes. This is the correct follow-up. Only when the decayed tree collapses and is completely destroyed and turned into nutrients can it give birth to new life. I'm sorry. Naruto, I don't know. The 4th generation looked at Naruto with an unconcealable guilt in his eyes flickered, and he couldn't look directly at Naruto's blue eyes that were the same as his. It's okay, I'm used to it. Naruto said lightly, as if he was talking about other people. This sentence almost made the 4th Hokage go berserk. Heartache and guilt intertwined. This is his child, the only blood of him and Kushina, and all of Kushina's hopes are placed on him. He was trampled on like this. If Kushina knew, she would definitely overturn the entire Konoha to vent her anger on Naruto. The 4th Hokage's chakra, which was originally as warm as the spring in March, gradually became cold. The 4th Hokage has always been called the incarnation of sunshine, the most perfect Hokage, and the most gentle leader. That was in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas. The more sunshine the stronger the place, the deeper the shadow. The 4th Hokage is an absolute killer in the eyes of Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja. The name of Yellow Flash is not earned by the 4th Hokage's modesty, but by his terrifying ghostly body skills, killing people bit by bit. He killed 50 Rock Ninja Jonins in an instant, treated the enemy camp as if it were no one's land, came and went freely, and killed people who frightened the entire ninja world. The 4th Hokage has never been a kind-hearted person. He is a ninja, the only civilian-born Hokage in history, who crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. And his sunshine is always for his own people. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Shadow Clones and Multiple Shadow Clones, 1/2. Some people say that what Naruto experienced was just a little indifference, and he did not suffer any substantial harm. It was just the pretentiousness of a little brat. This view is extremely ridiculous. Naruto is an orphan. His father died shortly after he was born. Naruto was considered by the villagers to be the incarnation of the demon fox. Almost everyone transferred their hatred for the Ninetales to Naruto. How many people died in the Ninetales rebellion, and how much hatred was transferred to Naruto? No, maybe more. Humans are group animals. In modern times, even if one person treats you coldly, you can't stand it. Naruto faced a whole village of people who were coldly treating you. There is also exclusion and bullying. A village of Pua. Even adults can hardly bear it, let alone a child. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Don't advise others to forgive without suffering their sins. People who say such sarcastic words are no different from those who say you only lost your life, but she lost her love. Naruto felt that the aura of the 4th generation was like a completely different person. It was no longer as warm as the midday sun, but instead had a hint of unusual evil, Naruto couldn't describe that feeling. After seeing what he had experienced, the aura of the fourth generation became different. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. The fourth generation is still the fourth generation, but the aura has become different from before. Aura can reflect a person's state of mind. In the Dragon Ball world, it is often mentioned that good and evil aura refers to the other person's state of mind. Although this method of judgment is very subjective. What can I do? The fourth generation closed his eyes painfully, vaguely feeling a kind of cold liquid creeping on his cheeks. He slowly opened his eyes after a long while. His eyes were full of confusion, and his pupils without focus were like an empty shell. It felt that all the efforts, all the sustenance, the huge gap between the ideal and the reality was hard for him to accept. She looked at Naruto with dim eyes. Naruto, how should I compensate you? Before she could finish, she was interrupted angrily by Naruto. I don't need compensation. It's not you who should be compensated. It's Konoha. No, I mean, what should I do? The fourth generation, who has a perfect personality, always looks clumsy in front of Naruto. It can't be said that he is afraid, but he wants to make up for Naruto. Naruto said firmly, teach me ninjutsu. This is why Naruto summoned the fourth generation. I may not be able to satisfy you on this point. The fourth generation sighed softly, my existence time is limited. If I take up too much time, I'm afraid Kushina won't have a chance to talk to you. The fourth generation said a little dejectedly. It was not easy to do something for Naruto, but in the end, he did nothing. His time can only last for another hour. Don't worry about this. Naruto said lightly. He could summon the fourth generation and naturally thought that the fourth generation would not stay for too long. After that, he walked in front of the fourth generation, stretched out his right hand and spread it upwards. The milky white light immediately gathered in the palm of his hand. He gently pushed the fourth generation, and the white light enveloped the fourth generation's whole body. That was chi, Naruto's chi. Naruto gave part of his chi to the fourth generation. What kind of power is this? The fourth Hokage looked at his body in amazement. He could feel that the time he could last was slowly increasing. Natural energy. No, although it is very similar, it is not natural energy. Naruto said to the fourth Hokage indifferently, this is chi. The fourth Hokage was very curious about the power system of chi, which is completely different from chakra, but seeing that Naruto had no intention of explaining, he kept silent and stopped asking. The magical thing about chi in Dragon Ball is that although it is life energy, it can act on the soul. Frieza, who was dying after half of his body was eliminated, suddenly became full of energy after obtaining the chi given to him by Kakarot, and even sneak attacked Kakarot. Chi can not only act on the living, but also on the dead, and its effect on the dead is the same as that on the living. Chi is really magical. As the first civilian Hokage in Konoha's history, the fourth Hokage not only possesses a wealth of theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, a solid foundation, but also superb ninjutsu skills. He has a high level of attainment in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The teaching level is quite good, stronger than Kakarot during his time on King Kai. The chakra attributes of the fourth Hokage are fire, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. It can be said that except for earth and water, all 7 chakra attributes are complete. Although his ninjutsu foundation is slightly inferior to that of the third Hokage, a ninjutsu doctor, he can also use CA-level ninjutsu easily, and even created his own A-level unprinted ninjutsu Raise Non. Being able to be taught by the fourth Hokage himself, Naruto's strength has not only improved by leaps and bounds, but has also grown a little. With Naruto's current strength, he can still grow a little. The fourth Hokage's ability is really good. Shadow Clone Technique. With a burst of white smoke rising, an existence exactly like him appeared in front of Naruto. Shadow Clone Technique. Developed by the second generation of Hokage, the B-level ninjutsu uses chakra to create physical clones. They can act and fight like the caster, have consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist blows. After the caster is lifted, the clone's memory and experience will return to the body. It is said to have all the abilities of the body except the total amount of chakra. As long as the chakra is sufficient, it can exist without being fatally injured. No matter from which angle you look at the shadow clone, it is a very practical ninjutsu. Naruto looked at his clone with satisfaction, and the clone also looked at Naruto with a very satisfied look. This is a very wonderful experience. The same will, the same thinking, different feelings and experiences. Very magical and interesting. For most ninjas, the shadow clone technique is an auxiliary ninjutsu, mostly used to confuse the enemy and spy on intelligence. The purpose of Senju Tobirama developing this ninjutsu was also for spy warfare. Because it consumes a certain amount of chakra from the body, and the clone is too fragile, it is generally difficult for the shadow clone to form combat power. But for Naruto, the meaning of shadow clones is completely different. In Naruto's opinion, shadow clones are the biggest improvement for physical ninjas like Naruto. The setting that they will not disappear as long as they are not fatally injured is simply too strong. The strongest point of illusion ninjas is their unpredictable illusions, and the strongest point of ninjutsu ninjas is their powerful ninjutsu. The power that these shadow clones can inherit is limited. It's different for physical ninjas. The strongest point of physical ninjas is their bodies, and shadow clones can perfectly copy the bodies of physical ninjas. How terrifying do you think this is? Imagine that during the battle between Kakarot and Raditz, if Raditz faced several Kakarots. Even if he could be defeated with just one blow, it would take Raditz some effort to defeat Kakarot. At that time, Raditz's combat power was more than 3 times that of Kakarot. After learning shadow clones, Naruto's combat power can at least double. It is a move tailor-made for a physical ninja like Naruto. Several people can beat the Nine Tails with bare hands. It is amazing. Thanks to CI1/2_I1/2 for the 100 starting coins reward. I was writing in the small black room, why did hundreds of words suddenly disappear? End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Ula. 2 halves. If the shadow clone technique can increase Naruto's overall combat power from 1000 to 2000, then the next ninjutsu can increase Naruto's combat power to more than 3000. That was the signature ninjutsu of the original space-time Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's original body threw a punch at his clone slowly, and the clone immediately crossed his hands to block. With a dong sound, the original body's fist collided with the clone, making a dull sound, and the wind from the fist blew the leaves around everywhere. With a bang, the clone could not bear the damage caused by the fist and turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Part of the chakra that was separated returned to Naruto's body, and part disappeared in the air. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the memory he got from the clone. Then Naruto opened his eyes and looked at his right elbow indifferently, which was where the clone blocked the original body's fist. It hurts a little. There is no injury on his body, but Naruto feels a dull pain. It is not real pain, but the pain brought by memory. The only shortcoming of the shadow clone technique. When the clone is killed, overfatigue and other negative mental states will return to the main body together with the clone's disappearance and chakra return. This is why Naruto feels pain even though he has no injury. Naruto frowned and immediately found a problem with this technique. This kind of pain usually seems nothing, but if it suddenly hurts in battle, it will be a problem. Sometimes a distraction in battle is a fatal flaw. If you want to master the shadow clone technique perfectly, you must overcome this shortcoming. At least, even if the clone dies by self-explosion, the main body must ignore the pain memory brought by the self-explosion. The multiple shadow clone technique that Naruto is going to learn next will further expand this feature. The multiple shadow clone technique is an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, or an infinitely enhanced version. As long as you have enough chakra, you can theoretically create countless clones. It is not impossible to blow out 100,000 clones in one breath like Monkey King. However, This technique has the same flaws as the shadow clone technique. The first is consumption. The consumption of the multiple shadow clone technique is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the shadow clone technique. The consequence of forcibly creating clones without any care is that the chakra is severely overdrawn, and the opponent may fall down before he has done much. The second is the spirit. If the shadow clone technique is killed, negative effects will follow. If the multiple shadow clone technique is flattened by the opponent's large-scale ninjutsu, the debuff returned to the main body is simply unimaginable. It is precisely because of these two shortcomings that the multiple shadow clone technique was listed as an A-level forbidden technique by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. If the caster uses it improperly without knowing his own strength, he will hurt himself. This is also the reason why Naruto wanted to learn this technique at the beginning, and the fourth Hokage strongly opposed it. He was afraid that Naruto would get hurt. However, the opposition was ineffective. The fourth Hokage's opposition could not stop Naruto's practice. Under Naruto's strong insistence, the fourth Hokage still taught him this A-level forbidden technique. After talking about so many disadvantages, the benefits of the multiple shadow clone technique are very obvious. Not only the improvement in combat power, but also the speed of practice. Although clone practice cannot bring substantial improvement in physical fitness, due to the characteristic that the clone's memory can return to the original body, the practice of shadow clones can accumulate experience. It can be understood that shadow clone practice is equivalent to idle brushing proficiency. If 100 shadow clones practice the same ninjutsu, it is equivalent to 100 times the speed of proficiency improvement. This is just like cheating. No, this is cheating. And it is blatantly. No shame. As for the problem of high consumption of multiple clones, it is not a problem in front of Naruto. How huge is the chakra in Naruto's body? He himself has not calculated it. If the chakra of a Jonin level is compared to a glass of water, even without counting the 9 tails in his body, Naruto's chakra is a pool of water. While others are still calculating how much chakra is needed for a C-level ninjutsu, Naruto can already play with A-level ninjutsu. One on the left hand hurts everyone, the dam is repaired, one on the right hand hurts, Kalu-a-n-a-n. It doesn't matter whether you hit it or not, the main thing is to have fun. Alas, I just play. Because of the 9 tails in his body, Naruto's recovery ability can only be described as terrifying. As long as it is not an irreversible injury that hurts the root, Naruto only needs to sleep to recover. Others are still hanging there with a bottle and dying, Naruto can already dance on the grave. With Naruto's physical fitness and recovery speed, he can completely control the multiple shadow clones technique. If the shadow clone technique is a technique specially designed for physical ninjas, then the multi-shadow clone technique is a cheating technique specially designed for Naruto. Several beings who could beat the 9 tails with bare hands advanced to hundreds of beings who could beat the 9 tails with bare hands. The 9 tails said that the rain was cool. Naruto put the index and middle fingers of his left and right hands together, then crossed his hands and made the Ren character seal. He sank his energy into his danshin and roared. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds like cannons came one after another, and hundreds of Naruto figures appeared in the grove. Everyone! Naruto's original body cleared his throat, and under the gaze of hundreds of clones Naruto bowed to the position of his clone. Next, I'll have to work hard for you all. For our common goal, for our common purpose, for our great ideal. Please, everyone. Perhaps Naruto is the first and only ninja to thank his clone. The original body and the clone have the same thinking and the same memory. Of course, they understand what the original body said. Don't worry, just leave it to us. All the clones said loudly, with confident smiles on their faces. Looking at the hundreds of clones, Naruto smiled, very good, very energetic. You just need to live well and become stronger. We will do the rest. Those who can't kill us will make us stronger. For our common goal, for our great ideal. Ula. Ula. XN. Naruto, then everyone, let's disband. Scatter. Accompanied by a loud shout, hundreds of clones disappeared one after another, until only Naruto was left in the vast grove. Except for Naruto, no one knew what these clones were going to do, and no one knew where they disappeared and what they left behind. Twisting his neck and making a series of kaba, kaba sounds like fried beans, Naruto silently carried the Kame Senryu exclusive turtle shell on his back. Day after day, year after year, boring basic training began again. Keep practicing. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Naruto's Diary, 1/2. Konoha 53, Autumn. Grandpa Sandai told me that I will go to ninja school tomorrow. He said there are many children in ninja school and I can find real friends there. I am really looking forward to it. Grandpa Sandai was right. I really made friends in ninja school. Although many children don't like me and don't want to play with me, she is the only one who doesn't dislike me. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. She is very cute and gentle. It's true that listening to Grandpa Sandai was right. I am so happy to make friends. This is a meaningful day. Grandpa Sandai came to see me again today. I am very happy. October 10th, Konoha 54. Grandpa Sandai hasn't come to see me for a week. Is Naruto not being well behaved? Today is my birthday. Grandpa Sandai actually prepared a big cake for me. It is the first time I have tasted the cake. I have only heard other children talk about it before. It's really sweet, but I can't eat such delicious food in one go, I want to save it and eat it slowly. The cake is broken, and Grandpa Sandai told me that cakes can't be kept for too long. If you want to keep it for a longer time, you need a refrigerator, but I can't afford a refrigerator, which is a pity. But Grandpa Sandai said that he will bring me cake next year, and I'm really looking forward to it. Konoha 55th year, Summer. Grandpa Sandai. The whole diary records some daily trivial things, sometimes only one sentence, sometimes just one thing. At first glance, most of them are meaningless accounts, recording the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of a child. The most mentioned thing is Sandai. At least 60% of the content of the diary mentions Sandai, of which more than 50% mention listening to Sandai, and 30% mention missing Sandai. If you only look at the content of the diary, this is a record of a lonely kid who longs for family affection and becomes dependent on someone. If you only look at the diary. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction and gently closed Naruto's diary, then tiptoed to put the diary back into the drawer where it was originally. Looking at Naruto who was sleeping, his eyes were full of kindness. Then he performed the instant body technique and disappeared without a trace. Only Naruto, who had fallen asleep with a trace of crystal liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth, was left. Quiet. Not long after, the third Hokage appeared again, and looked at Naruto who was still sleeping and nodded with satisfaction, and disappeared again. But this time, at the moment he just left the hut, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, sat up and looked at the place where the third Hokage left, watching him disappear. Whether it was the surveillance of the Umbu, the prying of the crystal ball technique, or his own infiltration. From beginning to end, the third Hokage was in Naruto's sight. As a child who grew up under surveillance, Naruto has a strong anti-reconnaissance ability. With malicious perception plus breath perception, no one can hide from Naruto's detection. No one. Every move of the third generation was under Naruto's watch. In terms of investigation methods and scope, even the all-round Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was slightly inferior to Naruto now. Looking at the drawer where the diary was not far away, Naruto couldn't help but sneer, his smile was full of sarcasm and ridicule. Who would write a diary if they were serious? He had guessed that the third generation would come. He made a prediction in advance. He prepared 10 different versions of the same thing. It was for the third generation to see it at different times and places. The contents of the diary were also written by Naruto on purpose. Very deliberately deliberate, so deliberate that he doesn't care about his face, he just wrote "I like the third generation grandfather the most" on his face. If it was written by other Konoha ninjas, the third generation would definitely doubt it. But Naruto is different. It is precisely these deliberateness that makes the third generation feel more real. Because Naruto is only 8 years old. What reason does an orphan who has lost all his relatives and is ostracized by the whole village and villagers not like the only old man who is willing to get close to him? Naruto is still just a child. What bad thoughts can an 8-year-old child have? It's just to destroy Konoha. This wave of the third generation is on the first level, and Naruto is on the 5th level. Is it good to go to such great lengths to calculate an old man? Is it interesting? The answer is, of course it is. You want to play, and you started it first. Since you want to play, then play to the end. How interesting! It is worth mentioning that everything the third generation did was seen clearly by the fourth generation in Naruto's body. So the aura of the fourth generation changed again. "Naruto-kun, please send me home every day," Hinata said in a voice as thin as a mosquito in front of the Hyuga family's gate, with a slightly red face and playing with the corner of her clothes. In the ninja school, Naruto went to school normally, never late or left early, and only picked up Hinata on time. He basically had no sense of existence. Because he was Naruto, the teacher usually chose to ignore him in the mentality of less trouble than more trouble. As for Naruto himself, he neither took the initiative to cause trouble nor to attract attention. He was like a little transparent child with the appearance of a good baby. Over time, the classmates got used to such Naruto. In addition, Naruto's character of not causing trouble but not being afraid of trouble also discouraged many people who deliberately wanted to cause trouble. The main reason was that Naruto's eyes were too weird. Not to mention the students of the ninja school, even the teachers of the school could not stand Naruto's gaze. The combination of chi and Ninetales chakram made Naruto's aura so strong that the opponent would not have the courage to resist, so how could he find fault? Even the name Uzumaki Naruto became a taboo topic, and everyone would subconsciously avoid it. So that Naruto's presence was comparable to that of a pair of sunglasses. "I want to stay with Hinata for a while." Naruto smiled and gently touched Hinata's head, his eyes full of pampering. "Don't you like it?" "Biu." Miss Hinata felt like she was shot in the heart, and only the 5 words "I want to stay with Hinata" echoed in her whole brain. So much so that she didn't hear Naruto's question clearly. "Naruto-kun," he said, "he wanted to stay with me." Hinata's little face turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple, and white smoke came out of her forehead. "Naruto-kun, I. Just when Hinata finally mustered up the courage to say something to Naruto, a slightly cold voice interrupted. "Miss, what are you doing standing at the door?" It was a boy with the same eyes as Hinata, with a delicate face and waist-length hair. He looked at Hinata with a sarcastic look on his face. "It's time to go home. The clan leader was looking for you just now. It's brother Niji." Hinata was like a deflated ball, instantly withering. Just when Naruto was about to leave, he was stopped. "Please wait a moment." Turning around, he found that it was the Hyuga brother with waist-length hair just now. "I've heard of you, Uzumaki Naruto." End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Niji and Rock Lee, 2 halves. "I didn't expect I'm quite famous." Naruto was a little puzzled. He never took the initiative to cause trouble, so why was he more famous than the one in the original version who played pranks all day? Even the seniors in the senior class had heard of his name. Hyuga Niji, a branch of the Hyuga clan. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi's twin brother, Hyuga Hayashi's child. Strictly speaking, he is Hinata's half-cousin. His father was born later than Hyuga Hayashi and was determined to be a branch family, and his life was controlled by the main family. In the end, in order to protect his brother and to fulfill his duties as a branch family, he committed suicide. If Naruto and Hinata get married in the future, then Niji will be Naruto's brother-in-law. Niji folded his hands in front of his chest and tried to look down on Naruto, but found that he was half a head shorter than Naruto. He silently stepped back half a step and stood on the back steps, facing Naruto with his nose, looking down at Naruto with an arrogant face. "Stay away from Miss Hinata. The eldest lady of the Hyuga family is not someone you can approach." Because of adequate nutrition, Naruto's height has grown very fast, and he is much taller than Neji. Naruto looked him up and down. "Oh, I see. Anything else? Neji? Why is it different from what I expected? Shouldn't the normal situation be that the other party is not convinced, and then he will take the opportunity to teach him a lesson?" Finally, he said a few harsh words in a rage, such as 30 years in the east, 40 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. My fists are hard, and you are doing this to me? Are you so cowardly? The last one is the last one. A guy abandoned by fate, don't let me see you again next time. Okay. The next day, Naruto sent Hinata to the gate of the Hyuga clan as usual. "Neji, do you think my words are wind on the ears?" The two of them watched Hinata enter the gate of the Hyuga family in tacit understanding. Just when Neji was about to say what? Suddenly, my eyes blurred, a strong wind blew, I felt a pain in my neck, and then I knew nothing. Looking at Neji lying on the ground, Naruto spread his hands and shrugged. Wouldn't he not be able to see me if he fainted? The third day, Naruto sent Hinata home as usual. It's so embarrassing that he fell asleep outside the door yesterday because he was too tired from training. This time, I must teach this kid a lesson. The moment Hinata stepped into the door, Ninkai fainted again. The fourth day. It's so embarrassing. I fell asleep for 2 consecutive days. I have to do it this time. Ninkai fainted. The fifth day. The clever Neji finally found something wrong. So this time Neji planned to take the initiative and concentrate his chakra on his fingertips to see my gossip. Before he could make a move, he lay on the ground all night again. The sixth day. Ninkai, you didn't finish the word, and lay on the ground all night again. The seventh day. Ninkai fell to the ground and lay there all night. A month later. Ninkai, who was almost going crazy from being tortured, spoke first as soon as he saw Naruto. "Stop." Seeing that Naruto did not intend to knock him out again this time, Ninkai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, still looking at Naruto with a cool look and said, "Why do you do this?" Unexpectedly, Naruto answered seriously, "You said that you can't see me. If you faint, you can't see me. People should be honest. Is this a question of honesty?" Ninkai was a little crazy, looking at Naruto with a serious look and questioning, "Why are you so strong when you are the last one? Do you have any misunderstanding about the term last one?" Naruto's theoretical performance is indeed terrible, but his practical performance is super awesome. All the students in the class who were matched with him, except Hinata, were beaten by him without exception. Especially those tender girls, who would cry for a long time after being punched. This kind of record can't be said to be the last one. However, Neji didn't listen at all, and yelled at Naruto, "Do you also want to resist fate? Impossible, fate has been decided since the moment you were born, and the last one should have the last one's face." Just before, Neji accidentally hurt a member of the Hyuga clan during sparring, and was punished by the clan using the caged bird technique. The physical pain and the experience during this period made his spirit collapse. Do you want to know? If you want to know, come to the number 99 training ground in Konoha before sunset tomorrow to find me. Just as Neji was about to speak, he felt a pain in the back, and the familiar feeling came again. He rolled his eyes and knew nothing. He kept saying the last one. The first time, Naruto was not polite for the sake of his brother-in-law, so Neji still spent today at the gate of the Hyuga family. The next day, Neji came to the number 99 training ground early in the morning. However, he did not find any trace of Naruto. There was only a white figure not far away in the training ground, sweating and doing extremely boring basic training. squats, skipping ropes, push ups and punching. After one set, he repeated the movements without stopping. Tisk Niji looked at the sweaty figure not far away and sneered, "No matter how long you practice like that, you can't change your fate." I don't know if he was laughing at the other person or at himself. Ningji recognized the owner of the figure, that was his classmate Rock Lee. Without the talent of ninjutsu and illusion, he was destined to be a mediocre person who could not become a ninja. A poor guy abandoned by fate like him. Do you think he is wasting his time? Naruto's voice suddenly sounded behind Niji, scaring Niji. When? Niji was shocked. As a Byakugan blood limiter, he didn't even know when he was approached by someone. Naruto walked up to Niji and said calmly, "Since you first arrived." Reading minds. I can't read minds, but your thoughts are too simple, all written on your face. I don't believe you. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, the important thing is. Naruto said and turned his eyes to Xiaoli not far away, "What do you think of him?" The last one. Niji looked at the figure in the training ground with disdain. Only ordinary people would do that kind of training. What is the last one? What is an ordinary person? What is a genius? Naruto asked 3 questions in a row, and without waiting for Niji to answer, he said to himself, "It seems that you don't think highly of him." Ningji shook his head. "He doesn't have the talent to become a ninja, unlike us." "Oh, now I'm included." Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "How about we make a bet?" Then Naruto stretched out a finger to Niji and shook it in front of him. 1 month, I will personally teach that guy. In a month, I can make him surpass you." "What? Are you kidding?" Ningji denied it without thinking, "This is impossible." "You are kidding me to teach a civilian who can't use ninjutsu and illusion and is abandoned by fate to surpass a genius in 1 month. Even if you are the strongest Hokage, the 3rd generation of the ninjutsu doctor. I can't do it either." "What? Is Hyuga Niji, who thinks he is a genius, scared? Afraid that the other party will surpass you within a month? Let's make a bet." End of this chapter. Chapter 21. A bet, 1/2. A month later, the 99th training ground. Naruto, Niji, and Rock Lee arrived as scheduled. Ningji looked up at Naruto and said proudly, "Come on." Ningji had made sufficient preparations for this day. For a month, Niji was practicing desperately every moment. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who was Niji's uncle, was surprised by the crazy energy. Was it because the punishment he used, the caged bird spell, was too harsh last time? "Rock Lee! Here! Naruto-sensei!" Rock Lee stood up straight when he heard Naruto's call. "Rock Lee!" Rock Lee stretched out his right hand to Niji and made a starting gesture. "Humph!" Niji just snorted coldly, without even a normal greeting. In his eyes, Rock Lee could never defeat him. This was the pride of being a genius of the Hyuga clan. At the beginning of the battle, Rock Lee took the initiative, approached Nisi at a very fast speed, and kicked him in the waist. It seemed that he would not stop until he broke Nisi's waist. Seeing this, Nisi was not in a hurry, but just concentrated his chakra on his hands to transform his fists into palms, and used the nature of the soft fist in the soft fist to dissolve Rock Lee's attack with a light swing. "You are very powerful, Nisi-san." Seeing that the first attack missed, Rock Lee praised him generously. Faced with Rock Lee's praise, Nisi just said lightly, "Hi, nothing more." If it was just this level, then the game was stable. Ninkai set a flag for himself without caring. Rocker Lee's eyes condensed, looking at Nisi, and said seriously, "I will be more serious next time." While speaking, Rock Lee attacked Nisi again, this time with a continuous whip kick. Knee lift, contract the abdomen and waist, close inward, kick out the leg with the power of the waist rotation, bounce, use the arch of the foot and the front shin to make the right foot sweep towards Niji like a whip. Next is the high side, middle side, and low side to attack Niji's head, chest, and lower waist respectively. Finally, it is the sweeping leg, twist the waist and sweep out with all your strength. One after another, without a pause, Xiao Li's attack is extremely fierce. Byan. Faced with such a fierce attack, Niji had to turn over his trump card. The blood vessels around Niji's eyes burst out one after another, forming a spider web-like vein, which looks very ferocious. The blood limit of the Hyuga clan is said to have a 360° perspective, with a perspective eye that can see the opponent's meridians, acupuncture points, and the flow of human chakra and can see through things, a telescopic eye that can see far away, and a perceptive eye with strong observation ability. He can even use chakra to multiply the power of his eyes. His eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer. His insight is the strongest in the ninja world. Ningji opened his Byakugan to increase his insight to the limit. He completely saw through Li's attack trajectory, and all the fierce attacks were resolved by Ningji with his soft fist. What a great strength, what a fast speed! Shaking his numb arms, Ningji was surprised at Li's improvement in strength in the past month, but he still refused to accept it. Is this the only level? Indeed, if Li was only at this level, then the winner would still be Ningji. Ningji is invincible in a physical ninja duel of the same level with his soft fist. Although it would be a bit difficult to win. I admit that you have made great progress in this month. This speed and strength make me a little tired. Ningji pulled a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth. But it's just a little bit difficult. If it were someone else in the class, you might have beaten them down long ago. It's a pity that you met me. Genius ninja, Hyuga Niji. I have seen through your fate. You are destined to be defeated by me. In fact, seeing Rock Lee's improvement, Niji has long admired Naruto. In just 1 month, the last place Rock Lee can fight against a genius like himself. No one would believe it if I told them. If my strength can also improve like Rock Lee, maybe fate will really change? Naruto teacher said you are strong. Rock Lee ignored Niji's victory declaration and looked at his opponent very seriously. You are really strong. To express my respect for you, I decided to go all out. You said you didn't go all out just now. Niji immediately expressed his disbelief. What a joke, saying such a big thing. The fact that Rock Lee's strength has improved to the current level has already surprised Niji enough. If he is stronger, it would not be a shock but a cheat. The opponent is practicing physical skills, which takes a lot of time and is accumulated day by day. If he can surpass himself in 1 month, then what is the point of his efforts over the years? It is impossible. The opponent must be bluffing. Rock Lee didn't know Niji's inner struggle. He looked at Naruto solemnly. After getting Naruto's affirmative nod, he opened the bandage on his leg. What is this? Niji widened his eyes, with a look of seeing a ghost. Under the white bandage, it turned out to be all lead blocks. Bang! The weight fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just now, all the attention was on Rock Lee's chakra, and he didn't notice that the other party was still tied with a weight. This process with the heavy load, it was difficult for him to move, let alone fight. Xiao Li could actually burst out with a speed not inferior to his own. After taking off the weight, Xiao Li swayed slightly left and right and jumped for a while, moved the joints of his body a few times, took a deep breath, and looked at Niji seriously, Ninkai, I'm coming. Then he moved. So fast. With the insight of Niji's Byakugan, he could only catch a little bit of Xiao Li's afterimage. Although the weight on Xiao Li's body was not as exaggerated as that during the Chunin exam, Niji was not as powerful as that during the Chunin exam. He couldn't even use Kaiten and Bagua 32 palms. Soft fist. Facing Xiao Li at such a speed, Niji was more serious than ever before, using all his strength to try to defeat Xiao Li with the soft fist to suppress the physical ninja. The soft fist of the Hyuga clan is indeed terrible, which can inject its own chakra into the opponent's body and seal the opponent's chakra. It is rumored that if a ninja from the Hyuga clan gets close to you, whether you are a taijutsu ninja, a ninjutsu ninja or a genjutsu ninja, you will only lose. Unfortunately, his opponent this time is Rock Lee, who is stronger than him and faster than him. If Niji knew the 8 diagrams domain and the heaven-turning technique, he might be able to compete with the current Rock Lee. Unfortunately, he doesn't. No matter how strong your lethality is, no matter how high your martial arts are, it's useless if you can't touch him. The martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed can't break. Ninkai threw 10 punches and 8 palms but couldn't hit Rock Lee, and every time Rock Lee hit Nisi, he grimaced in pain. He lost, and it can be said that he lost very thoroughly. Facing Rock Lee, who was firing at full power, Nisi didn't even have the strength to fight back, and was suppressed by Rock Lee in all directions. He had a powerful soft fist and taijutsu but couldn't hit him. Ninkai was beaten up by Rock Lee like a sandbag. Finally, Nisi with lumps all over his head fell down. Completely defeated. Hyaga Nisi was defeated. Thanks to Pitum for the reward of 500 starting coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. What is Uchiha/Bully's way? 2 halves. Is this the choice of fate? Nisi, lying on the ground, murmured to himself, fate chose that guy and abandoned me. It's not fate. Naruto walked slowly, looked at Nisi on the ground and said, you are not abandoned by fate either. Fate never exists. No, everything is destined. Nisi used all his strength, endured the pain and sat up from the ground, looked at Naruto and said with difficulty. Just like now, he defeated me. Ninkai's stubbornness made Naruto laugh. Naruto sneered and said, since everything is destined, why do you still practice so hard? Everything is destined anyway, why do you still have to work hard? Isn't it better to just lie down? You always say that fate cannot be changed, but in fact, you are the one who wants to change your fate the most, right? Naruto mercilessly pierced through Nisi's disguise and pointed directly at Nisi's weak spot. His deep blue eyes seemed to be able to see through Nisi's heart. What are you waiting for? What are you expecting? What are you looking forward to? Waiting for someone to defeat you? Expecting someone to point out your mistakes? Expecting someone to correct you? Puff, ha ha ha. You are not a princess in a castle. There will be no prince on a white horse to save you. Besides, the one riding a white horse is not necessarily a prince, it may also be Tang Seng. Only you can save yourself in this world. So there is no destiny at all. Even if there is, destiny will only be in my own hands. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Because of this, he would practice so crazily. Because of this, Naruto would always feel that he was not strong enough. Watching his parents die in front of him, he didn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness of being unable to do anything for the second time. Destiny? Sorry, there was no such shitty destiny the moment he was born in the Naruto world. I only believe in myself. You can't change the past, but you can change the future. Use these hands to break it and realize your ideals yourself. At this moment, Naruto was extremely confident and dazzling. Niji seemed to see the golden sun behind Naruto. Naruto stretched out his right hand to Niji and threw out an olive branch. Hyaga Niji, are you interested in taking control of your own destiny with me? Humph. Niji snorted coldly, but still stretched out his hand and shook Naruto's hand. Then let me stand by your side and see how far you can go. Uzumaki Naruto, you have a pair of clearer eyes than mine. Don't let me down. The next days returned to the days of training, and training. But this time there were 2 more figures beside Naruto. Lock Lee, Hyaga Niji. Konoha School, Ninja Tool Shooting Range. A Konoha teacher was holding a white notebook, writing something down while saying, the content of the ninja tool test is shuriken. 10 shurikens hit 6 is considered qualified. The first one. Uchiha Sasuke. The black-haired boy with a red and white ping-pong ball pattern on his back walked up slowly with one hand in his pocket. He took out a shuriken from the ninja tool bag on his waist, threw it at the target without counting, and the shuriken flew all over the sky. There were exactly 10 shuriken. Is this considered a waiver? The boy with special patterns on both sides of his face and a puppy on his head said disdainfully. That's all. I'll see how powerful I am in a while. Inyazuka Kiba, the eldest son of the Inyazuka clan leader. Just like the cat grandmother of the ninja cat clan likes cats, the Inyazuka clan likes dogs very much. They are a clan that specializes in raising ninja dogs in Konoha. As soon as Kiba finished speaking, the shuriken flying in the air were spinning at high speed, colliding with each other in pairs and shooting at the target in the field at an incredible angle. Bang, bang, bang! All 10 shurikens were sunk into the bullseye in front of them without exception. All hit. Uchiha Sasuke scored full marks. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets coolly and walked out of the field without looking back. Humph, this is the shuriken technique that brother Itaka taught me. Although compared to his brother's collision of 5 shurikens, his own collision of 2 is still a long way behind. Ah! So handsome! As expected of Sasuke-kun. Really amazing! The screams of little girls rang out all around, and they all fell into a state of fangirling when they saw Sasuke's cool back. The full hit and the screams of the girls, which seemed like a slap in the face, made Kiba feel very embarrassed. Tisk, what's the big deal, it's just 10 shurikens at a time, it's just all hits, Kiba muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. His voice became smaller and smaller, and his confidence became less and less. Although he, Inyazuka Kiba, could also hit the bullseye, he could never do it as lightly as Sasuke, and 10 at a time. Fancy! A voice sounded beside Kiba. Seeing someone agree with him, Kiba instantly became energetic. Yeah, you think so too? As Kiba spoke, he turned around to see which hero had the same opinion. After seeing the appearance of the person, Kiba instantly got stuck. The person who spoke was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. You are talking. Hearing someone say that Sasuke is not good, Sasuke's supporters immediately wanted to retaliate, but when they saw that it was Naruto, they got stuck like Kiba. The group of little girls huddled together in front of Naruto, like a group of quails. Muttered softly as soon as Naruto left. That bully is here. Why don't the teachers care about him? Shush down, have you forgotten the last time he punched you and made you cry? He even hits girls, what a bad character. Damn it, even Sasuke was beaten by him. Naruto went straight to Hinata, and the two stood side by side. Because they were in front of everyone, Hinata shyly turned her head to the side and kept playing with the corner of her clothes. But to outsiders, it seemed that Naruto forced Hinata, and Hinata was forced. Look, look, I said that the eldest lady of the Hyuga family must have been coerced by him. That's right, you said Hinata is so quiet, how could she be with? Quiet in an instant. Just a faint look made all the girls silent. Although Naruto never caused trouble, and never took the initiative to conflict with anyone, he usually just exchanged a few glances at most. But when it came to sparring, he was extremely ruthless. Often, just one punch could make the opponent cry. Anyone who provoked him or said bad things, including Sasuke, was beaten and cried without exception. Humph! Sasuke snorted coldly. Being beaten and cried by Naruto has always been a shame for Sasuke. He would not miss any opportunity to discredit Naruto. Don't just talk big, you have the ability, you can do it. Thanks to Jideo for the 300 starting coins reward. Starting tomorrow, a short storyline will begin. I think everyone should know what it is at this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Girlish Shuriken, 1/2. Are you itching for a beating? Naruto raised his eyebrows and rolled up his sleeves. Sasuke looked like he was facing a great enemy. We speak with strength. My shuriken hit all the way, you are so powerful, then you go ahead. Wow, provocation. Naruto looked like he saw something strange, and looked Sasuke up and down with interest. Your IQ is getting better. Sasuke's face flushed red instantly. At this moment, he wanted to beat this guy up. If he could beat him. I can't beat him, and I can't win by scolding him. Hey, I'm so angry. Let the eldest young master of our Uchiha family open his eyes today. As he said that, Naruto took out a shuriken from his waist bag. Ninjas are assassins, hiding in the dark like poisonous snakes, and then waiting for an opportunity to move. With a strong throw, the shuriken flew out at lightning speed, like a cannonball. Not only did it hit the bullseye, but it also pierced the entire target directly, and the castration force did not decrease, piercing several large trees stopped only after they were deeply embedded in the stone wall. If you miss the target, run away thousands of miles away. He took out the second one slowly, followed by the third and fourth. The key is to kill with one strike. All these shurikens blew up the target without exception. The 10th one. With a bang, the 10th target was unable to withstand the impact of the shurikens and broke into pieces. No need for so many fancy things. This is not throwing shurikens, this is clearly throwing shells. The Konoha teacher who was responsible for recording the results had a big drop of sweat on his head. He looked at the target that had turned into powder and swallowed his saliva. If this hit a person, General Ninjutsu would not have this power, right? Naruto said seriously, this is the correct way to use shurikens. Correct hammer. Your sissy throwing method can't kill the enemy at all, at most it can hurt people. After saying that, he dragged Hinata away without looking back, without waiting for Sasuke to refute. Naruto's violent shuriken throwing method completely stunned these young brats. The attack method of throwing shuriken like a cannonball was simply unheard of. Everyone was immersed in shock, including Uchiha Sasuke, who had fallen into deep doubt about his own throwing method. It wasn't until little Sasuke was about to return home that he reacted. No, isn't shuriken used to hurt people? Who really expects shuriken to kill people? It's so funny, have you ever seen a strong ninja being stabbed to death by a shuriken or a kunai? The sun sets. The depressed little Sasuke returned to the Uchiha residence and soon came to his big house. I'm back. With a pouting mouth that could almost hang a soy sauce bottle, little Sasuke gently pushed open the door of his house. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a burst of laughter from the inner room. Sasuke recognized the voice of his father as soon as he heard it. As the father of Sasuke and Itachi, Fugaku usually had a stern face, never smiled and looked very serious. Since he could remember, Sasuke rarely heard his father laugh, especially in the past 2 years, he didn't even laugh. Could it be that my brother is back? Only when Itachi returned home after completing his mission, Sasuke could occasionally hear a few words of praise from his father. Brother, thinking that it was his brother who came back, little Sasuke happily ran to the door of the inner room and pulled it hard, but when he saw the situation in the inner room clearly, his brain suddenly crashed and he was stunned. It took several seconds for Sasuke's brain to return to normal. Sasuke pointed at Naruto, who was sitting in front of his father, and shouted, "Why are you in my house?" Sasuke. Before Naruto could speak, Fugaku glared at Sasuke with dissatisfaction and said seriously, "How can you yell at guests? Where are your manners?" But he is. Hi. Sasuke was usually afraid of Fugaku. He was instantly shrunken by Fugaku's glare. He quickly looked at his mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Usually, his mother would protect him in such a situation. Who would have thought that Uchiha Mikoto said, "Sasuke, Naruto is your classmate. How can you talk to him like this?" Even his mother, who always protected him, stood on the side of the bully this time. Sasuke felt very wronged and pouted and said to Naruto indignantly, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I was rude. It's okay. It's okay. You are a good child if you can correct your mistakes." Naruto continued to stimulate Sasuke's nerves with an attitude of "I am your elder, I won't bother with you," and was afraid that there would be chaos. Sasuke, well. Just when Sasuke was about to explode, Fugaku glared back at him. In the end, Sasuke, who lost all his support, could only hold back his tears and ran to his room without looking back. "Sorry to embarrass you. Fugaku said to Naruto with an apologetic look. It's okay, Uncle Yanyan. Naruto waved his hand to show that he didn't care. I am very optimistic about Sasuke. Sasuke is extremely talented and has a good nature. It can be seen that he has inherited all the advantages of Uncle Yanyan and Aunt Mikoto. His future will be limitless. No matter how Naruto really thinks of Sasuke, it is definitely right to praise him first. According to the original work, Sasuke's future is indeed limitless. In fact, Naruto does not hate Sasuke. Not only does he not hate him, he even thinks that he is quite kind. As for why he targets him, it is purely because he likes to tease him. Even if Sasuke was angry and disliked Naruto, Naruto still could not feel any malice towards him from him. Why was Naruto in Uchiha Sasuke's house? Time goes back to 3 months ago. That day, Sasuke provoked Naruto because of his stubbornness, and was punched by Naruto and cried. On the same day, he met Fugaku and Mikoto again. Naruto recognized Fugaku and Mikoto instantly. 3 years ago, Fugaku and Mikoto, who passed by, helped Naruto once. It was because of this time that Naruto had a great liking for Fugaku and Mikoto. Facing the disgusting villagers, Naruto almost couldn't help but run away. He almost fell into the trap set by an unknown person. At that time, Naruto had just practiced Kame Senryu not long ago, and his strength was far less powerful than it is now. If it weren't for the Fugaku couple's timely action to resolve the crisis, the consequences would be disastrous. Perhaps he would become the first Jinchuriki in history to defect at the age of 5? The Fugaku couple is the only a pair of people who helped Naruto. That help without any malice. Naruto has always remembered it in his heart. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This is Naruto's creed. Uzumaki Naruto will avenge his enemies and repay his kindness. Under Naruto's arrangement, Naruto helped the Konoha guard a lot by chance, again and again. After a few visits, Naruto became familiar with the Fugaku couple and had contacts with them. Thanks to book friend 202112241523122266 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to Yaehuang Zixing for the reward of 100 starting coins. This book is still in the new book period. If you like it, please give it a vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 No Hope, No Cure, Just Wait to Die, 2 halves. At first, Fugaku didn't dare to contact Naruto. The Uchiha clan's current position in Konoha is very embarrassing. Power that is neither high nor low. Cannot enter the upper echelons of Konoha, but have some small privileges. Because of the power of the Konoha Guard Department, the Uchiha has fallen out with many large and small families in Konoha. Because of the Ninetales incident, the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes was suspected and was squeezed out to the border outside the village. It is a situation where you can walk out of Konoha village in a few steps. The contradictions continue to intensify. It is almost to the point where everyone is calling for a fight. With Fugaku's eyes, how can he not see that someone is deliberately creating conflicts and deliberately provoking, and he has no way to solve the problem? People are just making trouble for the arrogant character of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's arrogant character is destined to become the target of public criticism. In addition, the most important fighting force in the clan, Uchiha Shisui, disappeared inexplicably a year ago. All signs indicate that he is very likely to have been killed, and it is most likely related to Konoha. The momentum of the pro-war faction in the clan is getting stronger and stronger. When an honest man is forced into a corner, he will kill in anger, let alone the arrogant Uchiha. Even the clan leader himself can't suppress the voices of rebellion in the clan. Internal and external troubles make Fugaku's spirit tense all the time, and this has been going on for 2 years. Finally, he figured it out and felt relieved. The situation of the Uchiha clan is already so bad, how bad can it get? Just let it go. One day at a time. His son Uchiha Itachi became an umbu, serving as a hub for communication between the Uchiha and Konoha's high-level officials. Drag. The voices of the pro-war faction in the clan are getting louder and louder. Suppress. Drag. Anyway, drag it out as long as you can. If you really can't suppress it, just break up and play together. Destroy it quickly, I'm tired. Whoever can lead this Uchiha can lead it, Fugaku has tried his best. After figuring everything out, Fugaku no longer stopped Naruto from interacting with him. Naruto's experience is actually very similar to that of Uchiha. When Konoha was first established, if there were no Uchiha, Konoha might not be the Konoha it is today. If there were no Naruto and the fourth generation, Konoha would have been destroyed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. They are all heroes of Konoha, but they have never enjoyed the treatment of heroes, except suspicion. Because they are facing a group of ungrateful villains. Both were excluded by the village, feared by the upper echelons, and even wanted to control them. Fugaku let go, and Mikoto naturally didn't need to say anything. Mikoto actually felt sorry for Naruto for the fact that the child of her former best friend ended up like this, but her Yamato Natsuhiko character was destined not to tell her husband about this, let alone cause trouble for her husband. Now that there is this opportunity to take care of Naruto, naturally he will not let it go. Do you want to help Fugaku and the others? The voice of the fourth generation sounded in Naruto's heart. During this period of time, the fourth generation also more or less understood Naruto's character. Naruto never does useless work. He would never come to the Uchiha clan without a purpose. Naturally, Naruto did not hide his thoughts. Naruto did want to save the Uchiha, or more accurately, to save the Fugaku couple, if he could save a Uchiha along the way. The main reason is that the Uchiha are not united now, and it is unrealistic to save them all. If things go wrong, the Uchiha will think that you, Naruto, are preventing them from launching a coup to seize power. Others may not think so, but the Uchiha may. Why? It's a way to repay a favor, or I really can't stand the behavior of some people. Konoha's behavior of forcing its own people to death and the blood mist policy of the Mist Village can be called the two great operations in the ninja world that ruin themselves. In the original novel, Konoha was really lucky that the Kumo ninja didn't take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble after the Uchiha clan genocide. In the situation at that time, could Konoha stop the Kumo ninja from invading? Was it the old third Hokage or the Shimura Danzo who sealed a bridge? Or the two Konoha consultants who only knew how to say yes, yes, yes? Or the group of Konoha Jonins who had not yet fully grown up? Could they stop it? No. In the second year of the Nine Tails incident, the Hyuga Hisashi incident had already exposed the fact that Konoha was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Regardless of ZZ factors or other factors, the head of the big clan in his own village was almost handed over. What does this mean? It's a pity that the Raikage has a muscle brain. He seems to be wise but foolish, but he is actually a reckless man with just that kind of IQ. Otherwise, taking advantage of the fact that the Uchiha clan exterminated Konoha, Konoha's strength was greatly reduced, and they joined forces with the Sand Ninja to destroy Konoha, and they had everything they wanted. Fourth generation, if you were still alive, the situation of Uchiha would not be as bad as it is now. Well, I had already discussed it with Fugaku a month ago, dividing the power of the Konoha Guard Department, and the Uchiha clan leader officially joined the Konoha clan leader meeting. Unfortunately, before it was officially implemented, the fourth generation is not a disciple of the second generation Hokage, nor has he been brainwashed by the second generation Hokage to be extremely afraid of Uchiha. In his philosophy, there is no rule that if a ninja war is lost, the Uchiha must die. Uniting one's compatriots is the true truth. In this situation, can you help them, Naruto? The fourth generation asked. If he could, he also hoped that Naruto could help his old friend. At least as a member of Konoha, the Uchiha should not be treated like this. There is no hope, no cure, wait to die. Naruto blurted out without thinking. Oh! I thought Naruto could say something, but who would have thought Naruto would say this? How could it be? There are only two options for Uchiha now. Either compromise with Konoha or launch a coup. We can't beat Konoha by fighting. Launching a coup will only lead to our death. The Uchiha clan has a unique blood limit Sharingan. As long as the 3 Magatama Sharingan is opened, it can rival the Konoha Jonin. Isn't it amazing? The question is, how many 3 Magatama are there in the Uchiha clan? Not everyone in the Uchiha clan has opened their eyes. Sharingan is much harder to open than the Byakugan. There are many people in the Uchiha clan who have not opened their eyes and have no ninja talent. No matter how strong the 3 Magatama is, how many Jonin can one 3 Magatama beat? Are 10 Jonin enough for you? I'll beat you to death. Using the power of one clan against a village? The last Kagaya clan that did this, Kagaya Kimimaro, was the only one left in the clan. Unless there is a strong man like Uchiha Madara, it is just a foolish dream. The second way is to compromise with Konoha, which is also a dead end. The Konoha high-level officials are determined to force the Uchiha to death. You go to compromise with the enemy who wants to kill you? Maybe you can really live a little longer, but the final outcome is still a dead end. It is too difficult for the Uchiha to break the deadlock. The 4th generation side, can we just watch and do nothing? 4th generation. Naruto suddenly spoke, looking at the 4th generation with a strange face, and said, I don't believe you didn't think of it. How can the 4th generation who can become Hokage be a mediocre person? Especially before his death, he had already seen the problems of the Uchiha clan. If he really implemented the plan that the 4th generation and Fugaku had discussed at the beginning, he might really be able to resolve the crisis of the Uchiha clan. If he can do this, how could he be surprised when Naruto says something here, playing a silly game of supporting roles? Isn't it because I want you to feel more accomplished? Under Naruto's contemptuous gaze, the 4th Hokage touched his nose awkwardly and couldn't help asking, Naruto, are you really only 8 years old? I'm 9 this year. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Uchiha's Late Night Visitor, 1/2. In addition to the above 2 ways, the third way. Leave Konoha. Indeed, fighting, can't beat, provoke, can't afford to provoke, surrender can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Then can't we run? If the Uchiha clan is determined to escape with the whole clan, it is not a problem to break through the barrier of Konoha based on the geographical location of the Uchiha clan. Those Uchiha civilians may not be able to run far, but there will always be 1 or 2 Uchiha clan members at the 3 Magatama level who can survive. As long as they live their lives in anonymity, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan can continue, and maybe they will become the largest clan in the ninja world again. Unfortunately, there are also rules for leaving Konoha. If they defect directly, with the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, how can they let them escape like stray dogs? It would be better to kill them directly. The Uchiha clan usually act like they are so arrogant, but in fact they are the same as the warlike fools of the Hyuga clan in the Mist Village. They are all a group of smart people who can't see themselves clearly. For the so-called honor and pitiful self-esteem, they will never retreat. Where does the honor of the ninja come from? They are not samurai. The 4th generation saw the nature of the Uchiha clan, so he had already made a follow-up plan with Fugaku. But before it was officially implemented, he died because of the Ninetales incident. The 4th generation is gone, Fugaku is confused, and the Konoha high level collectively suppresses him. The current embarrassing situation of the Uchiha clan has been formed. If there were no special circumstances, the fate of the Uchiha clan would have been doomed. Either they could break it with force, and the 3 Magatama of the Uchiha clan would collectively mutate and turn into a group of Mangekyo. A group of Mangekyo driving a Gundam could indeed defeat Konoha. But the possibility of this is almost zero. Or they could only cut off their arms. Give up some, transfer some. Give up some of the unwise people who can't see the situation clearly, and retain the living force. It sounds the same as running away with the whole clan, but it's different. One initiative is in Konoha, and the other initiative is in Uchiha. Naruto's words were very logical, and the fourth Hokage also agreed with his point of view. This was indeed the only feasible way, so he asked, "Then Naruto, do you have any way to transfer that part? How can I have a way? Naruto hasn't learned teleportation from Kakarot yet. Besides, Kakarot couldn't teleport when he was training on King Kai's planet. It's unrealistic to let Naruto fight now, but it's impossible to let him take people to escape. He can't blow up Konoha with Kamehameha. Although he has thought about it, he feels that simply blowing up Konoha is not enough. The fourth generation has an expression of you teasing me. You can't say shit if you don't have a way. I don't have a way, but the fourth generation has it. The fourth generation of Hokage has the fastest power in the ninja world and can travel freely through space, flying Thunder God technique." The fourth generation's eyes dimmed when he heard it, and he shook his head decisively. "Me? Impossible, I'm just a dead man now." "Yes, but this doesn't prevent you from using Flying Thunder God." The fourth generation was stunned. "Do you want to learn Flying Thunder God?" "I want to learn this technique." Naruto nodded first, not hiding his desire for the Flying Thunder God technique, and then shook his head, "But not now. There is not enough time to learn Flying Thunder God now." "Then, I have a way, which is theoretically feasible. It depends on whether you are willing to do it." Fourth generation. The fourth generation's heart sank slightly, and he murmured, "What method?" Naruto lowered his voice very low, causing the curious Ninetales behind the sealed gate to prick up his ears and listen carefully. Only 3 words could be vaguely heard. Chi, chakra, shadow clone. In fact, the principle is very simple. Simply put, it is to combine chi and chakra. Naruto splits out a shadow clone, and the fourth generation integrates part of his own chakra into Naruto's shadow clone for remote control. The thinking of the shadow clone is a projection of its own consciousness. It is just a ball of chakra. The fourth generation integrates his own chakra into Naruto's shadow clone. In theory, Naruto the fourth generation can control it if people don't fight for control. After listening to it, the fourth generation pondered and analyzed it for a while. It is indeed feasible in theory. This method seems similar to puppetry. It's just that there is no remote control of chakra lines. The only disadvantage is that it can't be too far away from Naruto's body. On a dark and windy night, it's the right time to sneak in. Uchiha clan land. Fugaku sat cross-legged in the study, drinking bitter tea by himself. The situation of the Uchiha clan is getting more and more difficult. Just today, the clan was against the Uchiha clan. The future of the clan was discussed fiercely again. The pro-war faction has gradually gained the upper hand. This time, the voice was surprisingly high, almost covering 70% of the clan members, and even the clan leader himself could not suppress it. It is said that after the clan gathering, the pro-war clan members had another small gathering. The content of it is unknown. It seems that the clan members' resentment towards Konoha has reached a critical point. The bad things are not just that. As the link between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials, his eldest son seems to have concealed a lot of things from him recently. It is understandable that the child has his own ideas when he grows up. Just when Fugaku was secretly sad, a familiar faint fragrance drifted into Fugaku's nose, a warm body pressed against his back, and when Yu's fingers gently pressed on Fugaku's temple and rubbed it gently. "Thank you for your hard work, Mikoto." Fugaku gently held Mikoto's right hand, with a rare tenderness in his eyes. Uchiha Mikoto just shook her head gently, looking at her husband's temples that were gradually turning white due to years of worry, and suddenly said, "Fugaku, why don't we leave Konoha?" Since taking over the position of the head of the Uchiha clan, the smile has gradually disappeared from Fugaku's face, and it has almost disappeared in recent years. The increasingly solemn atmosphere in the clan and the exclusion of the Konoha villagers can be clearly felt by even her, a housewife who doesn't care about the world. Her husband is under unimaginable pressure. Women's opinions. Fugaku smiled bitterly and shook his head, Leave? Where can we go? Can we leave? Konoha will not let the Uchiha clan leave. Most of the clan members will not agree to leave Konoha. I am the clan leader, and there are things I have to do. Fugaku felt a strange breath in the air around him as soon as he finished speaking. He was slightly shaken, his eyes were slightly fixed, and he said in a deep voice, "Who?" Following Fugaku's gaze, there were two hooded strangers standing in front of the windowsill that was originally empty. "There is an intruder in the house? Sir, what is the purpose of your visit late at night?" Fugaku suddenly straightened up, looking at the newcomer with a serious expression, a flash of red in his eyes, and three black megatama spinning wildly in his eyes. Being able to bypass the patrolling guards and hide from my perception, his strength must be good. Judging from his attire, he is neither an Umbu nor a root, and I don't know if he is an enemy or a friend. Ding Uchiha Mikato's fingertips revealed a hint of coldness, reflecting the metallic luster under the moonlight. Mikato was also a ninja before marrying Fugaku. She was a classmate of the 4th generation and Kushina. Even if she has become a housewife now, she cannot hide her nature as a master of ninja tools. "I'm sorry for trespassing without permission," the tall figure said apologetically, slowly taking off the hood on his head. After seeing the appearance of the newcomer, both Mikato and Fugaku widened their eyes. Fugaku, Mikato. Long time no see. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Target, Whirlpool Country, 2 halves. The late-night visitor turned out to be the 4th generation who was supposed to be dead? Fugaku would never believe this. The red in Fugaku's eyes was a big victory, and the megatama in his eyes was spinning at an even faster speed, almost merging into one. His deep voice was filled with a hint of anger. The 4th generation died because of sealing the 9 tails. I saw his body buried underground with my own eyes. That body cannot be fake. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the 4th generation? If the 4th generation's answer is not satisfactory to him, he will definitely launch an attack. Fugaku, the 4th generation, had a bitter smile on his face, scratched his chin awkwardly, and spread his hands forward. "This is a bit troublesome to explain. I am indeed dead." This sentence surprised Fugaku. "But my soul has not completely gone to the Pure Land. A part of it stayed in Naruto's body. Then I became like this now." The 4th Hokage made a long story short and explained his current situation in a few words. "Soul." Fugaku's face became more solemn when he heard this. "You said you are a soul now. The theory of soul is a recognized secret in the ninja world. Because of the forbidden techniques of impure world reincarnation and soul transformation, everyone believes in the existence of souls. But it is unheard of to say that someone's soul ran out of the Pure Land by itself." Then Fugaku looked at the small figure, and Naruto. "Uncle Yansu, I am very sorry to come here so late at night," Naruto said slowly while taking off the hood on his head. "Some things can't be said in the daytime." "It's really Naruto?" Fugaku and Mikato looked at each other, and each other's eyes were full of shock. At this moment, the two had countless questions in their hearts. Maybe the 4th Hokage's aura is very strange and different from when the two knew each other, but Naruto is indeed that Naruto. What happened? Fugaku sat back down, looked at the 4th and Naruto and said in a deep voice, and raised his chin slightly to Mikato, indicating that she should close the doors and windows to prevent third people from eavesdropping. The story starts from the night of the 9 tails. The unique voice of the 4th sounded, and Fugaku's thoughts returned to the thrilling night a few years ago during his narration. The advent of the 9 tails, the obstruction of the roots, and the death of the 4th. Since that night, everything has changed. "You mean, a masked man attacked you that night?" After listening to the 4th's story, Fugaku's already solemn expression became more solemn, and his frowning brows could almost pinch a fly to death. "The Sharingan of that masked man is the culprit who controls the 9 tails. The 4th, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of him. On the night of the 9 tails, there was another masked man with Sharingan, and it was he who controlled the 9 tails. These shocks one after another have made him not know what to say. It wasn't until the 4th Hokage talked about how he sealed part of his soul into Naruto's body that Fugaku recovered. So this is the truth of the 9 tails night. Because a masked man, an Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly appeared. The Uchiha who are wandering outside should not exist. Since that night, I have looked through the information of all the Uchiha people since they joined Konoha. The information of all the Uchiha people is recorded. There are no Uchiha wandering outside at all. Huh? Mangekyo. Could it be? As soon as the voice fell, Fugaku was shocked and suddenly thought of a possibility, a terrible possibility. There is a person, an Uchiha who is not recorded. That is also the only Uchiha who has the greatest malice towards Uchiha and Konoha. Fugaku was shocked and slowly uttered a name from his mouth. Uchiha Madara. Or the descendant of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is the ancestor of the current Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Madara returned from the ninja world, he said that he would lead his clan members to leave Konoha. Unexpectedly, none of the clan members who were already content with the status quo were willing to follow Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who was betrayed by his clan members, finally fought a great battle with the first-generation Hokage in the Valley of the End, and the first generation won and Uchiha Madara was defeated. Uchiha Madara did die in the battle with the first generation in the Valley of the End, but who knows if he has any bloodline left outside. If Uchiha Madara really has bloodline left outside, it is very likely that he is the masked man who fought with the 4th generation. If the masked man is really the descendant of Uchiha Madara, then he will definitely continue to target Uchiha and Konoha. Revenge for his father and eliminate the betrayed clan members. It seems that everything can be explained. A descendant of Uchiha Madara. The 4th generation muttered to himself, chewing on the name over and over again. The 4th generation grew up listening to the stories of the 1st generation. Uchiha Madara often appeared as the most evil villain in the stories, so he was naturally familiar with the name of Uchiha Madara. Did he actually fight against the descendants of such a legendary person? The Fugaku couple and the 4th generation all looked solemn. Except Naruto, who looked strange. He knew the true identity of the masked man. Although the speculations of several people made sense logically, they were just speculations. Madara was also an old man when he died in his 90s. Where did the descendants come from? As the successor of Madara's will too, can barely be considered as Madara's descendant? Probably. No matter who it is, his identity is not the most important thing now. Seeing that the direction of several people was getting more and more crooked, Naruto couldn't help but remind them. They didn't come here to discuss the identity of the masked man. According to the current situation, there is not much time left for Uchiha. Yes, Naruto is right. The 4th generation said and turned his eyes to Uchiha Fugaku again. Fugaku, my purpose of coming here is to help Uchiha. The situation of Uchiha is very bad now. It would be great if I were alive, but I am a dead man now. Fugaku, do you Uchiha want to leave Konoha? Do Uchiha want to leave Konoha? Leave Konoha? If possible, of course. The whole family was rejected and targeted by Konoha. Not everyone can bear this feeling. If someone else said it to him, Fugaku would probably reply with stupid or womanly as before. But the 4th Hokage can really do it. He can get Uchiha out of Konoha. Using the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. The time-space ninjutsu can cross the barrier, cross the border of Konoha, and reach the destination directly. So where can Uchiha go? The land of water? The land of earth? The land of thunder or the land of wind? Since the question of how to leave has been solved, the next question will follow. Where is the destination? Where can Uchiha go? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is famous for being in short supply in the black market. It can instantly raise an ordinary person to the combat power of a Jonin. Even with various side effects, its value is still high. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Naruto stretched out a finger and shook it, neither, it's the land of whirlpools. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Danzo, I am the Hokage, 1/2. The entire ninja world is composed of 5 major countries and many small countries. Apart from the Land of Fire where Konoha is located, there are 4 major countries, the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, the Land of Thunder, and the Land of Water. As the defeated country in the Third World War, the Land of Wind was forced to sign an alliance agreement with Konoha. Under such an unequal treaty, its own development was greatly restricted. The implementation of the so-called elite policy actually faces a situation where even the ninjas of the country cannot survive. Under such circumstances, not to mention the Uchiha clan, they can't even protect themselves. In addition, the current 4th Kazekage is extremely jealous of talents, and even the geniuses of his own ninja village can be sold. Don't expect Uchiha to have a good end if he joins them. Maybe they will be sold to Konoha. The Land of Wind and the Village of Sand are not considered. Because of the blood mist policy implemented in the Water Country, the Kirigakure village has almost slaughtered all its own bloodline limit families, not to mention the outsiders. The Kirigakure village in the Water Country is not considered. As for the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, they can be considered, that is, they do not exclude bloodline limit families, but welcome them very much, especially the Cloud village in the Land of Lightning, which can do anything to obtain bloodline limit. It's just that these 2 places are too far away from Konoha. Secondly, who can guarantee that the other party will definitely choose to accept Uchiha instead of peeping at Uchiha's bloodline? This practice of handing your own destiny to others is really unwise. It's better to find another way. As for why not choose other small countries? First of all, the Iron Country is a permanent neutral country, which is the foundation of the Iron Country. They will not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world. The Uchiha clan joining the Iron Country is equivalent to actively intervening in the dispute, and they will never allow it. The Rain Country and the Field Country will not be explained. On the one hand, small countries such as the Land of Grass, the Land of Birds, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Water Trap have their own ninja villages, but they are too numerous and can barely protect themselves, let alone guarantee the safety of the Uchiha clan, and they do not consider it. The Land of Whirlpools is different. The Uzumaki clan that once lived there was destroyed by the Hidden Mist village, and the country was once occupied by the Mist Ninjas and became a vassal of the Mist Ninjas. However, the Mist Ninjas are constantly in turmoil due to the policies in the Blood Mist, and they can't even manage themselves, let alone manage the Land of Whirlpools. The current Land of Whirlpools is in a semi-abandoned state. It is a place with no daimyo, no political power, and no ninja village. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. This is the best place for the Uchiha clan to develop. No one would have thought that the Uchiha clan would go to the Land of Whirlpools, hiding under the nose of Konoha. Of course, in addition to the Land of Whirlpools, there are also the Land of Snow and the Land of Waves to choose from. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Fugaku felt that the plan was feasible. When asked how to develop in the Land of Whirlpools, Naruto only used 16 words as a summary. Preserve strength, lie dormant, wait for the opportunity, and make a comeback. Or you can say build high walls, store up food, and slowly claim the throne. As expected of the 4th generation, he actually taught his son so well. He is better than Itachi in looking at things and analyzing problems. After hearing Naruto's summary, Fugaku couldn't help but admire in his heart. Obviously, Fugaku attributed Naruto's excellent performance to the teachings of the 4th generation. Of course, if Naruto knew that Fugaku compared him with Itachi, he would definitely be very dissatisfied. Naruto doesn't like Uchiha Itachi, both now and in the future. This migration is destined to abandon some of the clan members. Although I am extremely reluctant, there is nothing I can do about it. As for the specific list, just leave it to Fugaku alone. As the clan leader, you should know the character of the clan members. Serious uncle. Before leaving, Naruto looked at Fugaku and said solemnly, "Confirm the list and time as soon as possible, so as not to make trouble. This matter can only be done by someone you can trust. Naruto will help Uchiha." In addition to the so-called gratitude and dislike, there are also some reasons of his own. The current Konoha is Naruto's enemy, and the current Konoha is also the enemy of Uchiha. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. It is reasonable for Naruto to help Uchiha for any purpose. Of course, I will choose the Whirlpool country. In addition to the above factors, there are also some reasons. Everything goes well, 4th generation. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Naruto and the 4th generation soon came to the depths of the Konoha forest. The 4th generation nodded and said with some emotion, "I thought it would take some time to talk, but I didn't expect Fugaku to believe what we said so easily. He wouldn't be so unvigilant in normal times. It seems that he really has no other choice. Just like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, even if he knows it is fake, he will hold on tightly. This is his only chance." Although what Naruto and the 4th generation said are true, it is sad that the former number 1 family in Konoha has become so destitute. With a bang, the 4th generation in front of Naruto turned into a ball of white smoke, and the chakra returned to Naruto's body. The 4th generation in front of Fugaku is Naruto's clone, controlled by the real 4th generation in Naruto's body, and his image is transformed by the reverse harem technique. The kind with a handsome beauty effect. That's why Fugaku felt a little strange, whether it was the breath or the chakra. It's just that the reverse harem technique is much more advanced than the general transformation technique. Even Kaguya will be tricked, and ordinary people can't recognize it at all. The Hokage building in Konoha, the Hokage's office. The door of the office was pushed open with force, and Danzo, leaning on a cane, rushed in angrily. "Sarutobi, I need an explanation. There are only 2 things that can make Shimura Danzo so excited, one involves the Hokage, and the other involves the Uchiha. If it's not the former, then it's the latter." Danzo. The 3rd generation signaled the hidden Umbu to leave, and whoosh whoosh whoosh, several black shadows rushed out of the door. They disappeared quickly, and before leaving, they did not forget to close the door that Danzo pushed open. Uchiha has been in contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki quite frequently recently. Danzo said angrily, "You know it, right? Sarutobi. Why don't you stop them? Be patient, Danzo." Of course the 3rd generation knew about this. He had read Naruto's diary, which clearly wrote the cause and effect. Why did Naruto have a good impression of the Fugaku couple? Isn't it your fault that Shimura Danzo did it? You know, Naruto has grown up now. You can't treat him the same way as before. He needs love. The current Ninetales Jinchuriki can't use the power of the Ninetales yet. Danzo said to himself, getting more and more excited, and the cane in his hand almost flew up. That evil clan must not continue to contact the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Once they are allowed to master the power of the Ninetales, the consequences will be disastrous. According to the report of the school teacher, the child has a good talent for physical skills. I think we can let Kai be his Jonin instructor in the future. The 3rd generation did not answer Danzo, but talked about another thing. "Sarutobi. I'm talking to you." After hearing the Sanday's answer, Danzo became even more excited. Uchiha is contacting the Ninetales Jinchuriki. This is very dangerous. Have you forgotten what happened 9 years ago? Once the Ninetales is released, there will be no second 4th Tales here. It would be better if he didn't mention the 4th Tales. Shimura Danzo. The Sanday's voice suddenly rose, which scared Danzo. The Sanday usually only called him Danzo, and calling him by his full name only meant that the Sanday was really angry. Facing the look in the Sanday's eyes, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. "About that night, there are some things I need you to explain to me." End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Everything I did was for Konoha, 2 halves. What happened that night? The Sanday sat upright and looked at Danzo, with a complicated expression, and his slightly turbid eyes seemed to contain something inexplicable. Danzo knew that the third generation must have some evidence that he didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. Could it be that? It's impossible. No one else knows about that except me. Sarutobi, what do you want to ask? Danzo is Danzo after all. He is very tough. Even if dozens of things he did in the past flashed through his mind, he still said without blushing or beating his heart, the Uchiha clan must have done it, but no substantial evidence has been found. No matter what the third generation knows, let's put the blame on Uchiha first. Whether it is really related to Uchiha is debatable. The third generation neither confirmed nor denied, but looked at Danzo with burning eyes. Someone saw you contacting a masked man before that night. What explanation do you want to give for this? It was this masked man who killed his wife Biwako, and it was this masked man who attacked Kushina when she was giving birth. And released the Nine Tails, the real culprit of the Nine Tails incident. Before the Nine Tails incident, Shimura Danzo had actually seen this culprit. What it means is self-evident. This is what the third Hokage is most angry about. Danzo has simply challenged his bottom line again and again. For the position of Hokage, Danzo even wanted to assassinate the third Hokage who had returned to the throne, not to mention the fourth Hokage. If it is said that someone really colluded with people outside the village in the Nine Tails incident, in the entire Konoha, only Danzo could do it. Get rid of the fourth Hokage and put the blame on Uchiha. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Then he will make a strong debut as the fifth Hokage. Who would have thought that after the fourth Hokage died, the third Hokage would return to the throne and regain the power of Hokage? What explanation do you want to make for this? What explanation do you want to make? What explanation? Explanation. This question was like a thunder, echoing in Danzo's mind. Oops! This matter was really discovered by Sarutobi. Danzo was shocked and angry, but with his cunning, he remained calm even though his heart was in turmoil. He never thought it was really this. Before the night of the Nine-Tailed Fox, he did meet the masked man involved in the Nine-Tailed Fox incident. Otherwise, how could he deploy root ninjas in the Uchiha clan in advance? What masked man? I don't know. I can't admit it. I can't admit it. I must not admit it. Based on my understanding of Sarutobi, if he really had substantial evidence, Sarutobi would not tell me this here but would do it directly. He is deceiving me. He is deceiving me. As long as I don't admit it, he can't do anything to me. Danzo kept cheering himself up in his heart. This is a psychological game. Whoever reveals a flaw will lose. Danzo is as thick-skinned as the corner of a city wall. Even if you throw evidence in his face, he will not admit it. Last year, Uchiha Shisui's death. You were involved, right? The third generation did not see Danzo's flaws, nor did he continue to dwell on this issue, but threw out another question. He said it in a questioning tone, but used an affirmative tone. His body lost his eyes. The autopsy report said that they were dug out by someone. You also participated in Orochimaru's experiment. And the first generation of cell fusion. Danzo. Is there something you didn't report to me? How many things are you hiding from me? The third generation looked at Danzo with a serious face, and warned Danzo with an unprecedented solemn tone. Danzo, you have reached too far in some things, so stop it. Humph, there is no need to explain what I have done. Danzo said calmly, but the slight trembling of his fingers betrayed him. At this moment, he was really panicked. If he had just guessed, now he was sure that Sarutobi had some evidence. Any one of these proofs, taken alone, would be enough to sentence him to death. Everything I did was for Konoha. Danzo didn't react. He said that, which was equivalent to admitting that everything was related to him. The third generation had only said it verbally so far, without any substantial evidence. It was just that what he said was too true, so Danzo believed it. This time, Danzo lost the game in his heart. The conversation between the two ended unhappily. The third generation didn't punish Danzo in the end. After all, although Danzo's methods were despicable, they were also for the good of Konoha. At least that's what the third generation thought. Konoha needs darkness. Damn Sarutobi, you actually suspected that I was colluding with outsiders. The point is not really colluding with outsiders, but that the third generation suspected him. Although this is true, it is wrong for the third generation to suspect him. Danzo's face has been gloomy since he came out of the Hokage building, and his only remaining single eye showed a gloomy and vicious look, and a trace of greed when he looked at the Uchiha position. In Danzo's dictionary, only dead Uchiha are good Uchiha. For example, Uchiha Shisui, whose eyes were gouged out by Danzo. One's own plan must be implemented as soon as possible, and the affairs of the Uchiha clan must be carried out as soon as possible. It cannot be delayed any longer. We must seize the power of the Uchiha in the first generation as soon as possible. Then Sarutobi. Humph, nothing to be afraid of. After Danzo left, the third generation sucked on his pipe alone, and sat on the seat like a deflated ball. His face instantly aged a lot. Mr. Hattori, you are right. The things that happened back then and the things about Shisui are indeed related to Elder Danzo. As the third generation's voice fell, a figure slowly walked out of the shadows. It was a middle-aged man wearing a light blue kimono with a stern face. In addition to Danzo and the third generation, there was actually a third person in the Hokage's office. With Danzo's strength, he didn't even notice it. Hokage-sama. The man called Mr. Hattori raised his glasses and reminded softly, now that things have come to this, you don't need to be sad. The most urgent task is to solve the Uchiha clan's affairs as soon as possible. We can't delay it any longer. The third generation was able to trick Danzo because this man called Hattori gave him advice. Notify the Umbu to call Itaki over. I have something to say to him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hattori said respectfully. Soon, under the notice of the Umbu, Itaki, dressed in black Umbu clothes, came to the door of the Hokage's office to wait for orders. When Hattori and Itaki passed by, Itaki frowned slightly and couldn't help but look at him more. This man gave him a strange yet familiar feeling. I always felt that I had seen him somewhere. Such a thought flashed through Itaki's mind, and he pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. Hattori walked out of the Hokage building, across the bustling and lively market, until there was no one in the corner. Took off his glasses, revealing the vertical animal pupils in his eyes, and then with a bang, he turned into a ball of white smoke. It turned out that he was just a shadow clone. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. The night of extermination began, 1/2. At night, the moon hung on the branches. Itaki, who was full of worries, returned to his home and said to his father who was drinking tea, "Father, have you been too close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki recently? Are you talking about Naruto? He is a good boy." He put down the teacup in his hand and praised softly. If it weren't for Naruto, he would still be worried about the future of the Uchiha clan. "Father, are you too close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Seeing that his father didn't care, Itaki emphasized his tone again. "How dare you?" Fugaku shouted in a low voice, looking at his eldest son and said in a deep voice, "What identity are you talking to me in? Son? Or Konoha Umbu? Are you warning me? Warning me as a father? Or warning me as the head of the Uchiha clan? Itaki, remember your identity, you are Uchiha Itaki." It's no wonder that Fugaku got so angry. From his perspective, Itaki did cross the line. But from Konoha's perspective, there is nothing wrong with what Itaki said. Itaki took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I'm rude." Has the situation reached such a critical moment? Has Konoha been unable to bear it? For the last hope of Uchiha, for Sasuke. We must speed up the progress. Fugaku thought so, and Itaki thought of another level. Thinking about his father's recent performance, he seemed not as serious as before, and his sad face was also relaxed a lot. Thinking about the fact that he had made friends with Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi realized. Has Uchiha been unable to bear it? Want to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, control the Nine-Tails? Control the Nine-Tails to launch a coup. Many people will definitely die in this way. I must speed up the progress. The two people stand at different angles, and the results of looking at the problem are also different. The two fathers and sons who had a ghost in their cross-server chat ended the conversation hastily. Undercurrents surged in all parties, and an invisible shadow enveloped the entire Konoha village. Time passed day by day. Whether it was Uchiha or Konoha, everyone was waiting for something. This situation continued until the voices of the war faction completely overwhelmed Fugaku, the clan leader. Yes, the Uchiha clan, who could no longer tolerate Konoha, planned to launch a coup. At the same time, Konoha, which received the news, also planned to attack the Uchiha clan in the near future. Itachi, your clan members are going to launch a coup. In front of Uchiha Itachi, a man wearing a black robe and an orange mask with black stripes said, "Those ignorant and arrogant fools don't know that such a choice will only send them to the grave. It was like this before, and it is like this now. They are all a group of short-sighted people without foresight. This is the masked man in the Nine-Tails incident. He had approached Itachi a long time ago. The two of them hit it off, planning to carry out the Uchiha clan extermination plan." Itachi quietly listened to the masked man's evaluation of the Uchiha, which seemed to be venting, while quietly wiping the samurai sword in his hand. "When are you going to do it?" The masked man seemed to have vented enough and returned to his previous calm appearance, as agreed, "I will help you." Hearing the masked man's words, Itachi stopped his hand. "Tonight, Sasuke will go to the Konoha training ground tonight to practice, and will be back later than usual. You are such a gentle and good brother, can't bear to let him see you slaughtering the clan members with his own eyes." The masked man said playfully, "Anyway, he will know after tonight." Itachi denied it flatly, "My purpose is for his Sharingan. You said that only the blood of brothers can activate the power of the eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan. I am very much looking forward to that power." "Really? That kind of power will make you deeply intoxicated. You will like it." The masked man did not comment, did not delve into this issue, but just looked at Itachi deeply. "Anyway, after tonight, the Uchiha clan will become history, and there will only be 3 Uchiha clan members left in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. On the other side, the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, are you ready?" The 4th Hokage said to Fugaku, "The teleportation barrier of Flying Thunder God is ready, and the Whirlpool country has been arranged, and we can go there at any time. Tonight." Fugaku sighed, looking at his big house with a little sadness and reluctance. "I can no longer suppress the pro-war clansmen, and Konoha is also planning to take action against the Uchiha clan. There is no possibility of reconciliation. Naruto and I will stay to help you tonight." "Naruto?" Fugaku frowned slightly when he heard Naruto and said, "Is it too dangerous for Naruto to stay? What if something unexpected happens?" The 4th Hokage shook his head gently after hearing this. "Don't worry, the power this child possesses is beyond your imagination. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night." Konoha, the masked man, and the Uchiha all chose this day. The quiet streets are desolate and cold. Under the dim yellow street lights, mosquitoes are flying. A blood-red full moon hangs in the sky. The enchanting blood color. Just like the night of the 9 tails. Fugaku looked up at the sky, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart for no reason. It seemed that something was going to happen. "Let's go, everyone." Fugaku took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Under Fugaku's secret leadership, the Uchiha clan members stepped into the teleportation array of the Flying Thunder God. With the flashing of the Flying Thunder God rune, their figures disappeared in the silent night sky. There were 120 people in total. Compared with the Uchiha clan, which had nearly 1,000 people, the number was not large, but compared with the small clan, which had only a dozen people, it was not small. This was all that Fugaku could summon and all that he could trust. They left first as the vanguard of the Uchiha clan. The situation between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly tense, and no one knew when the war would start. If something unexpected happened, the 120 clan members were the last hope of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was relieved until he saw the last clan member step into the Flying Thunder God formation and disappear. Now, apart from the war faction and civilians in the clan, only the Fugaku family had not left. I will try to persuade the remaining clan members. If possible, I will need to trouble you again in a few days. Fugaku did not plan to leave now. After all, he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If possible, he would like to try to persuade other clan members. After all, they were all Uchiha clans. Even if he had to cut off his arm, he could not completely ignore it. That's hundreds of clan members, hundreds of lives. Don't worry, Fugaku. Leave everything to me. Just as the fourth Hokage finished speaking, something strange happened. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 The Night of Clan Extermination, 2 halves. On the observation deck of the Uchiha clan, the masked man and Uchiha Itachi stood shoulder to shoulder, looking down at the peaceful and tranquil settlement below. Behind them, 3 Uchiha ninjas fell in a pool of blood, their lives unknown. 3 Uchiha. 2 double Megatama, 1 3 Megatama. Is the Uchiha clan's night watch lineup so extravagant? The masked man said, his tone was neither happy nor sad, and no emotion could be heard. It was as if he was telling a trivial matter. The 2 were unscathed, and even no traces of fighting could be seen. Whether it was double Megatama or 3 Megatama, it was the same in front of them. The 2 were much stronger than the average clansman. They were not in the same dimension at all. Let's go. Itachi said very coldly, slowly pulling out the samurai sword behind him. Time is running out, don't waste it. Let them die in their sleep. It's really a bargain for them. The masked man said, looking at the houses below, and a trace of hatred appeared in the single eye under the mask. This hatred came and went quickly, so fast that Itachi, who was immersed in his own world, didn't notice it. Boom, boom, boom! The unique alarm of the Uchiha clan sounded behind the 2. The 2 were shocked and turned around quickly. An Uchiha clan member who had fallen in a pool of blood stood up and sounded the alarm. Itachi. The masked man turned and looked at Uchiha Itachi, with a trace of anger in his eyes. The masked man thought Itachi had shown mercy, but Itachi was sure that he had definitely not shown mercy and had caused fatal injuries to the other party, but he didn't know why he didn't die. Now is not the time to explain. Uchiha Itachi took a step forward and instantly came to the clan member, the samurai sword in his hand cut across the opponent's throat, blood gushed out. The alarm sounded just as it stopped, which indicated that the night watch ninja who sounded the alarm had been killed. The few short alarms just now were enough to cause a warning. The elites of the Uchiha clan will soon be ready to go at the fastest speed. This made the masked man and Itachi's hope of a night attack dashed. It seems that it will take some effort. The masked man still said calmly, I wanted to let you die easily. For the 2 of them, there is no difference between attacking Uchiha head-on and assassinating and eliminating Uchiha. Because everyone is an ant under the kaleidoscope. The door of Fugaku's house was knocked open by someone, and an Uchiha clan member stumbled in. He was covered in blood. The moment he saw Fugaku, he seemed to see hope. He shouted to Fugaku with all his strength, Clan leader, it's bad, there are enemies. The elder has brought the elite team 3 to support you, hurry, hurry. Before he could finish, he fell to the ground without a sound. Is it Konoha? Fugaku and the 4th generation were shocked at the same time. Oh no, Sasuke hasn't come back yet. Fugaku didn't expect Konoha to take action against Uchiha so quickly. According to his plan, it would take at least a few more days. 4th generation. Master, Please send Mikoto first. Fugaku immediately entrusted his wife to the 4th generation, and he planned to go out to find his 2 children and see how many tribesmen he could save. Fugaku. Mikoto looked at her husband with a worried look, and Fugaku nodded to her, indicating that she could rest assured that he would definitely send the children over safely. Okay. The 4th generation was also unambiguous, performing the Flying Thunder God technique and disappearing into the night sky with Mikoto. Be careful, the next Flying Thunder God teleportation will take some time. The Flying Thunder God technique is not an all-powerful ability, especially for long-distance teleportation with people, it takes some time to do it. If it was the 4th generation himself, it would be fine, but the problem is that it is just a shadow clone. Let me see. After watching his wife leave, Fugaku slowly opened his eyes. Under his blood-red eyes, the dark Megatama spun wildly in his eyes. How much power has Konoha gathered to deal with us Uchiha? It's you. Uchiha Itake. The Uchiha elites who first heard the news burst into hatred when they saw Uchiha Itake. You killed Uchiha Yuto and the others. Itake, do you know what you are doing? You betrayed your family. You betrayed Uchiha. If eyes could kill, Itake would have been killed countless times. The old man in the lead glared at Uchiha Itake, and the 3 Megatama in his eyes spun wildly. I will kill you with my own hands and take your head to apologize to the clan leader. For the Uchiha clan, betraying the family and the clan members, Itake is a crime worthy of death. Only you. Not enough. Uchiha Itake completely ignored the questions of the clan members and pointed the samurai sword in his hand at the former clan members. Itake's action completely angered everyone, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan opened instantly. Facing the aggressive tribesmen, Uchiha Itake slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Megatama in his eyes had become one. Mangekyo Sharingan. After a while, the Uchiha base was full of flames, and several flaming dragons kept tumbling in the night sky. That was the fire escape ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan was best at. It was a pity that the dragon came quickly and left even faster. The fire dragon just took off and disappeared without a trace, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. The tribesmen who had just shouted to kill Itake had fallen in a pool of blood. Itake just gently wiped the blood on the samurai sword in his hand. Even without the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itake's strength was not something that ordinary Uchiha could fight against. Besides, there was a masked man Uchiha Obito who inherited all of Madara's heritage and was even more terrifying standing next to him. The elites that the Uchiha clan was proud of were as fragile as newborn babies in front of Obito. Obito could easily take the life of an Uchiha with just a light touch. The strange ability of hollowing, super powerful ninjutsu. No Uchiha was a match for Obito. Another team of Uchiha came late, looking at the clan members in a pool of blood and Itake wiping his weapons. The Uchiha elite's eyes instantly turned red. They launched an attack on Itake and Obito. It was the familiar scene, the familiar 3 Megatama. It was the familiar Mangekyo. The shouts of killing resounded throughout the Uchiha clan. The battle also did not last too long, and soon disappeared again. The entire clan fell into a strange silence. The gap between the two sides was too big, which just proved the saying. Everyone is an ant under the Mangekyo. The Uchiha station was at the edge of Konoha, almost separated from the bustling street by a forest of death. Even though a fierce battle was going on here, it still did not affect other families in Konoha. Maybe 1 or 2 ninjas noticed the abnormality of the Uchiha station, but they would not care at all and would not report it. All the people living there are Uchiha, arrogant Uchiha, and annoying Uchiha. What does it have to do with them? They have almost no political sense, and they will never understand what it means to be in trouble until they die. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, The Night of Clan Extermination, Root Extermination. My lord, there is a civil strife in the Uchiha. Looking at the Uchiha station where the flames soared into the sky and returned to darkness, the black-clothed ninjas wearing various animal masks lurked in the dense forest not far away. A total of 135 people. Each of them exuded chakra fluctuations that were no less than the elite Chunin level. Any one of them would be a genius level ninja in any family of Konoha. They are the elite among the elite. These ninjas are all root ninjas affiliated with Danzo. They were ordered to destroy the Uchiha clan. Once Uchiha attack failed, these root ninjas would be the sharp sword to destroy the Uchiha clan. In order to successfully destroy the Uchiha clan, Danzo spent a lot of money, and almost all the root ninjas came out. Several years ago, the third generation had lifted the ban on Danzo, allowing him to mobilize so many forces now. These more than 100 root ninjas are the strongest force he has cultivated under his leadership of the root, and they are also the most important trump card for Danzo to compete for the position of Hokage. If a group of them had not been lost in the Rain Village a few years ago, this number could have doubled. Don't worry, that was arranged by Lord Danzo, keep alert. The root ninja wearing an owl mask asked his subordinates, his voice without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Sleeping at home. Another root the ninja replied, his voice was also like a pool of dead water, without any fluctuations. This is the characteristic of the root ninja. That's good. The root ninja wearing an owl mask nodded and issued the next order, from now on, block the entire Uchiha, and never let anyone go. If you meet any living person, kill them on the spot. The root ninjas focused on the Uchiha station. They were waiting for the final outcome of the Uchiha clan. It was like a group of jackals surrounding an old lion, waiting for its death, dividing its body, and enjoying a delicious meat meal. The silver moonlight passed through the heavy shadows of the trees, reflecting blood-red spots on the endless black ground, like blood spilled on the earth. The bleak trees on the roadside stood one by one, revealing wet marks of dew, and looked like blood under the reflection of the moonlight. Oh, no! That was blood! Snap, snap, snap! It slid down from the leaves and hit the ground. At this time, the root leader wearing an owl mask seemed to sense something. He looked away from the Uchiha clan, looked around, and frowned slightly. This forest seemed too quiet, so quiet that even the chirping of insects seemed to have disappeared. The autumn wind was rustling, cold and piercing, as if it would blow away people's souls. The branches around kept swaying, and under the moonlight, it seemed that countless figures were swaying. The dark clouds covered the moon, and the whole land was shrouded in darkness. The original claws and teeth of the forest were also immersed in a dead light, looking so decadent and powerless. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Enemy just shouted the first word, and heard a crack, and his neck was broken alive. The strange noise alarmed all the root ninjas present. When they looked over, they saw a hooded figure standing in the position of the root ninja wearing an owl mask. The root ninja wearing an owl mask was hung on a branch nearby, with his neck twisted like a knot. It was obvious that he was dead. Night Owl, what are you doing? A root ninja shouted angrily. Listening carefully, there was a hint of fear in the angry voice. The root ninja wearing an owl mask was the leader of this operation and the most powerful root ninja present. However, such a powerful ninja was approached by someone without anyone noticing and had his neck twisted. Not only the root leader wearing an owl mask, but half of the 135 root ninjas have lost contact. These are the real root elites, who disappeared silently. They have no emotions, but they are afraid. The root ninja called Night Owl was the person in charge of the alert in this mission. He had the strongest perception ability among the root ninjas. He pointed to the place where the hooded monster was, trembling all over. I don't sense any chakra at that location. No chakra? This is very scary. Since the Six Paths Sage shared chakra, all creatures in the entire ninja world have more or less chakra. No chakra. Unless it is not a creature. If it is not a creature, then what is this thing? Just when the root ninjas were in a state of panic, a strange and hoarse voice that seemed to be out of the world sounded from the hooded monster. It's so lively over there, don't be idle, come and play together. Come and play. Before the word fell, the hooded monster had come to the side of a root ninja, and the white ball of light enveloped the root ninja's body. With a slight pop, the root ninja instantly turned into ashes, and was blown by the wind and scattered everywhere. Like the killing that started at the Uchiha station, the killing of the root ninjas also started. Only this time, the root ninjas, who usually act as butchers, became the ones being slaughtered. More than 100 root ninjas, like the Uchiha elites in front of Obito, were as fragile as newborn babies in front of the hooded monster. Their ninjutsu and secret techniques could not touch the hooded monster at all, and the white light ball in the monster's hand would kill or injure them as long as it touched them slightly. The fragile ninjas would be killed instantly when they encountered faster and more powerful opponents. Now it was a one-sided complete defeat. But even so, these root ninjas did not run away. Their purpose of coming here was to wipe out the Uchiha, and they could not retreat without the order of Danzo. It was a benefit to say that there was no emotion. It is a disadvantage. Finally, they could not stand this one-sided slaughter. Several mentally broken root ninjas risked their mission failure and their lives being wiped out by the curse seal and ran towards the village with all their strength. The hooded man did not chase them and just watched them escape. Just when they were about to enter the gate of Konoha, a white light suddenly flashed. They returned to the place where the nightmare started. Back to the hooded demon. Space-time ninjutsu? The white ball of light covered the last root ninja and turned it into dust. Naruto, your power is really strong. Is it the blood limit you developed? The figure of the fourth generation appeared next to the hooded weirdo. The white light that brought the root ninja back was the fourth generation's flying thunder god technique. Fourth Hokage, I'm a little worse than you. Naruto didn't answer the fourth Hokage directly, but took off the hood on his head and took out a mask to put on his face. Back then, you killed a full 50 jonin in an instant and shocked the ninja world. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am just copying others' words, not worth mentioning. Don't think Naruto is exaggerating. The gap between the high-end and low-end combat power of the Hokage is too big, and they are not in the same dimension at all. At the beginning, the fourth Hokage was known for being a very strong jonin. The opening setting was that he killed 50 jonin in an instant. The entire Uchiha was also wiped out by Itachi and Obito. This was one of the top clans in the ninja world, and it was gone in less than one night. And Scorpion destroyed a small country by himself. In the early stage, Elite Jonin and Shadow level were all high-end combat power. In the later stage, when gods fight, Jonin can only be regarded as combat power units, and sometimes they are not even combat power units. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The Natural Enemy of the Sharingan. Really nice eyes. Uchiha Obito looked down at an Uchiha clan member and easily blocked the opponent's attack with a wave of his hand. It was a beautiful woman wearing a purple cheongsam, with wrist guards on both hands, beautiful long black hair, and a teardrop mole under the right eye. She was seen panting and holding the kunao tightly, staring at Obito with her beautiful eyes. Uchiha Izumi, a genius girl of the Uchiha clan, opened the existence of the three Magatama Sharingan at the age of 13, and the talent of blood limit is rare in the Uchiha clan. There were several corpses of Uchiha clan members lying around her. One of them was her mother Uchiha Hajiki. The three Magatama in Uchiha Izumi's eyes were spinning wildly. Even if Izumi, who usually didn't like to use the Sharingan, didn't care much when facing the enemy who killed his only relative. Unfortunately, the difference between her and Obito's strength is too big. It's useless. You can't beat me, Obito said disdainfully. The illusion that the three Magatama Sharingan is proud of has no meaning in front of him, and the ability to copy and see is not worth mentioning. Obito easily knocked down Uchiha Izumi with just one finger. The Uchiha with the three Magatama Sharingan is as strong as the Jonin, which is a recognized fact in the ninja world. As long as the Sharingan is opened, the strength can change qualitatively. Basically, all the Uchiha clan members rely on the power of the Sharingan to fight. And the Sharingan is also the biggest boost to the rapid growth of the Uchiha clan. The more Magatama, the stronger the strength. Except for a few people, most of the Uchiha clan members will focus all their training on the pair of Sharinans. Human energy is limited. If you invest too much in the Sharinan, you will naturally neglect other aspects. This seems to have formed an important fighting method for the Uchiha clan. No, it should be said that all bloodline limit families are like this. Who would still do the repetitive and boring basic training if there are plug-ins? However, this combat system actually has a fatal flaw, which is that it relies too much on the blood limit and the power of the Sharinan. Once the Uchiha loses the advantage of the Sharinan, its strength becomes very weak. Especially in the case of the extremely powerful level suppression of the Sharinan, the low-level eyes are nothing in front of the eyes of a higher level. 3 Megatama can perfectly suppress double Megatama, and double Megatama can easily suppress single Megatama. In front of the Mangekyo, whether it is single Megatama, double Megatama, or 3 Megatama, the result is the same. If the suppression of the Chunin on the Genin is 1, and the suppression of the Jonin on the Chunin is 10, then the suppression of the Mangekyo on the 3 Megatama is 100. That's why there is the saying that everyone is an ant under the Mangekyo. Just like now, facing the Mangekyo of Obito and Itachi, those so-called 3 Megatama Uchiha elites are basically sending food no matter how many they come. 3 words to sum it up: Blood Mommy. The natural enemy of Sharinan is Sharinan. Even if these Uchiha elites are placed in the ninja world individually, they are considered to be quite powerful. It can be said that Sharinan is the reason for success and failure. Uchiha Izumi, who was covered in wounds, bit her lips tightly, blood slid down her jaw, and glared at Uchiha Obito, who was like a demon. She knew that she was no match for this invader, but she could not retreat. Behind her was the shelter of the Uchiha clan, and now there were babies who were 10 years old, several years old, or even less than 1 year old. The Uchiha children huddled together, staring at this place through the gap in the iron door of the shelter, full of panic and fear. Izumi had never hated herself so much as now. Why she didn't practice hard before, so that now she didn't even have the ability to hurt the other party. Fire style * Great Fireball Technique. The huge fireball actually passed through the masked man's body without any hindrance, as if it was as if Fang didn't exist, and Obito came to Uchiha Izumi in an instant like a ghost, and grabbed Izumi's delicate neck. The strong sense of suffocation made Quan's originally exquisite facial features become distorted, and his expression was extremely painful. However, even so, Quan still stared at the masked man with her pair of 3 Megatama Sharinan eyes, as if to imprint the other person's appearance in her mind. Middle. Itachi will never let you go. Quan struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. Itachi. Obito was slightly startled when he heard the name, and the strength in his palms relaxed. Seizing this opportunity, Izumi immediately counterattacked, pulled out the short sword from his waist and slashed at Obito. Obito's body became illusory again, and the short sword passed through Obito's body without any hindrance, and the attack missed. However, this also allowed Izumi to escape from Obito's attack, and he ducked aside to get a chance to breathe. Are you talking about Uchiha Itachi? Obito didn't care. In his opinion, wanting to kill Izumi was just a trivial matter. He asked with interest, so your hope is Uchiha Itachi? You know Itachi? Quan said with a little difficulty. Gently rubbing the spot where he was pinched just now, 5 fingerprints were clearly visible. Hold on for a while, as long as you hold on for a while, new support will arrive. How long can this plan be delayed? He will be here soon. He is the genius of our Uchiha clan. No matter how strong you are, you can't be his opponent. Ha 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 ha, you mean Itachi? Ha 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 ha. Obito heard this and burst into laughter, as if he had heard some big joke. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Obito kept repeating Itachi's name, and then, as if he had figured something out, he turned his head to look at Izumi, with a cruel smile underneath his mask. Pathetic girl, do you know? The one who invites me is the Uchiha Itachi you call me. He wants to destroy everything here and destroy the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi is the culprit of all this. You actually expect him to save you? Uchiha's genius? Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. Congratulations, you successfully made me laugh. When Quan heard Obito's words, his expression was slightly dazed, and soon his eyes became firm again. No way, you are lying to me. What kind of person Itachi is, Izumi, who grew up with him, knows best. Itachi is such a gentle and kind person, so he will not betray his family or his companions. Quan firmly believes in this. She will not be deceived by the nonsense of this guy wearing a mask. Lied to you. Obito snorted coldly, looked at Uchiha Izumi and rolled his eyes. Let me guess. You should have a good relationship with Itachi. Not only is the relationship close, Uchiha Izumi is Uchiha Itachi's childhood sweetheart. Obito seems to have seen through this relationship. No wonder he wants to go over there and let me solve it here. It turns out it's because of you. I want to use my hand to kill you. Don't you want to kill your lover with your own hands? I really don't know whether to call it kindness or cruelty. Are you right? Itachi. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. The people of Konoha are human beings. What about us Uchiha? You talk too much. Itachi. A familiar voice sounded, and Quan was ecstatic the moment he heard Itachi's voice. However, the next second, when he saw Itachi's image clearly, Quan's eyes widened, and he covered his mouth tightly and froze in place, with a look in his eyes. Unable to conceal the shock and disbelief. How? Impossible! 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 This is not true! Itachi's body exuded a strong smell of blood, and his katana was stained with blood, and the place he came to was the Uchiha sanctuary that Izumi wanted to protect at all costs. The door of the shelter was half closed, and through the hazy moonlight, one could vaguely see the dark red blood still flowing inside. Quan felt that the blood in his body was flowing backwards, his body was cold, and his lips were trembling, unable to say a word. It was as if a sharp knife had been pierced into my heart. At this moment she fell from heaven to hell. Solved. The conversation between Obito and Uchiha Itachi also confirmed Izumi's suspicion. A gust of breeze blew, and the leaves blew past Weasel, making a swishing sound, as if countless innocent souls were crying, telling Xiangquan their grievances. There is a toddler in there who has just turned 1 year old. Those are all your people. How did you do it? How could you do it? Izumi wanted to question Uchiha Itachi loudly, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly started retching. The smell of blood on Uchiha Itachi stimulated Quan's nerves, and the sharp contrast made her feel dizzy and paralyzed. She gasped for air, and tears mixed with her nose flowed down. The person who was regarded as a hope 1 second became the culprit of destroying Uchiha the next second. Itachi walked past Izumi without even looking at him. As if he were a stranger. The moment the two passed each other, something in Quan's heart was broken. Broken into pieces and never put back together again. Why do this? Why do you do this? Faced with Quan's question, Itachi just paused slightly and pointed to his pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Why? To test my ability, for this pair of eyes. You can only get it if you kill the person closest to you. Mangekyo Sharinan. The cold tone, as if talking about a trivial matter. Just because of this? You killed your clansmen, everyone, and even those children. Yet, after getting Itachi's affirmative answer, Quan's eyes gradually lost their luster. Pa pa pa! The applause of the masked man on the side interrupted the conversation between the two. You let me see a good show, Itachi. The masked man said and suggested, kill her, if you can't bear to do it, I can do it for you. I will do it myself. Itachi said in an emotionless voice, drew out the samurai sword, and instantly came to Izumi. The samurai sword sank into Izumi's chest and pierced her heart. There was no hesitation in the whole process. The blood flowed along the wound and soon dyed the whole ground red. From beginning to end, Uchiha Izumi did not react at all, and his eyes that lost focus stared at the ground blankly. When Itaki was about to close Izumi's eyes with his hands, a serious and shocked voice sounded. Itaki. Fugaku then came late with the remaining Uchiha elites. After seeing Itaki, the masked man and the corpses of the Uchiha clan members, he said solemnly. You colluded with outsiders, you betrayed the Uchiha. Don't say that, after all, I was once a member of the Uchiha clan. After continuing the lover drama, is it family this time? What will it be next time? Obito said with a full of evil taste, let me see how much pleasure I can bring tonight. Fugaku led the remaining Uchiha elites to rush towards Itaki and Obito. No one noticed that the fingertips of the already dead Izumi trembled slightly, and the blood all over his body was fading bit by bit. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A huge fire dragon spewed out of Fugaku's mouth and rushed towards Itaki and Obito. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire style, Garuda. The several Uchiha elites around Fugaku were not to be outdone, and they all used their own special moves. The huge flames swept over, and the temperature was so high that the heat wave could be felt even if they were dozens of meters apart. It's useless. Obito was not affected by the fire-style ninjutsu at all, and he easily took the life of an Uchiha elite with a grab of his hand. However, it was precisely because of Obito's attack that Itaki and Fugaku faced each other. Itaki. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itaki coldly, his eyes were so unfamiliar, as if he had just met Itaki for the first time. I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Fugaku, it seems that you chose Konoha between the family and Konoha. Fugaku was not unaware that Itaki had his own ideas, but the migration was a matter of great importance, and the slightest mistake would lead to the destruction of the entire family. Itaki worked in the Umbu, and was worried that he would accidentally leak the information, so he had no time to communicate with Itaki. He wanted to send away the first batch of clan members to ensure the continuation of the Uchiha bloodline before telling Itaki. I didn't expect Itaki to be so extreme. He colluded with the masked man and Konoha to target Uchiha early on, and even killed all the clan members. Now it seems that it's a good thing that he didn't say it in advance. Suzuki, how do you plan to arrange it? Suzuki will be safe in Konoha. Fugaku showed a sarcastic expression for the first time. It seems that you have already discussed it with Konoha. Konoha, Konoha, Konoha. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. In the three ninja world wars, the Uchiha clan never shirked their responsibilities. They always rushed to the forefront of the war, the most dangerous places, and the most difficult tasks. Countless clansmen died for Konoha. My Uchiha clan has made great contributions to Konoha. But what did we get? Suspicion, exclusion, and suppression again and again. Even our Uchiha clan was driven out of Konoha village and came to this borderland. Is this what you Konoha call fair? Repeated tolerance is only exchanged for constant coercion. We Uchiha take Konoha as our home, but do you Konoha take us Uchiha as your family? Dogs? For peace. Itaki said as a matter of course, rebellion will only lead to war, many people will be sacrificed, and many families will be broken up. I have to do this. For peace, peace, ha ha ha. Fugaku was so angry that he laughed out loud, and the laughter was so bitter and unwilling. He pointed at Itaki and asked loudly, so in your eyes, the people of Konoha are people, but we Uchiha are not. Konoha's life is life, but Uchiha's life is not life. Many people in Konoha will sacrifice because of this, and many families will be broken because of this, so Uchiha is not life. Your hands are stained with the blood of countless clansmen, Itaki. Yes, but I have no regrets. You are really stubborn. Seeing that his child has completely gone crazy and refused to eat, Fugaku took a deep breath, looked at Itaki with very complicated eyes, and his serious and low voice resounded throughout the Uchiha clan. I, Uchiha Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, hereby announce that from today, Uchiha Itachi will be deprived of his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Interested readers can join the group, 1077421006. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 A Kaleidoscope. No matter what identity you use in the future, alright, stop calling yourself Uchiha. Otherwise, I will find you and kill you wherever you are. Fugaku said, looking at Itachi as if he were a stranger. The Scarlet Megatama appeared. Ha ha ha, you can't even protect yourself, and you even said such a big joke as expelling Itachi from the Uchiha clan. The masked man said sarcastically. There were only a few Uchiha elites left at this moment, lying on the ground in all directions. After tonight, there will be no Uchiha clan in the entire ninja world. Father Fugaku. Itachi was about to call him father, but changed his words under Fugaku's eyes. In front of these eyes, you have no chance of winning. The Mangekyo. Sharingan appeared. Is this your confidence, Itachi? Fugaku was shocked when he saw the pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan. The legendary Mangekyo. Sharingan. The eyes that the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, once had. I'm afraid this masked man also has the same eyes. Fugaku glanced calmly at the masked man who was slaughtering his clan members on the other side. It seems that I will die here. But even so, the reputation of the Uchiha clan cannot be tarnished. Uchiha will never retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. 1 against 7. A shrill scream sounded, and Uchiha Izumi, who should have died long ago, stood up at some point. The wound that pierced her heart disappeared as if time had gone back, and only one of her eyes was pale. Izanaga can physically restore the body state of the caster, but the price is that the eye used will be permanently blind. It is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. She stared at Itachi with hatred in her eyes. In Izumi's only remaining eye, 3 Megatamas spun wildly as if they were risking their lives. It got faster and faster, until it became 1. Finally, a 3-leaf clover-shaped pattern appeared in Izumi's only remaining eye. A brand new Mangekyo. Sharingan was born. Itachi, I swear to kill you. With a whoosh, Uchiha Izumi shot out like a spring, so fast that even Fugaku, who had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, could only see a shadow. The kunai in Izumi's hand pierced Itachi's abdomen fiercely, and blood spurted out like a spring. Where is it? Izumi, who succeeded in 1 strike, not only did not relax because of killing Itachi, but looked around with a vigilant face. Itachi, whose body was pierced by the kunai, suddenly exploded and turned into crows flying in the sky. Crow clone. Humph, so what if you open the Mangekyo? But there is only 1. Obito glanced at Izumi who opened the Mangekyo. Sharingan and said disdainfully, greed flashed in his eyes, here are 2 pairs of Mangekyo. Tonight the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. Obito gave up his opponent and turned to besiege Izumi with Itachi. It just so happened that his Mangekyo was missing a star. Your opponent is me. The change happened again, a cold voice sounded, Obito only felt the wind behind his head, a hot breath mixed with destruction whistled at a very fast speed. Obito, whose 6th sense exploded, turned on the hollow without thinking. Instantly, a powerful fist pierced through Obito's head. The wind from the fist passed through, tearing the air, making a whistling sound, and the sound was shocking. Boom! With a sound, the ground where Obito was located sunken, spider web-like cracks continued to spread, mud mixed with gravel splashed, and a huge pit several meters wide appeared in front of everyone. This level of strange power punch. If I was hit, even I would be seriously injured. Obito swallowed secretly, fortunately he reacted quickly. I won't remind you next time. Naruto, who also wore a spiral mask, appeared in front of everyone, and pointed his finger at the position of Obito's head and made a shooting gesture. People from Konoha? Obito didn't care about Naruto's threat at all, and answered himself, it shouldn't be. If it was someone from Konoha, he wouldn't have saved Uchiha but would have killed Uchiha with him. His ability to transform into a hollow is the nemesis of all physical ninjas. As long as you are careful, you don't have to worry about Naruto causing harm to you. No matter how high your attack power is, it's useless if you can't hit her. Itake, kill her quickly and take her eyes. Although he was not afraid, Obito was also worried that something might happen if he stayed any longer, so he ordered Itake. There have been enough accidents today. Just when Obito was about to join forces with Itake, Naruto appeared again and blocked him. Your opponent is me. Obito snorted coldly, don't overestimate your abilities. Since you are looking for death, Obito's body became illusory again, like a bubble. Behind Naruto, another Obito gradually appeared, with several wooden thorns looming in his palm. Wood release, insertion technique. Die. Just when Obito's palm was about to touch the back of Naruto's head, Naruto seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and he easily avoided Obito's attack by slightly turning his head. At the same time, he quickly swung his left hand and hit Obito's abdomen hard. Obito was hit hard, and a mouthful of blood sprayed directly into his mask. This punch almost made him see Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land. Naruto does not know time and space ninjutsu, and theoretically it is impossible to hurt Naruto with physical skills alone. As long as Obito remains in the hollow state, Naruto can do nothing to him. Unfortunately, this kind of hollow has a shortcoming, that is, it needs to turn from virtual to real at the moment of attack. As long as it turns into a physical attack, it will produce friction with the air, and friction will produce gas flow. Naruto can sense this flow. This ability is a kind of air perception application. In the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, Kakarot could easily sense Tien Shinyan's movements with his back to Tien Shinyan. So Naruto only needs to attack at the moment when Obito turns into a physical attack. Others may not be able to react at this moment of turning from virtual to real, but Naruto can. Naruto also took advantage of this information gap to catch Obito off guard. After Obito suffered a great loss, he immediately turned into a hollow and hid aside. Seeing this, Naruto stopped chasing after a successful attack. For a while, the two looked at each other. They tacitly did not choose to continue to fight. The current situation is that Obito can't do anything to Naruto, but as long as Obito doesn't attack, Naruto can't do anything to Obito for the time being. The skill of hollowization is really disgusting. It's hard to hurt Obito without knowing the space-time ninjutsu. Obito doesn't understand why Naruto can hit him, and thinks it's some kind of secret technique. He doesn't dare to act rashly without knowing Naruto's true or false, and the two of them are in a stalemate. But if Naruto wants to support Izumi, he will also interfere. Without the main Jikaya Sharingan, Fugaku doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle, and can only rescue the Uchiha clan members who were defeated but not dead. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. A voice sounded with the arrival of a figure, and the fourth generation who had rearranged the Flying Thunder God barrier came back. Here we continue to use the comics. Fugaku doesn't have a main Jikaya. Otherwise, with the lineup of Uchiha Shisui, Itake, and Fugaku, let alone Konoha, Obito wouldn't dare to provoke him. He really played a good hand of cards badly. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Humans and Ghosts are all showing off. Another one. It's endless. Looking at the fourth Hokage, Obito said impatiently, it's just like a group of cockroaches. Originally, he had already won. As long as he killed Fugaku and those Uchiha elites, the Uchiha clan would be officially exterminated tonight. Obito naturally didn't know that some Uchiha had been transferred. In his eyes, there were only the few Uchiha in front of him. Such a simple thing happened one after another. First, Izumi accidentally opened the main Jikaya Sharingan. Fortunately, there was only one main Jikaya. and the ability seemed not very good. In addition, Izumi's overall quality was too much worse than Itachi, so there was no need to worry. The arrival of Naruto later was an accident among accidents. Not only did he have a terrifying strange power, but he almost knocked him to his knees with one punch. However, the limitations of physical ninjas were too great, so they could be put aside. Now there is another fourth Hokage. If he continues to stay, I don't know how many accidents will happen. In fact, Obito has already had the idea of retreating. But he couldn't bear to part with the Mangekyo. Sharingan in Izumi's eyes. That was the Mangekyo. Sharingan, not the three Megatama used as consumables, but the most advanced and useful eyes of the Uchiha clan. Throughout the entire Uchiha history, it was a rare existence. Even Obito, who collected a wall of Sharingan, had no extra Mangekyo. Except his own. If he left now, wouldn't it be a waste of Konoha and Danzo? In Obito's opinion, the root ninjas must have been lying in ambush all around. Kill you! On the other side, Izumi used the power of the Mangekyo. Madly and desperately, attacking Itachi like a life-threatening person, completely ignoring the blood and tears that kept flowing out of her only remaining eye. Even if she was blind today, she would avenge the dead Uchiha children. How much she loved him then, how much she hates him now. It's a pity that even if she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi was still no match for Itachi. Under Izumi's crazy attack, Itachi was extremely calm and even at ease. When the Uchiha had the same level of Sharingan, they competed with the ability of Mangekyo, eye technique and personal quality. Unfortunately, Itachi was far superior to Uchiha Izumi in physical skills, illusion and ninjutsu, and unlike Izumi who only had one eye, he had two complete Mangekyo. Although Itachi still couldn't figure out what Izumi's Mangekyo eye technique was, it was also a fact that Izumi couldn't hurt Itachi. Izumi could hold on until now because he used the power of Mangekyo desperately. As long as Izumi's eye power was exhausted, Itachi could kill him without any effort. It's done. Naruto appeared behind Izumi in an instant. Izumi, who was paying full attention to Itachi, didn't notice Naruto's arrival at all. When she noticed it, Naruto's hand was already on her delicate neck. With a light press, Izumi lost consciousness. He picked up Izumi's body and threw it towards Fugaku's position. Master, Konoha has already noticed the abnormality here. I believe the Umbu ninjas are on their way. Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi warily and said in a low voice, "Take her with you. It's time to retreat." Fugaku nodded to Naruto, picked up Izumi, and gave a look to the few remaining Uchiha elites and ran back decisively. As for Sasuke, it seems that he can't take care of him. Want to leave? Obito, who was wavering between retreating and not retreating, immediately stepped forward to stop Naruto and others after discovering their intentions. But as soon as he moved, the figure of the fourth Hokage instantly appeared in front of him. "Now your opponent is me." The fourth generation gave Obito a strange feeling, familiar and unfamiliar, unfamiliar and a little familiar, but now he had no time to think about it. Obito recognized the fourth generation's body movements. Space-time ninjutsu? Looking at the fourth generation who suddenly appeared, Obito was shocked. He relied on the power of the eye technique Kamui, which is a powerful space-time ninjutsu. If the opponent also knows space-time ninjutsu, it would be very bad for him. At the time of the Nine-Tailed Knight, he suffered a great loss from the fourth generation who knew space-time ninjutsu. If the fourth generation was not in a hurry at that time, it would be normal for Obito to be hammered to death by the fourth generation. However, the next scene surprised Obito even more. A blue sphere that was extremely familiar to him appeared in the palm of the hooded man who blocked him. Raiznan. At this moment, he recalled the memory of being hammered into the ground by the fourth generation 9 years ago. The psychological shadow made Obito directly turn on the virtualization mode and retreat far away. However, this was exactly what the fourth Hokage wanted. The fourth Hokage had no intention of getting entangled with Obito. After the illusory shot, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was next to Fugaku and others. I was fooled. This man is the key to their departure. Obito, who reacted, was shocked and angry, but he was definitely unable to stop the fourth Hokage and others at his current distance. Itachi, stop them! Obito could only hope in Itachi, but Itachi was now facing Naruto. Naruto, who made Obito suffer a great loss with one move. The kaleidoscope in Itachi's eyes began to spin wildly. The best way to deal with physical ninjas is illusion. Itachi is also the best ninja in the Uchiha clan who is good at illusion. But Naruto already had a way to deal with it. Naruto opened his hands with 5 fingers open and placed them on his forehead, and shouted in a low voice, Sun Fist. The Sun Fist was once Tien Shinyan's ultimate move. It was used by Kakarot in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament to counter Tien Shinyan. The move converts the energy in the body into light energy, produces strong light, and temporarily blinds the enemy. The intense light suddenly rises with Naruto as the origin, instantly illuminating the entire Konoha. The eyes of the ninjas who secretly pay attention to the Uchiha station temporarily lose their sight. Everyone has an illusion. Is it dawn? Itachi, who faces Naruto, is stimulated by the sudden appearance of white light and closes his eyes. No matter how powerful the Sharingan is, he is still an eye. The eyes are fragile organs. And the effect of the Sun Fist is the strongest in the dark. Waste. Obito barely opened his eyes a crack and watched the fourth Hokage disappear with Fugaku and others. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, not knowing whether he was cursing himself or Itachi. If it was the fourth Hokage's real body, Naruto really thought about asking the fourth Hokage to keep Obito, but the problem is that it is just a shadow clone. Even if Obito is a wimp, he can't be defeated by a shadow clone. He made a feint and escaped with his men, which was a win. However, the fourth Hokage escaped with Fugaku, but Naruto didn't plan to leave so early. Since he started practicing, he still didn't have an accurate judgment of his own strength. He only knew that he was very strong, so strong that he could pin the Nine Tails to the ground and hammer it only in terms of pure physical strength. As for how strong his real strength was in the ninja world, it needed further confirmation. Now is the time to identify his own strength. He chose a great opponent for himself, the masked man Uchiha Obito. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. The invincible Obito is being beaten. As for Uchiha Itachi, the moon reading space is indeed very strong. Naruto doesn't know if he can withstand the 72-hour torture. But with the Sun Fist in hand, he is really not afraid of Itachi before Itachi finds a countermeasure. As long as the Sharingan needs to open, it will definitely be restrained by the Sun Fist. While the effect of the Sun Fist had not yet disappeared, Naruto suddenly exerted force on his feet, and instantly came in front of Obito, punching the masked man straight. Are you done yet? Obito immediately activated the hollow. Do you really think I can't kill you? Obito, who was repeatedly provoked by Naruto, was also really angry. At this time, Obito had completely seen through Naruto's ways. It was not a secret technique, and he did not know time and space ninjutsu. But he was just a physical ninja. It must have been a coincidence that he was attacked before. Obito did not know chi, so he naturally did not understand that as long as he attacked, Naruto would predict him in advance. After looking for a long time, he did not find any traces of secret techniques. Obito attributed the fact that he was beaten by Naruto just now to the intuition of a physical ninja, just a coincidence. As long as he was careful, it was not a problem to take down the opponent. Wood clone plus hollow plus Kamui plus sneak attack. Obito used the illusory bubble to deceive Naruto again, and he went around behind him again. Same moves, same method, same plot. At the moment he attacked, Naruto punched him in the chest again. Obito, whose blood was gushing out from under his mask, flew out like a rag doll, forming a perfect parabola in the sky. No, impossible, impossible. I am invincible as the one who inherited everything from Uchiha Madara. This was not over yet. Naruto seized the opportunity and exerted force with his feet, appearing right in front of Obito again, charging his right fist and punching Obito. Ordinary continuous punches. Punches after punches meet. Obito, who had just looked down upon the Uchiha elites, was now beaten up by Naruto. Obito felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He endured the pain and activated the hollowization, so that Naruto's next punch missed, thus avoiding the subsequent damage. Even so, the 3 Magatama Sharingan on the left side of Obito inside the mask turned grey. Tisk, he didn't die even after this. Looking at Obito who got up from the ground again, Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction. Naruto used at least 90% of his strength to blast Obito into pieces with this smooth and flowing operation. If it were those root ninjas, they would not even have meat left after being hit by a punch. Naruto wanted to see if the so-called ultimate illusion could be restored after the opponent was beaten into a pool of minced meat. In the end, he was only beaten to death but not completely dead, just lost his life. Tisk, his body is really strong. Obito's body is really tough, at least among the same level. He was beaten all the time in the later plot but never died. In the end, he survived until the final battle. He was hit by Kagaya's joint-killing ash bone and died. Although he lost 1 life now, he can't be completely killed unless he kills Obito again. Anyway, this guy has a lot of 3 Magatama. I should have given him a Kagong bullet earlier. Even if Obito only has Kenji's IQ, he should have realized that Naruto can predict his attack. And the 2 fights with Obito also gave Naruto a general understanding of his strength in the ninja world. He is really strong, but not invincible. 90% of the power didn't kill Uchiha Obito in seconds, and his own practice needs to be strengthened. As for why he didn't use 10%, Obito is not alone with Itachi hanging next to him. 90% of the power can't kill, and 10% of the difference is not big. Besides, Naruto's strongest point is chi, which is the foundation of Naruto's strength. His body is just a byproduct of training. The most important point is that he is only 9 years old now. In a few years, his body can develop again. It can only be said that the upper limit of the power in the Dragon Ball world is too high. Moves such as the power of the 9 tails, the group fight of the righteous shadow clones, and Kamehameha have not been used yet. Of course, Obito also has some reservations. He did not use any powerful wood-release ninjutsu or Susanoo Gundam, and still kept a few trump cards. If he did not know Obito's Kamui space clearly, and Obito had mysterious confidence in his Kamui and went everywhere, he would not have been beaten twice by Naruto. Even if he suppressed Obito, a mid to late stage boss, twice, Naruto did not get arrogant. He has a clear positioning of his own strength. Still very weak, very weak, very weak. Not strong enough, need to get stronger, stronger and stronger. As for how strong it can be, at least he has to blow up the tailed beast with 1 punch. A new combat unit has appeared, the tailed beasts. He glanced at Itachi, who had long since recovered his vision and was standing there paddling like crazy. Although Itachi's brain was abnormal, he was really talented in fighting. He had his own set of principles for judging the situation. The most important thing was that he and Obito were not on the same page. Itachi was using him to judge Obito's strength. He had a bad conscience. Naruto said in a muffled voice through the mask, "I won't play with you anymore. See you next time. Do you think you can leave now?" Obito's single eye under the mask was full of resentment. Naruto ignored him at all, and his body actually got rid of the gravity and floated up slowly. Dance in the sky. Can fly. Looking at Naruto who was slowly rising into the air, a trace of gloom flashed in Obito's eyes. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage superlight and heavy rock technique? A person from the hidden rock village? Countless guesses about Naruto's identity flashed through Obito's mind. Although Obito possesses the space-time ninjutsu and has inherited all the ninjutsu and secret techniques of Uchiha Madara, even Orochimaru, the #1 scientist in the ninja world, the #1 human body modification master in the ninja world, the master of bioengineering in the ninja world, the master of secret techniques, and the master of forbidden techniques, dare not say that he has mastered more than Obito. However, Obito lacks one thing compared to Naruto. He can't fly. None of Hashirama Senju's cells, the Mangekyo, Sharingan, or space-time ninjutsu have given Obito the ability to fly. Ninjas who can fly are not ordinary ninjas, and their mobility is incomparable to that of ordinary ninjas, only inferior to space-time ninjutsu. It will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Obito labeled Naruto in his heart. Looking at Naruto's slow rise, he wanted to kill Naruto very much but was worried about being cheated. 2 consecutive failures made him very cautious about Naruto, and if he lost another life, he would really be dead. Itachi was paddling again and had no intention of fighting Naruto to the death. In the end, Obito could only watch Naruto leave unwillingly. Seeing that Obito was not fooled, Naruto no longer concealed himself, and accelerated his flying technique, soaring into the air. This bastard is really cheating. At this moment, Obito hated Naruto so much that he didn't know how many times he had been fooled since Naruto appeared. Humph! Naruto flew high into the sky and looked down at Obito below and snorted coldly. Without waiting for Obito to react, he disappeared into the silent night sky with a whoosh. The cold snort when he left seemed to say to Obito, "Didn't you say I can't leave? Does your face hurt?" Although Naruto's face could not be seen through the mask, the disdainful tone also made Obito's teeth itch. "Itachi, I'll leave this to you." After Naruto left, Obito felt ashamed to stay, and after telling Itachi a thing, his body became weak and left in a hurry. Obito, whose prestige was greatly reduced by Naruto, had no choice but to that's all. He has more important things to do, the corpses of the Uchiha clan members on the ground. There are many eyes. Watching Obito leave, Itachi, wearing an umbu makeup, stood on the street lamp and looked at the sky silently. Fugaku's words just now kept echoing in his mind, deeply engraved in Itachi's heart. Konoha's life is life, Uchiha's life is not life? Thinking of the moment when he swung the samurai sword and stabbed into the bodies of those children, Itachi hated himself for no reason. His hands were stained with the blood of his clan members, and this sin could never be washed away. Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. I stopped the war and prevented many people from dying. The Uchiha is wrong. Sasuke is coming soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. The day we return again is Konoha. The island built on the sea, the ruins of the country of whirlpools. Fugaku. Fugaku and others appeared in the land of whirlpools, where Mikoto, who was anxiously waiting, immediately rushed forward and hugged her husband tightly. Fugaku gently patted Mikoto's shoulder, indicating that he was fine and not to worry. "Thank you, 4th generation." Fugaku first thanked the 4th generation who sent a few people back. However, due to the distance between him and Naruto, the 4th generation was now in a downtime state and did not react much to Fugaku's thanks. "Where's Itachi? Where's Sasuke?" Mikoto, whose emotions gradually stabilized, looked around for her 2 children. Unfortunately, there were no figures of the 2 among the people who came together. Mikoto had a bad premonition in her heart. Could it be them? "Sasuke is fine, Itachi is fine too," Fugaku said, patting Mikoto's shoulder. As Fugaku's wife for many years, Mikoto naturally understood the meaning of this move. Although she was very anxious, she suppressed her doubts and did not cause trouble to her husband. Then Fugaku bowed deeply to all the Uchiha present. "Everyone, I'm sorry." All the Uchiha present were shocked by Fugaku's actions, and they looked at each other in confusion. Taking a deep breath of the slightly salty sea breeze, Fugaku began to slowly tell the Uchiha present everything that happened tonight. Fugaku spoke very slowly and carefully, adding some of his own thoughts from time to time. When they heard that all the Uchiha of the family had sacrificed, men, women, old and young all had red eyes. Uchiha, a family that has been passed down for thousands of years, is gone. More than 1,000 clansmen, only the 100 or so of them are left now. Friends, relatives. They were eating and drinking together the day before, and they left them in this second. Few people can accept such a fact. Thinking of this, several of the more than 100 Uchiha clansmen present directly opened the 3 Megatama, and more than 10 opened the double Megatama. Fugaku felt regretful that there was no pair of Mangekyo among them. Come to think of it, the Uchiha clan experienced 3 great ninja wars, and countless clan members died in the wars, but there were only a few Mangekyo in the history of the Uchiha clan. If it was so easy to open the Mangekyo, the Uchiha would have become the strongest in the ninja world. The Mangekyo Sharingan is something you can only encounter by chance. A few pairs of 3 Magatama and double Magatama are already good. It's better than the whole clan being killed and opening a single Magatama. Itaki is my child. He has become like this now because I, as a father, did not teach him well. That's why the tragedy happened today. From today on, I will resign as the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku said in an unprecedented solemn tone. Someone must be responsible for what happened tonight, and someone must bear this responsibility. As the head of the clan, Fugaku cannot escape the blame, especially since one of the culprits is his son. Facing Fugaku's resignation, all the Uchiha present were stunned, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. It is true that Itaki is Fugaku's child, and he is to blame for the Uchiha's fall into such a situation. But if it were not for him, I am afraid that the Uchiha would not even have the current number of people left, and it would really be extinct. The Uchiha of the Whirlpool country learned about the strength of Itake, Obito, and the strength of the Mangekyo from the surviving Uchiha elites. No matter how powerful the 3 Megatama were in the family before, they could not go through a few rounds in front of those 2. Only in the face of absolute strength can you find your own weakness. It turns out that the 3 Megatama is not invincible. It turns out that there are more powerful eyes on these 3 Megatama. Mangekyo, the legendary Mangekyo. The official book's evaluation of the Mangekyo Sharingan is even more the strongest eye that sees through the 3 realms, and the earth-shaking pupil technique. Everything before was just a sitting well and watching the sky. The coup was impossible to win, and it was doomed to fail from the beginning. Leaving was the right choice. Not all Uchiha were arrogant and insolent, most of them were just a group of arrogant people who were not good at speaking. They didn't know what to say in this situation. The most important point was that the Uchiha present were all Fugaku's confidants and loyal followers, otherwise they would not have followed Fugaku to the land of whirlpools. Uncle Yunsu, this is not your fault. Naruto's voice rang out in the sky. Naruto fell from the sky and smashed a deep pit more than 1 person wide on the ground like a meteorite falling. Naruto stood in the center of the deep pit with his arms folded. His aura was full of godliness. He said slowly. It's not your fault, but Konoha's. If there hadn't been Konoha's continuous oppression, if there hadn't been Konoha's repeated coercion, if there hadn't been Konoha's unreasonable exclusion. Why did Uchiha fall to this point? Looking at the 3 ninja world wars, Uchiha came out in full force every time, and each time the number of casualties of Uchiha was the highest. Uchiha has made great contributions to Konoha and made unquestionable contributions to the establishment of Konoha, but what have you got? Honor? Power? Or the position of leader? You got nothing but betrayal. It was Konoha that pushed the Uchiha to the edge of the village step by step. It was Konoha that induced your clansman, Itake, to turn his weapons against you. It was Konoha that set up a trap against the Uchiha. You are just innocent victims. You are not wrong. The Uchiha are not wrong. Chief Fugaku is not wrong. The culprit of everything is Konoha. Naruto's voice was like the whisper of the devil in hell, guiding the Uchiha. Although he was telling the truth. Naruto's words also made many Uchiha react and said to Fugaku. Yes, Chief Fugaku. If it weren't for you, maybe all of us would be dead today. Patriarch Fugaku, you can't. It's impossible to say that none of the Uchiha present blamed Fugaku. No one would mind if their relatives and friends died overnight. But they were more confused about their future life and the future. The only one they could rely on was Fugaku. At least when other members of the tribe were thinking about coups and making trouble, Fugaku rationally chose to preserve the Uchiha bloodline. Facts have proved that Fugaku's choice was right. But I no longer have the ability to be the chief. Fugaku shook his head dejectedly. After seeing the power of the Mangekyo, that power turned into a huge rock pressing on Fugaku's chest, making him breathless. In the face of such power, no matter how many 3 Megatama came, it was useless. It was too strong. Looking at the unconscious Izumi, Fugaku seemed to have made a certain decision. She is the hope of our Uchiha. Only the Mangekyo can deal with the Mangekyo. If the Uchiha before the extermination were extremely irrational, with internal disunity and various factions, each with its own calculations and little tricks, then the Uchiha who survived in the Whirlpool country now are unprecedentedly united. Reality gave them a cruel slap in the face, which woke them up completely and made them understand the gap between themselves and the real strong men in the ninja world. In fact, weakness is not the biggest original sin, but arrogance is. Powerful enemies are not scary, but teammates who are like pigs are scary. The goals of the surviving Uchiha are also surprisingly consistent, and blood feuds can only be paid with blood. Fugaku turned his head and looked in the direction of Konoha. We will go back, and the day we return again will be the day when Konoha is destroyed. Naruto turned his head and looked at another place thoughtfully. That direction was the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. There was the biggest secret of the Uzumaki clan. But now is not the time. Naruto-kun, Sasuke. Uncle Yunsu, leave Sasuke to me. Sorry, I wrote too late yesterday and forgot to set automatic update. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Uchiha Orphan. The next day, a shocking news came out throughout Konoha. The arrogant Uchiha clan. The clan was wiped out. Just last night. More than 900 ninjas in the clan were killed, and more than 100 people were missing. Only a 9-year-old boy, Uchiha Sasuke, was left. And the murderer was Uchiha Sasuke's brother, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Konoha immediately issued a bounty order, Konoha S-level rebel Uchiha Itachi. The only survivor, Uchiha Sasuke, was lying in the ward of Konoha Hospital, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. The villagers glanced at the ward where Uchiha Sasuke was from time to time, whispering. Even if they just passed by Konoha Hospital, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Watching the fun and gossiping. No matter which world they are in, they are the favorites of the spectators. The extermination of the Uchiha clan is the biggest melon of Konoha in recent years. It's really pitiful. The whole clan was killed. I heard that the murderer was his brother. It's too miserable. His brother killed his parents and the clan members, leaving him alone. Some people felt pity. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. I don't know how to live in the future. Some people put themselves in the shoes of others. Uchiha, they deserve it. Some people gloated over others' misfortunes. I was wondering why I saw a white light last night, which almost blinded me. Some people also discussed Naruto's sun fist last night. Don't tell them, I'm telling you a secret. Some people even started to spread some irrelevant rumors. In short, all kinds of monsters and demons emerged like mushrooms after rain, but the focus of people's discussions always revolved around Sasuke and Uchiha. There are also some people who are already dissatisfied with Uchiha. They speak about Uchiha unscrupulously, venting their inner dissatisfaction. The content is very unbearable, but it often attracts a lot of echoes. Who made Uchiha have a bad reputation in Konoha? No one will stand up for Uchiha. If you want to scold Uchiha, then we are half-brothers and sisters? Just like they criticized Naruto back then. Oh, no. At least there are still people who sympathize with Sasuke, at least better than Naruto. For 3 whole days, he stayed in there without eating, drinking, or talking, just looking at the ceiling. The little nurse of Konoha Hospital reported to the head nurse about Uchiha Sasuke's condition in the past few days with a distressed look on her face. Perhaps they are the only ones in Konoha who really care about Sasuke. The head nurse looked at Sasuke's ward and sighed softly, I hope he can make it. For a child who is only 9 years old, the blow is too great. In the ward, Sasuke stared at the ceiling blankly, thinking about everything that happened that day. The bodies of his father and mother fell in a pool of blood, and the samurai sword in Itake's hand was stained with blood. He rushed forward regardless of everything, but was easily knocked down by Itake with a punch. He loudly questioned the reason why Itake did this, but he only said, to test the instrument. For such a boring reason. Father, mother. Grandma Hanako, who lives on the left side of his mansion and loves him the most and always secretly gives him candy. Aunt Kazuhiro, who likes to grow flowers at the end of the road. In the blacksmith shop, she usually clamors to make him a set of ninja equipment in the future. The naughty and cute sister Anzu. And the baby who was born 2 days ago in Uncle Koji's house and whose eyes are not open yet. At that time, he was clamoring to give him a name. These lovely tribesmen. Now, everything has changed. Nothing is left. From a happy family to being alone, it only took 1 night. If Naruto started with nothing and ended up with nothing, then Sasuke started with everything and ended up with nothing. I can endure the darkness if I have never seen the light. This is the true portrayal of Sasuke now. Not to mention that Sasuke is just a 9-year-old child, this kind of blow is something that few adults can accept. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke! A voice sounded, causing a wave of emotion in Sasuke's heart, which was in a gloomy state. Sasuke, with his lifeless eyes, looked in the direction of the voice, and what caught his eye was a touch of golden hair. How long do you plan to stay in bed? Naruto came to Sasuke's ward at some point, sitting on the windowsill with his back against the windowsill and pinching his chin with one hand. Do you want to continue to be decadent like this? Naruto's words gave Sasuke a slight reaction. Do you think Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto will be happy to see you like this? Or do you not care about their feelings at all? It's better for you to be killed by Itake. When Itake was mentioned, Sasuke, whose lifeless eyes finally reacted, stared at Naruto with anger. A nameless anger rose in Sasuke's heart for no reason. I don't know if it was directed at Naruto, himself or Itake. Naruto ignored Sasuke's anger and continued to stimulate Sasuke. Oh, you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by him. Naruto's words were like water dripping into a frying pan, exploding instantly. What do you know? Sasuke shouted at Naruto, his voice a little hoarse after not speaking for a long time, what do you know? You don't know what I've been through. Of course I know. Naruto interrupted Sasuke lightly, and said in a tone of narrating other people's affairs, my parents died in front of me when I was born. I saw it with my own eyes. Sasuke was stunned and stood there, unable to say a word. My parents died in front of me when I was born. I saw it with my own eyes. What did this kid who was almost the same as himself experience to say it in such a plain tone? I have never felt what parental love is since I was born. The word parents is the most unfamiliar to me. I really envy you for being able to live with your father for a while. Naruto's tone did not change, and the 4th generation in Naruto's belly heard the words, and his eyes dimmed a lot. He is an irresponsible father. You should know me, right? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, changed to a comfortable position and continued to lean on the windowsill. You must have heard something about me. Adults avoid me, children never play games with me, and no store in the village is willing to sell things to me. I have lived alone since I was a child, and I am self-sufficient. So what? I am still alive and well. All the hardships I have experienced are stepping stones for self-training. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Naruto's Unique Ability. I'm sorry. Shizuke blushed and whispered. Hehe, the second pillar apologized, and the scorpion shit was unique. Shizuke was not stupid. Naruto exposed his scars like this just to comfort himself. But Shizuke also had some doubts in his heart. He and Naruto were not related, and even fought in the ninja school. Why did he help him? Naruto just shook his head lightly, as if he saw through Shizuke's thoughts, and said with a very obscure double meaning, because we are brothers. Indra and Ashura are indeed brothers, and in the original setting, Shizuke and Naruto are indeed half-brothers, but now I don't know if it is still true because of my arrival. At least until now, I haven't felt any Ashura's chakra, let alone been affected by this chakra. Maybe you don't know, your father and my father are friends who can trust each other and partners who fight side by side, and our mothers are very good girlfriends. Shizuke was suddenly enlightened when he heard this. That's why Naruto came to my house that day, so my parents were so good to Naruto. Naruto nodded, that's it. Shizuke, how can he know what I'm thinking? Mind reading. I don't know that kind of thing. Shizuke, nonsense. I really don't know that kind of thing. Shizuke. You still have a lot of things to do in your life. Instead of complaining here, you might as well cheer up as soon as possible. Naruto made the final summary. He didn't want Shizuke to continue to be decadent. Shizuke was the helper he wanted to pull to his side the most. In the later period, Shizuke's strength and achievements were only lower than his own. As long as Shizuke and Naruto stood in the same camp, Otsutsuki would beat you into pieces. You should have more important things to do, right? You shouldn't continue to complain about yourself here, right? I want to become stronger. Shizuke clenched his fists tightly. I want revenge on that person, I want power. You will help me, Naruto. After saying that, Shizuke looked at Naruto with a somewhat uneasy look, fearing that the other party would not agree. Naruto's performance in the ninja school left a very deep impression on Shizuke. One by one, regardless of gender, they were all beaten to tears. Naruto nodded and said in an affirmative tone, if you want. Then don't lie here anymore, get up. Well. One day later. Konoha Forest. Watermelon-headed Rock Lee, brother-in-law Hyuga Neji, and Naruto's physical training team gathered together, but this time there was an additional cold-faced and arrogant Uchiha Shizuke. Do you really want to carry this thing? Shizuke looked at the tortoise shells on Neji, Lee, and Naruto with disdain. The reason is simple. This thing is really ugly. If someone sees it, I will be too embarrassed to see anyone. Ninkai, who was doing basic training with a tortoise shell on his back, looked at Shizuke with disdain, complaining about this and that. He is indeed a young master with a delicate body. He said he wanted to be an avenger, but he was unwilling to even carry a tortoise shell. Such a person will never be able to change his fate in his life. He can only be controlled by fate. Just say whether you want to carry it or not. Naruto shook a small turtle shell in front of Shizuke. This was a style that Naruto had discarded a few years ago. Shizuke looked at Lee and Neji who were practicing, then looked at Naruto, and had a fierce ideological struggle in his heart, and finally gritted his teeth. Being handsome or not is temporary, being strong or not is for a lifetime. Back. He took the turtle shell from Naruto. As soon as the turtle shell was in his hand, Shizuke felt a strong force sinking down, almost knocking him down. It's so heavy. Shizuke lifted the turtle shell with trembling hands and a little effort, and put it on his back with difficulty. The whole person moved forward in slow motion, but after a few steps, he slipped down. Humph, the eldest master of the Uchiha clan is just like this. Neji laughed to himself, completely forgetting his embarrassing situation when he first carried the turtle shell. It's okay, it's always like this the first time. Naruto pulled Sasuke up and patted the dirt on his body from falling. You'll get used to it in the future. Sasuke blushed, not knowing whether it was because of his own embarrassment or because the tortoise shell was too heavy. Sasuke looked at his tortoise shell and then at the one on Naruto. I'm carrying the smallest one and it's like this. Naruto's seems to be more than twice as big as mine, so how heavy is it? Naruto pointed at the tortoise shell behind him and said, you mean mine? It weighs about 5 times as much as yours. Yours is the smallest, only about 100 kilograms, which is about the amount of training I had when I was 4 or 5 years old. Naruto's weight is not only the tortoise shell on his body, but also many things tied to his body. In the absence of a gravity room, he can only practice in this way. 4 or 5 years old. A word came to Neji and Sasuke's mind. Pervert X2. As for Rock Lee, he is very obedient and is practicing well without distraction. The direct defeat of Neji gave him great motivation. Now he only wants to practice. You are so rude to say that. You still say you can't read minds. X2. I really don't know that kind of thing. Naruto looked innocent. Said. What he was greeted with was the two people's completely unbelieving eyes. It took a week for Sasuke to adapt to the turtle shell on his body and barely be able to do some simple movements with the turtle shell on his back. He was also ridiculed by Neji for a long time because it only took Neji 6 days. Well, compared with Naruto's progress back then, it was much slower. The next step of training is swimming. Facing the rushing waterfall, Xiaoli dived into it very obediently, and then never got up again, and was finally lifted up by Naruto. You said you can't swim, so why are you jumping around? And Neji and Sasuke, the two who can swim, swallowed their saliva together, and were kicked down by Naruto one by one in the eyes of despair. The next step of training is plowing the land. Next step. Yes, Naruto is teaching Neji, Xiaoli and Sasuke Kamesen fluid technique, just like Kakarot taught him. He uses the same method to train Sasuke and the other two. Naruto had a vague guess about Kakarot who appeared and disappeared inexplicably in his body. He taught the three people the Kamesen fluid technique, on the one hand, to build his own team, and on the other hand, to verify this guess. The facts did not exceed Naruto's guess. No matter how Naruto taught, even if he transferred the chi to Neji and the others, they felt energetic and their physical strength recovered quickly, but they could not sense the existence of chi at all. It was as if the chi was Naruto's patent, and only Naruto could sense it. This is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that only Naruto can enjoy it, and the unique ability is the most precious, and it is not surprising to see it everywhere. The bad thing is that the three of them may not be able to rely on chi to quickly improve their combat power like Naruto, let alone Kamehameha and air dance. It is amazing to be able to use an after-image fist. Their focus is still on chakra. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Why should I, Shimura Danzo, explain my actions to others? The days passed by, and soon 2 weeks had passed since the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The villagers of Konoha village were not affected by the extermination of the Uchiha clan. For them, the extermination of the Uchiha clan just reduced many annoying people and gave them one more topic to talk about, but everything else remained the same. Who made the Uchiha clan unwelcome in Konoha? Who made the people of the Uchiha clan hate them? Who made the public opinion in Konoha before that as long as you curse the Uchiha, we are half-brothers, sisters, with different fathers and mothers? However, it's not that no one was affected, such as the root, which suffered heavy losses on the night of the extermination. Gone. 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 All my efforts over the years are gone. Danzo has become dazed since the night of the Uchiha clan extermination. There are more than 100 root elites. They were cultivated by Danzo after he was in charge of the root for so many years and spent half his life. More than 100 root elites are not more than 100 pigs, ordinary genin and cannon fodder chinin on the roadside, nor are they passers-by cultivated in ninja schools. It takes a lot of resources and energy to cultivate each one. Many of them have great room for growth. There are many good players among them. Reconnaissance, attack, medical treatment, ninjutsu, illusion, physical skills, perception, almost covering all types. Can fight in groups or alone. One is more than enough to be the leader of a small ninja village. If they come out in full force, ordinary medium-sized ninja villages will have to avoid their edge. Such a force is gone now. Danzo felt that his heart was bleeding. The way the water dripped like a fountain was totally unacceptable. In order to eliminate Uchiha, Danzo spent a lot of money and colluded with the masked man again. He thought he could make a lot of money, but now he is losing money. Back to the pre-liberation era overnight. There are only 2 or 3 cats and dogs left in the entire route. It will be difficult to make a comeback. Danzo may disappear in a short time. However, Danzo's bad luck is not over. Danzo, I need an explanation. The third generation Hokage took the transfer order of the route and threw it in front of Danzo. You ignored my ban and mobilized a large number of root ninjas to ambush in the Uchiha clan without authorization. What do you want to do? I, Shimura Danzo, do things. Why do I need to explain to others? Danzo, who was in a very bad mood, was sulking and reflexively retorted without thinking. The third generation was also a little annoyed by Danzo's joke. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate and said directly, where are the remaining Uchiha? Hand over their bodies. Those Uchiha in the third generation's mouth refer to the more than 100 people who are now in the land of whirlpools. Konoha has long known the population distribution of Uchiha. The strong, the weak, the ones with eyes open, the ones without eyes open, even the newborn babies are all recorded in the files. Photos, personal information, task completion status, approximate strength level, and even ex-fetishes are all clearly written. How could they not investigate the reason for the extermination of more than 100 people that night? How could they not investigate? In the eyes of the third generation, the Uchiha extermination plan was secretly carried out by Danzo with his tacit approval of the 2 major Konoha advisors. These people were most likely killed by the root, so the bodies must be with Danzo and hidden by him. Here it comes. Danzo had been doing some human experiments with that unfilial disciple behind his back for a long time. This time was no exception. I don't know. Danzo said angrily, slamming the table. This time, the third generation really wronged Danzo. The root ninjas were wiped out inexplicably, and Danzo is still feeling aggrieved. How could he know where those more than 100 people went? He couldn't even figure out whether the root ninjas died at the hands of Itaki or the masked man. The third generation also slammed the table and glared at Danzo. Danzo, stop pretending. Unfortunately, in the third generation's view, this was the result of a fight between the root and Uchiha. The main reason was that Danzo had done too many such things in the past, and he no longer had any credibility. The third generation believed that it was Danzo who hid their bodies, including the missing Fugaku couple. After waking up from a coma, Suzuki determined that Itaka killed the Fugaku couple. According to Suzuki, he saw Itaka kill his parents with his own eyes. This was verified by the Yamanaka clan. Unless Uchiha Itaka's illusion was strong enough to deceive the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, but he had killed so many Uchiha, there was no need to spend 7 or 8 efforts to use illusion to create a false illusion of killing parents. So the Fugaku couple must have died at the hands of Uchiha Itaka. Now the body is gone, it must have been hidden by Danzo. Who else could it be except Danzo? Who else in the whole Konoha can do this except Danzo? It can't be that Uchiha disappeared out of thin air? Laughing to death. This man is too bad. Danzo's is like yellow mud falling into the crotch, it's shit if it's not shit. He took a big black pot. I said there is no. Who is Danzo? The first person under Konoha Hokage assistant elder of Konoha advisory group * leader of the root, when has he ever suffered such grievances? Dam dang wa. You. The third generation pointed at Danzo and couldn't say a word for a long time. Danzo refused to admit it in the face of ironclad evidence. The third generation took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in his heart. Danzo, I can no longer sit idly by and watch your arbitrary behavior. From now on, I will remove you from the position of assistant to the Hokage and elder of Konoha. Sarutobi, you can't do this. Danzo was shocked and angry when he heard this. At this moment, the root was severely damaged. If he lost the two titles of assistant to the Hokage and elder of Konoha, it would be no different from quitting the power circle of Konoha and giving up the root. How can he be the fifth generation Hokage in the future? However, the next sentence of the third generation made Danzo's heart sink to the bottom. Disband the root under your command as well. Sarutobi, you can't do this. Danzo pointed at the third generation and was speechless, and raised his voice with the same words. The root was his powerful trump card for the position of Hokage, and it was his hard work. If he lost people, he could train them, but if he lost power, it would be useless. Now the third generation not only deprived him of his political power, but also his military power. He took away his power right after solving the Uchiha problem. Is this killing the donkey after it has done its work? How could Danzo not be angry? It was a pity that most of his subordinates were dead, and in terms of methods, they were far inferior to the third generation, who had the title of the recognized strongest ninja. I will officially issue a punishment for you soon. The third generation's tone was full of unquestionable orders, and he didn't give Danzo a chance to refute. Before that, you should stay in the confinement room. Sarutobi. Danzo could only glare at the third generation, feeling so aggrieved in his heart, and squeezed out those signature words that he had said many times. You will regret it. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. I am Danzo Shimura, a good man. I really have nothing left. Danzo Shimura lost his power, authority, and status in one day, and walked in the deserted streets in a daze. Danzo, who lost everything, can only go back to confinement obediently because of the order of the third generation. After fighting for the position of Hokage for a lifetime, he ended up with nothing and ended up with a clean ending. Alas, looking at the quiet and deserted streets, Danzo sighed. His expression was so decadent, as if the person here was not the arrogant ninja of Konoha, but just an ordinary old man with a cane. Go back, go back! Danzo slowly got up from the bench on the street, and walked towards his home as if he had accepted his fate. He had been in the route for many years, and he had not returned to the place called home for more than 10 years. However, before Danzo could take 2 steps, he suddenly staggered, and felt his right arm tighten. An indescribable huge suction force came, and the chakra in his body rushed towards his right hand like crazy. An unprecedented feeling of weakness came, and his body seemed to be hollowed out. Oops! It's that arm, it's the cells of the first generation. Danzo immediately realized the reason, and just wanted to ask his subordinates to take him back to the laboratory, but suddenly remembered that his subordinates were almost all killed, and the rest either didn't come back or were useless, and there was no one around. It happened at this time. The massive loss of chakra caused a dizziness in the brain, and the body swayed as if drunk. The foot softened and staggered, and the whole body tilted forward. Is this the end of my future? Such a thought flashed through his mind, and Danzo seemed to accept his fate and stop struggling, letting his body fall down. Anyway, there is nothing left, it's better to end it all. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart, and the death of the person. Secondly, tears flow before words can be spoken. When Danzo was about to fall, a strong force surged behind him, and a pair of strong arms lifted him up. Old man, are you okay? Do you need help? A crisp voice sounded behind Danzo. Old man? Old man? One day I will be called old man, hee. It doesn't matter. Danzo laughed at himself. Perhaps because he was helped, he rarely said bad words. When he turned around and saw the appearance of the person, a word almost came out of his mouth, 9. The last few words were stopped by Danzo. The one who helped Danzo up was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, who had finished training and was going home. The Ninetales Jinchuriki helped me? Is the old man okay? Do you need me to take you home? Naruto looked at the gradually darkening sky and asked Danzo with concern, "It's not safe for you to be outside alone at such a late hour. Is this an opportunity? When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow." The moment he saw Naruto, Danzo's waist and legs were no longer sore, and he could go up to the 5th floor in one breath. What first-generation cells? Suck them. Suck them as you like. It seemed that the arm implanted with the first-generation cells stopped absorbing chakra due to Danzo's mood. The sky is helping me. Danzo looked at Naruto with an innocent look on his face, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Maybe this is his only chance to become the Hokage. Don't you, the 3rd generation, want the Ninetales Jinchuriki to inherit your will of fire? Don't you, the 3rd generation, want the Ninetales Jinchuriki to be your diehard fan? Don't you, the 3rd generation, want the Ninetales Jinchuriki to dream of becoming a Hokage? What if the Ninetales Jinchuriki becomes my successor? What if the Ninetales Jinchuriki stands on my side? Whoever gets the Ninetale Jinchuriki gets the Hokage. Looking at the history of the 4th Hokage of Konoha, which Hokage is not related to the Jinchuriki and has a close relationship with him? Or is he firmly controlled by him? Losing the root, losing the assistant of the Hokage, and losing the position of Konoha elder. These are harmless. What is important is the position of the Ninetale Jinchuriki. If you get the Ninetale Jinchuriki, if you control the Ninetale Jinchuriki, the meaning will be different. The more Danzo thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and the only remaining turbid eye became brighter and brighter. Sarutobi, I said that you will regret it. At this moment, Danzo, who felt that he had mastered the code of Hokage, laughed in his heart. At the same time, Naruto, who felt the malicious changes in Danzo, also laughed in his heart. Danzo tried to squeeze out a smile that he thought was kind to Naruto. What is your name, little friend? I am Shimura Danzo, a good person. The smile was really ugly. Naruto tilted his head, resisted the urge to beat him up, and smiled innocently. Uzumaki Naruto. You will become a great man like the 4th Hokage in the future. Finally, Naruto sent Danzo to the old house of the Shimura family. Under Danzo's extreme persuasion, he reluctantly sat in the old house of Shimura for a while, and said goodbye to him after a brief chat. Danzo also knew that too much is as bad as too little, so he did not stop him. In the following days, Danzo appeared near Naruto every now and then, and very coincidentally. It was this period of time every now and then that happened to avoid the time when the 3rd Hokage used the telescope technique to observe Naruto. Well, a perfect avoidance. The two people's contact became more and more frequent, and Danzo unconsciously changed from the old man in Naruto's mouth to the old man Danzo in Naruto's mouth. Don't think that it's just an extra name, it means a lot closer. When Danzo finally couldn't hold back his restless heart when he learned by chance that Naruto envied his classmate Uchiha Sasuke because he knew the fire-style Great Fireball, looking at Naruto's pure eyes, Danzo said in a voice that he thought was seductive, "Naruto, do you want to learn ninjutsu?" "Yes, Sasuke's Great Fireball technique is amazing," Naruto said with envy. "Humph, what's so special about the Uchiha clan's fire style? It's just so-so," Danzo said disdainfully. He didn't like Uchiha Sasuke very much, even though the Uchiha clan was now destroyed and only Itachi and Sasuke were left. Danzo still didn't like the only Uchiha left in Konoha. Then the style changed, and he said to Naruto in a flattering way, "I can teach you. I know a lot of ninjutsu, and when I was young, I was also the top wind style master in Konoha. If the malice on him wasn't so strong, it would really look like that." Naruto looked at Danzo with a look of surprise, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Danzo looked at Naruto, who was full of admiration, and smiled with satisfaction. "Sarutobi, I told you I'll make you regret it. But in a place where Danzo couldn't see, Naruto also smiled with satisfaction. "Old Biden, come and play. It's your turn this time." End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Is this also in your calculation? Third generation. Danzo has been obsessed with the title of Hokage all his life, and has been regretting that he didn't take the initiative to stand up, so that the second generation would pass the position of Hokage to the third generation. In fact, Danzo didn't see the essence at all, what kind of qualities are needed to become a Hokage. The courage to sacrifice for companions is only the most insignificant one. If he can't see through this layer, Danzo, who is obsessed with the past, will always be inferior to the third generation. Afterwards, as the assistant of the Hokage and the elder of Konoha, it seems that he is only one step away from the position of Hokage, but in fact, all the power of Danzo was given by the third generation of Hokage. Danzo's root was separated from the Umbu of Konoha, and most of the root ninjas under Danzo also came from the Umbu. And the Umbu is completely controlled by the third generation of Hokage. He is self-righteous and thinks that he can hide what he does from everyone. If there is no tacit approval from the third generation, can he really succeed? Is there a sense of de copyright JAVU? Does it look like a lackey under the emperor of a certain dynasty? If the leader of Konoha, the third generation, is compared to the emperor, then Shimura Danzo's root is the Jinyi, and he himself is just the seemingly powerful Wei Zhongxian, the 9,000 years old flower of the East Factory. In fact, all his power comes from the imperial power, Hokage, and the emperor can abolish him if he wants to. It's just that Danzo, the flower of the factory, always can't see himself clearly, always has his own ideas and tricks, always makes trouble behind the back, and always wants to take his title of 9,000 years old to a higher level and turn it into a long life. So once the problem of the Uchiha clan is solved, Danzo is useless. Just wait until one day when he is needed and then recall him again. During the previous Orochimaru incident, the root was disbanded once. As long as the third generation is not dead, Danzo can't make waves. Danzo thinks that he can meet Naruto at the most decadent time, which is a chance given to him by God. Little did he know that his trajectory of action was already in Naruto's control, and all these coincidences were man-made. Naruto has seen through Danzo. This was a complete trap from the beginning. Danzo entered this trap voluntarily. Danzo wanted to control Naruto, and Naruto was attracted by Danzo's knowledge. Shimura Danzo would never have dreamed that he finally jumped out of one trap and jumped into another trap. He has been used all his life, a pitiful, sad but hateful tool. This wave of Shimura Danzo is on the first level, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation, is on the 5th level, and Uzumaki Naruto is on the 10th level. Since he was going to teach Naruto ninjutsu, Danzo did not hesitate to do it immediately. If you want to learn ninjutsu, you must first determine the attributes of your chakra. Everyone's chakra attributes are innate, and of course they can also be cultivated. But the power will be relatively smaller. Danzo took out a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto while speaking, "Enter your chakra on this paper." This is chakra paper. As the name suggests, it can detect the attributes of the chakra possessed by the ninja. The method of use is very simple, just input chakra into the paper. According to the different changes of the chakra paper, the chakra attribute of the tester can be judged, but it can only be used to test the 5 elements, and the most special yin and yang are not within the test range. Fire attribute paper will catch fire, wind attribute paper will split from the middle, thunder attribute paper will wrinkle, water attribute paper will get wet, and earth attribute paper will break. At the end, Danzo reminded with great concern, "Do you know how to input chakra?" Naruto took the chakra paper and nodded obediently. The teacher at the ninja school said so. In fact, when the teacher at the ninja school was teaching, Naruto was either practicing, and the shadow clone who was listening to the class was sleeping. It was the 4th generation who taught him. Although the 4th generation Hokage also knew wind escape ninjutsu, Naruto felt that he had to find an excuse for knowing ninjutsu. He couldn't just show off Byakuya when the fight started. Although it was handsome, it was too obvious and there was no way to make trouble behind the scenes. Okay, let's be honest. In fact, the main reason is that Naruto thinks the fourth Hokage didn't teach him well. Apart from the one seal ninjutsu such as Shadow Clone and multiple Shadow Clone, the fourth Hokage didn't teach him half of the 5 elements ninjutsu after teaching him for a long time. With the input of Naruto's chakra, the chakra paper in his hand changed. The paper split in the middle. Wind attribute chakra. Danzo's eyes were shining when he saw Naruto's chakra attribute. God really helps me. Wind attribute, pure wind attribute chakra. Isn't it a perfect match with my chakra? Although Naruto has only one chakra attribute, it is ordinary in the entire ninja world. But he is not ordinary with his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if there is only one chakra attribute, I will train him to be a talent. Danzo looked at Naruto with his one eye shining. Wait until the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki inherits my mantle and bears my mark. Then let's see what you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will do. Thinking of this, Danzo felt full of power. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Reality soon gave Shimura Danzo a big slap in the face, and he saw stars. Danzo felt that his lungs were going to explode. 3 months, a full 3 months, under Danzo's careful teaching all the time, Naruto didn't even learn the most basic sea-level ninjutsu wind style, great breakthrough. That's a full 3 months, just to learn a ninjutsu, even the dumbest ninja should have learned it. It took Uchiha Sasuke only 1 week from the beginning to master the Great Fireball technique. Danzo dared to swear with his remaining eye that he had never seen such a high EQ, not talented in ninjutsu. Low EQ Shang, stupid. Compared to the talent of learning Chi within 7 days, Naruto really has no talent for ninjutsu. Except for the unmarked ninjutsu, which he can learn immediately, it is extremely difficult to learn the 5 elements ninjutsu. In the words of the 4th generation, Naruto is a natural taijutsu ninja. Naruto looked at the powerful wind ninjutsu scrolls in Danzo's hand with some envy and regret. If he can't even learn a sea-level ninjutsu, let alone the others. Don't even think about wind blades, vacuum jade, vacuum waves, and pressure. It's better to wait and see if you can get whatever you want with your hands together. What's the saying? When someone opens a door for you, they must close a window for you. It seems that the door I opened is the talent of Chi, and the window I closed is the talent of 5 elements ninjutsu. That is to say, I can only go further and further on the road of martial arts. In his spare time, he learned the 3 moon dance, one of Konoha's assassination techniques. Looking at Naruto, who instantly split into 3 clones and cut the stone wall in front of him into 3 pieces, Danzo fell into deep thought. At this moment, Danzo remembered what the 3rd generation said to him. That child has a good talent for physical skills. Looking at Naruto's talent for being able to master even the most difficult physical skills instantly, Danzo was silent. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this also in your calculation? End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Uzumaki Naruto, you are the fucking one. From that day on, Danzo changed the strategy of teaching Naruto and began to cultivate Naruto's physical skills. Naruto still felt very sorry about this, after all, ninjutsu was so cool. Ha ha ha, you little brat, can't you learn ninjutsu? I told you what's the use of learning that kind of thing. The Nine-Tails in Naruto almost laughed and cried about this. With one hand covering his stomach and the other hand hammering the floor, he laughed wildly. It wasn't until Naruto punched him in the stomach a few times that the Nine-Tails started rolling on the ground with his hands covering his stomach that it calmed down. In fact, Naruto only thought that ninjutsu was cool. It didn't matter if he couldn't learn it. It seemed that the Hyuga clan couldn't learn the 5 elements escape technique either, so there were gains and losses. Anyway, no matter how strong you are, I can beat you down with one punch. Even if one punch is not enough, I will stand on the right and let him go. The Nine-Tails, who finally recovered, jumped up and pointed at Naruto and cursed, "You bastard! I must teach you a lesson today. Come on!" Naruto rolled up his sleeves and ran into the sealed iron gate. After a series of clanging and banging, the Ninetales was lying on the ground with 2 huge black circles under his eyes and a bruised face. He looked at Naruto, who was also lying on his stomach, and said, "You little brat, what kind of ninjutsu are you learning? I'll lend you my power. Just shoot anyone you don't like. Why waste your energy, make such complicated gestures, and learn such weak abilities? Only humans would do that." Naruto turned over on the Ninetales' stomach and changed to a comfortable position. "I am a human." "You are kidding." Under the effect of chakra, the bruises on the Ninetales' face began to slowly disappear. "You are stronger than our tailed beasts. Why don't we join forces? As long as we join forces, no one in this world can be our opponent. We are invincible." The Ninetales encouraged Naruto with his clumsy guidance. "Invincible?" Naruto raised his eyebrows and said a name tentatively, "Uchiha Madara." The Ninetales was silent for a long time before speaking. "You can still have a chance with that strange flash technique of yours. 2 people joining forces only have a chance?" It seems that Uchiha Madara has left a deep impression on the Ninetales. Then Naruto thought about it and said another name, Senjo Hashirama. The Ninetales was just about to brag and pretend to be cool, saying that Senjo Hashirama was nothing. As a result, he recalled the scene when he was pinched by others like a chicken in his perfect state. "Ninetales, your power is too dangerous." Senjo Hashirama said so at the time, and then he was sealed not long after. "Ninetales! Stop making a fuss, stop making a fuss!" The Ninetales was so angry that he wanted to flip the table after being slapped in the face for pretending to be cool. But soon his eyes turned again, and he encouraged again, "Why don't we destroy that annoying village outside, and then kill all those annoying humans? You hate them anyway. You are so barbaric." Naruto rolled his eyes at him without thinking. "Kill them all, and then what? Wait for others to catch you." He patted Kyubai's belly and said, "Kyuubi, you see, we are still very weak. Especially I am still very weak." "You are weak? Kyuubi? Are you serious? Your punch can make me hurt for a long time, and it will turn into a lump instantly if it hits a normal human. Under the premise of not being able to protect yourself, you must not get carried away. There are many people stronger than you in this world. How strong do you think you need to be?" Kyuubi asked along with Naruto's words. Naruto thought about it and said very seriously, "At least I can beat you flat with one punch. Don't I, the strongest tailed beast, have any dignity?" The whole Ninetales is in a bad mood. Naruto thought of 6 paths Obito, 6 paths Madara, 6 paths Sage, and the mother of Chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki clan far away in outer space. That clan is somewhat similar to the Frieza army, both of which invade other planets. Before facing that clan without the ability to protect themselves, it is better to keep a low profile and quietly strengthen the strength. Ninetales was bypassed by Naruto, pouting and sulking. He didn't notice that Naruto didn't say that he disagreed with Ninetales' suggestion in the end. Ninetales' temper came and went quickly. After a while, he said to Naruto again, "Then let's get rid of that one-eyed old guy. In fact, you hate him, right? His malice towards you is the highest in the whole village. My Kurama! Today, I'm going to make trouble." Kurama. Naruto rubbed the softest part of Kyuubi's abdomen, lay down, and said to Kyuubi earnestly, "As a civilized fox, don't fight and kill all day long. The method of directly destroying from the physical level is too low. Do you know what it means to kill someone and destroy his heart?" Kyuubi was about to say that he didn't know, but Naruto's next sentence made him angry. "You don't understand at first glance." Before Kyuubi got angry, Naruto continued. "Doesn't he want to become Hokage? What do you think about me helping him become Hokage? What do you think?" Kyuubi asked stupidly, following Naruto's words. Although he didn't quite understand, the proposal sounded interesting. Becoming Hokage is his lifelong obsession, and it is what he dreams of. He dreams of becoming Hokage. If we help him ascend the throne of Hokage, and then in one breath, what do you think he will become? What do you think in one breath? Seeing that Naruto stopped talking at the critical moment, Kyuubi scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Naruto did not answer Kyuubi, but said, "The most effective way to strike a person is not to defeat him or to intimidate him, but to give him the most ruthless and direct blow when he thinks he is about to win, shattering his dreams and crushing his confidence." Kyuubi thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, and asked stupidly, "So you want to punch him?" Naruto stared at Kyuubi for a long time, sighed, "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Looking at Naruto's caring eyes, Kyuubi knew that he was despised no matter how stupid he was. Instantly exploded. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are the fucking one!" Instantly bounced up from the ground and pounced on Naruto. The sound of thunder and lightning punches resounded throughout the sealed space again. The bruised Kyuubi made a brilliant appearance again. "Stinky brat, next time I care about you, I am Shikaku." Not long after saying this, Kyuubi licked his face and went to find Naruto again. The nature of human beings is to say one thing and do another, and the tailed beasts cannot escape this nature. The fourth generation watched the man and the beast fighting inside from outside the seal, and wanted to join in but felt that he could not fit in. He could only touch his cheek with his index finger with a little disappointment, and sighed outside. Naruto and the Ninetales have a really good relationship. The Ninetales and Naruto do have a good relationship, but it was all fought out. Why is it like this? It all comes down to a night a few years ago. Kurama, how do you tailed beasts usually communicate with each other? The Ninetales snorted listlessly, and said something that made him regret it for the rest of his life without thinking. Fight. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Children's Words. "Naruto, this is my secret base, what do you think of it?" Danzo said to Naruto in a boastful tone. Naruto looked around. The two of them were standing on a circular platform built on a grey floor. The surrounding area was made up of buildings of different heights and unknown uses. They were unevenly arranged and had no aesthetic appeal. Several masked root ninjas were doing some kind of training on it. Naruto could feel that the moment he stepped into this land, the sight of these root ninjas stayed on him for a few seconds. A winding and rugged road in front was built of unknown wood. The overall color was grayish, and the only eye-catching thing was the slightly weird red guardrail. Such a style and design could not be called good-looking no matter what angle Naruto looked at it from. It could barely be considered a battle-damaged version. The light was dim around, and there were occasional gaps that revealed tiny spots of sunlight. The surrounding air was filled with the unique dampness and coldness of the underground, and there was also a hint of the smell of soil. The intricate roads were intertwined, which was simply a huge underground maze. Probably only insects, mice, snakes, and reptiles like to stay in such a place. This is one of the bases of Konoha's route, and it is a training ground for training root ninjas. Danzo actually brought Naruto to the route. "Uncle Danzo, the environment here is really terrible, it's just like the place where underground mice live." As soon as Naruto opened his mouth, Danzo's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Facing Naruto's innocent eyes, Danzo could only forcibly hold back the urge to curse, and silently said in his heart, "Children's words are free of restraint, children's words are free of restraint." Naruto did not intend to shut up, and continued, "I read in a book that living in such a dark and humid place for a long time will cause a disease called rheumatism. Uncle Danzo, you see that so many bandages on your body are not breathable, living in such an environment, please be careful. I'm in very good health, so I won't get any rheumatism." Danzo's face was as black as coal. Naruto seemed not to notice, and rambled on to himself, all about the various symptoms and derivative symptoms of rheumatism. For example, on cloudy and rainy days, the joints in the legs will hurt. For example, when you get up in the morning or after resting for a long time, the joints will feel sticky and stiff. Well, it seems that sometimes I feel a little stiff, and I also have a little joint pain when it rains. Danzo said he didn't believe it, but as he listened, he began to feel that some of the symptoms were consistent, and he believed most of them without realizing it. I began to think about how to treat rheumatism. As a person who will become Hokage in the future, how can he leave hidden dangers for the enemy to find an opportunity to take advantage of? By the way, why did you choose the root base underground in the first place? It seems that I chose it together with the third generation. Did that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen let him come here because he knew he would get sick? Such an idea came to Danzo's mind, who used himself to save others. Damn Sarutobi! In fact, with the physical fitness of ninjas in the ninja world, it is still difficult for them to get rheumatism. 130 trillion cells per capita is not in vain, the immunity of most civilians around the world is low. As for why Danzo had the illusion of being ill? When you get older, you can more or less get involved. Danzo is over 60 years old. Naruto mentioned casually, obviously, life under the sun on the ground is more suitable for Mr. Danzo. Does Naruto think so too? Life under the sun? If it's possible, why don't I want to go? The place Danzo has been peeping at is called the Hokage's throne. Danzo, who has been in the darkness for a long time, yearns for light more and more, which is one of the reasons why he wholeheartedly wants to become Hokage. As long as you become Hokage, I can. It's a pity that Danzo has no ambition and no ability. His ambition is destined to be in vain. Danzo-sama. A tall root ninja half knelt at Danzo's feet. This root ninja had orange hair that was parted and tied in a short ponytail. Wearing a black uniform unique to Genbi, there is a half-meter-long tachi on his back. Mountain Wind. After the annihilation of the Ye group and the dissolution of the three generations, there are only a few fruits left at the root. Oh, at this time the root has been disbanded by the third generation. Now it should be called Danzo's Guard. They don't even wear the root mask. Even though Shanfeng was only a teenager, he was already Danzo's right-hand man and had won Danzo's trust. He is very proficient in the art of turning around with one hand, and at the same time, he is very explosive in physical skills and sword skills. Even when facing multiple jounin, he cannot fall behind. Wind looked at Nakayama Kaze Danzo and nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, the Uchiha had other tasks on the day of the genocide, and he and Torajin were not able to participate. Otherwise, I am afraid that there would only be a few kittens and puppies left in the entire Nizo. Damn masked man! Because he didn't know what really happened on the night of the genocide, Danzo blamed Obito for the genocide. Danzo pointed to Naruto aside and said, "From now on, you must respect him as much as you respect me." Yes. Shanfeng replied calmly, without any emotion. This is the characteristic of a root ninja. The first thing to do to become a root ninja is to eliminate feelings. Uncle Danzo, who is he? After hearing Naruto's address to Danzo, Shanfen's face twitched slightly. Old man Danzo? What the hell kind of name is this? The key is that Danzo-sama is still not angry. This is my guard. This place will be open to you at any time from now on. If you want to learn anything, just ask him if I'm not here. Danzo was very busy. He had so much time to teach Naruto before. Imprisoned by the third generation. Just yesterday, the third generation had lifted his confinement and approached him to discuss reorganizing the roots. There are some things that the third generation can't do, the Umbu can't do, but the Genbu can do it, and he, Danzo, can do it. There are some things that once you get used to them, you can't stop using them. The third generation cannot live without Danzo. The third generation cherishes feathers and wants to act like a good old man in front of outsiders. But for some things, someone always has to put on a bad face, and someone always has to make black gloves. For the third generation, Danzo is the best black glove. Although sometimes I have my own ideas and I am disobedient, I am easy to control. Especially the families in Konoha knew exactly what Danzo was doing. Without the support of these families, Danzo would never have been able to become Hokage in this life. Finally, Danzo added before leaving, if you want to practice or something, you can let him practice with you. He is very strong. Naruto watched with a smile as Danzo's figure gradually disappeared. When he could no longer feel Danzo's energy, Naruto slowly turned his face and showed a playful smile to Shan Feng. Mountain Wind? I heard you are very strong. Please give me a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Stealing the House. Please vote for the new book issue. 1 minute later. The mountain wind that Danzo had boasted about a second ago lay at Naruto's feet like a dead dog. I haven't even used my strength yet, and you fell down. In fact, Yamanaka Feng is not as bad as Naruto said. At least he is more than enough to beat the current Niji, Sasuke, and Rock Lee. However, compared to Naruto, he is indeed destined to be killed in one move. After all, there are only a few people who can withstand Naruto's punch. Shadow Clone Technique. With a burst of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone appeared. 4th generation, please. Naruto nodded to the shadow clone, and then he disappeared instantly. This shadow clone was controlled by the 4th generation. He pressed Yamanaka Feng's chin and gently pinched it, and Yamanaka Feng stuck out his tongue. There was a strange pattern printed in the middle of the tongue. It looked like several horizontal bars put together, and some of them were broken in the middle. The seal of tongue trouble. The curse seal that Danzo put on the tongues of all the root members. As long as they want to say something related to a specific matter, their whole body will be paralyzed and unable to move. It can prevent the root ninja from betraying him and not revealing the secret. Of course, the effect of this curse seal is far more than that. Danzo also uses this curse seal to control the root ninja. As long as Danzo is willing, he can take the life of the root ninja at any time. It is similar to the caged bird technique of the Hyuga clan, but it is not as restrictive as the caged bird. Danzo has not thought about putting this curse seal on Naruto. A few years ago, Danzo and the 3rd generation suggested that Naruto be handed over to him for training. At that time, as long as the 3rd generation agreed to hand Naruto over to him, he would definitely put this curse seal on Naruto. Train Naruto into a top strategic weapon that belongs only to Danzo. As for now? Not now. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Besides, not all root ninjas are planted with talismans by Danzo. For example, the earlier batch of root ninjas, Cold Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. After a while, Naruto returned to the original place with several root ninjas who were also knocked out by him. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 9 people. 3 of them are about the same age as Yamanaka Fu, and the other 6 are about the same age as Naruto. One of them has skin as pale as white paper, which makes Naruto take a closer look. Sigh. 4th generation, do you have any way to deal with these curse seals? Naruto looked at the curse seal on Yamanaka Fu's tongue and frowned slightly. This pattern is a bit ugly. Except for a few, Danzo uses curse seals to control the root ninjas, and also uses curse seals to cultivate and erase the feelings of the root ninjas. The benefits are obvious. The root ninjas only obey the orders of him, Danzo. Even if the root is disbanded and the root ninjas are incorporated into the Umbu, as long as he, Danzo, gives an order, these root ninjas will still return to his side. But the curse seal is the reason for success or failure. These root ninjas will only obey the person who controls the curse seal. If the person who controls the curse seal changes from Danzo to Naruto, then they will only obey Naruto's orders. However, Naruto is not very good at these strange seals and curses. His sealing skills are neither bad nor good, but just average. At least he can't unlock the tongue trouble seal under Danzo. He is good at punching people who make curses. It doesn't matter if he is not good at it, the problem is that he has a top seal and curse master in his belly. As the only civilian Hokage in history, the fourth Hokage is not good at the 5 elements ninjutsu, illusion, swordsmanship, and other conventional fighting methods in the ninja world. He takes a very unusual path as a ninja. He is good at the difficult and unpopular moves of time and space ninjutsu. He also has a very high attainment in sealing and curse seals. He can do the 8 diagrams seal and the Shikigami seal at will. He also has a high talent for fairy arts, but he doesn't like that feeling. He can also instantly comprehend the Kurama mode. If he hadn't died too early, the grown-up complete Minato would have been a real opponent in the case of Madara and Hashirama, who were both hanging around. In summary, the seal level of the fourth Hokage is higher than that of Danzo. The fourth Hokage controlled his shadow clone and nodded to Naruto, "This curse seal can be unlocked or covered." Hearing this, Naruto smiled like a little fox. What do you think Danzo would do if he found out that his root had fallen into Naruto's hands after becoming Hokage? The expression must be very interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so high. What? Despicable? I'm the 9-tailed demon fox, so it's reasonable to bewitch people, right? This wave is called stealing the home. Danzo, who didn't know that his home was stolen by Naruto, had just walked out of the root base not far away and was heading towards the location of the Hokage building. Looking at the gloomy sky that was about to rain, Danzo felt that his knee joints began to ache slightly. Rheumatism. Looking at the huge statue of the third Hokage on the Hokage rock, Danzo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Humph! Take 2 steps at a time, Danzo quickly came to the Hokage's office. Seeing Danzo come in, the third Hokage put the pipe in his hand aside and slowly stood up. "Danzo, you are in contact with the 9-tails Jinchuriki." The third Hokage said slowly, "I remember I warned you not to get close to him." No matter how cautious Danzo is, as long as he is still in Konoha, it is impossible to completely hide from the third Hokage's sight. He is not Naruto, and he does not have Naruto's perception ability to avoid in advance. "Sarutobi. Are you worried that I will turn him into a root?" Danzo was rarely panicked this time, but looked like he had expected it long ago. "Don't worry, I didn't do anything to harm the 9-tails Jinchuriki. Not only did he not harm him, he sometimes took care of him. I even taught him ninjutsu in person. Although this idiot didn't learn any of them." Seeing the Sandame's disbelief, Danzo continued. "I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I just want to be an ordinary old man. Just take care of the younger generation a little. After all, I have no children, not one, only one person." Danzo said this, sighed softly, and his expression became very depressed. "If you don't want me to get close to him, then I'll stay away from him." Danzo used the treasure Danzo's emotional card on the Sandame. Looking at Danzo's depressed expression, the Sandame thought of the situation reported to him by the Umbu in recent days. Although he knew that Danzo's current performance was a bit pretentious, the annihilation of the root was indeed a huge blow to Danzo. In the end, he could only shake his head. Forget it, forget it. This is the only time, and it will never happen again. The effect is outstanding. If I find out that you are trying to get your hands on the 9-tails Jinchuriki, I will never let you go. This is my bottom line. Remember, the 9-tails Jinchuriki is not your tool." Danzo said yes on the surface, but he didn't agree in his heart. "Humph, Sarutobi, let's wait and see." Then the two began to discuss the reconstruction of the root. The third generation needs Danzo, on the one hand because he is used to Danzo's black glove, and on the other hand, he really has feelings for Danzo, this old friend. Otherwise, who would tolerate the behavior of his black glove again and again? These two people really love and hate each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Fourth Generation X Premonition X Konoha, New Book Period. Asking for votes. Naruto, are you really going to do this? The fourth generation in the sealed space looked at Naruto with a little worry and said, "Why don't you think about it again?" Eternal sister. Before Naruto could answer, the 9-tailed fox said in an extremely impatient voice, "You have known this brat for so long, do you think he is the kind of person who will listen to advice? Seeing that Naruto did not speak, it seemed that he agreed with what the nine-tailed fox said. The fourth generation could not help but speak again. Once he is discovered, he will face traitors to the village. He, eternal sister. Before the fourth generation finished speaking, he was interrupted by the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox grinned, revealing a row of white fangs, and looked at the fourth generation with a very human expression and taunted, with Naruto's current ability, do you think he will care about being wanted? Or do you think there is anyone in Konoha who can be Naruto's opponent now? Faced with the Nine-Tails questioning, the fourth Hokage was silent. During this period of time, he certainly knew how strong Naruto was. What's more terrifying is that Naruto's strength is growing every day, the kind of growth that can be seen by the naked eye every few days. As the Nine-Tails said, there is no one in the entire Konoha who is Naruto's opponent, or it can be said that there are very few people in the entire ninja world who can match Naruto. The third Hokage can't do it, Danzo can't do it, and the two major advisors of Konoha can't do it. This is just Naruto. Don't forget that Naruto still has the nine-tails in his body. The nine-tails chakra cooperates with Naruto's power. If Naruto really wants to attack Konoha, I'm afraid no one can be spared. The destructive power that can be unleashed is even greater than that of a single nine-tails. Don't say that, Kurama. I still care about being wanted by Konoha. Naruto said as he changed into a pure black tights, put on a spiral mask that is exactly the same as Obito, and covered his conspicuous golden short hair with a hood. At least I care now. If we are discovered, there will be a risk of betrayal. So, it will be fine if we are not discovered. Hey, fourth generation! Will you help me? The fourth generation was slightly stunned when he heard this, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. He really had no way to refuse Naruto's request. Naruto planned to leave the village, of course not through the normal channels to apply to the third generation, but to use the fourth generation's Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, this was something Naruto had planned for a long time. It's just that it has never been officially implemented. You have to know that it is not a simple matter for a Jinchuriki to leave the village. It is not enough to say nice things to the third generation and act like a spoiled child. Not to mention that the third generation will not agree, even Danzo, who forced himself to act like a loving person in front of Naruto, will not agree. The procedures are very complicated. You can't just go out casually. When to go and where to go are also very particular. As a village chief, you found that your strategic weapon suddenly disappeared and ran out of the village alone. What do you think? As the fourth generation said, it is very likely that he will be treated as a traitor to the village. As a strategic weapon, if the Jinchuriki is released casually, it may cause a diplomatic incident. If a Jinchuriki from another country runs to your country, what would you think as the leader of a village? If someone throws nuclear weapons at your house, what else can he do if he doesn't want to start a war? Why don't you beat him up? So the control of Jinchuriki is the top priority in all major ninja villages. Of course, this is not absolute. Some ninja villages really can't control it, so if the Jinchuriki dies outside and the tailed beast runs away, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Whether they can be caught depends on whether there is anyone I robbed you. If Naruto only went for a while or went back the same day, it would be fine. Anyway, Naruto often went to the Whirlpool country to find Uchiha. But this time, Naruto's destination was not the Whirlpool country. But it was the Kusagakure village. Everything was just as Naruto said, as long as he was not discovered. It was like cheating. If he was not discovered, it was equivalent to not cheating. True * shadow clone. Naruto put his index and middle fingers together and crossed his hands. With a bang, another Naruto appeared in front of him. Kurama Naruto muttered in his heart, and the nine tails in the sealed space nodded to indicate that he understood. A layer of fiery red chakra immediately appeared on the shadow clone, and then a three-tailed demon fox coat appeared behind it, but soon this demon fox coat disappeared without a trace. But this was not a real disappearance. The power of the tailed beast entered the body of the clone. The power of the three tails, the chakra, is at least 200 cards. The clone will not disappear in a short time, at least not before Naruto comes back. As long as the clone Naruto is not fatally injured, even the Byakugan can't see the abnormality. Fourth generation, I'll leave it to you. Naruto said to the clone. Yes, this clone is actually the fourth generation. It is not like the previous puppet, but the consciousness of the main body. Naruto does not have any talent for the 5 elements escape technique, but his talent in transformation technique and shadow clone is ridiculously strong, only second to physical training and chi. The developed harem technique and reverse harem technique, as a transformation system, can easily deceive the perception of ninja. Even Uchiha Obito, who inherited Madara's legacy, did not see through it. He really has a set. The achievements in the shadow clones are even more exaggerated. The real shadow clone series he developed is a product of the combination of chi and chakra. The chi is divided and mixed with chakra in a certain proportion. It can withstand higher damage than ordinary shadow clones. It can exist until the chakra in the clone is consumed, ignoring the distance limit. If these can only be regarded as minor enhancements, then this real shadow clone can do things that other shadow clones cannot do. The real shadow clone can also use ordinary shadow clones. As long as the chakra is enough, he can clone infinitely. For a chakra user like Naruto, this ability is too useful. And the most important point is that the real shadow clone can accommodate the consciousness of other people or beasts. For example, the consciousness of the 9 tails, such as the consciousness of the 4th generation. What Naruto asked the 4th generation to help was actually to let the 4th generation disguise himself as him. Send me out of the village first. The 4th generation nodded, and the Flying Thunder God technique was performed instantly. A flash of gold passed by, and the masked Naruto's real body and real shadow clone disappeared on the spot. When it appeared again, only the 4th generation, whose consciousness descended on the shadow clone, was left. After Naruto left, the 4th generation walked slowly to the windowsill, closed his eyes, felt the strong malice around him, and felt the unfriendly eyes from time to time. After a moment, the 4th generation slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze to the huge Hokage rock in front of him, and his gaze stayed on one of the previous generations of Hokage. After staring for a long time, the 4th generation's originally sunny and clean blue eyes flashed with a hint of sinisterness. It came and went quickly, as if nothing had happened. So many years have passed, and Konoha is still the same Konoha. It's just that this time I looked at it from a different angle, and this place that should have been extremely familiar was so strange. It was as if I knew this village for the first time. The softness in the 4th generation's eyes gradually faded, and gradually became sharp, like a long-sealed sword unsheathed. Some things still have to be protected in their own way. End of this chapter. Chapter 47XX Happy Box? Naruto appeared again, already at the border of the Land of Fire. This is the closest mark of the 4th generation Flying Thunder God technique to the Land of Grass. This is the first time I've traveled far in this life. Leaving that malicious place makes me feel happy from my cells to my hair follicles. Naruto was in a good mood after leaving Konoha. He took a few deep breaths, and his nose was filled with the fragrance of grass, refreshing. Let me see where this is. Naruto looked around with a little curiosity. There was an endless grassland in front of him, and a lush forest behind him. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the surrounding atmosphere through the air. It took a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. Naruto took steps towards the northwest and set off on the journey to the grass village. Although the specific location of the grass village is unknown, the amount of air in that location is the largest, and it is also relatively stronger. I think it should be the grass village. The Land of Grass is located at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth among the 5 great nations. The Land of Rain is to the south and the Land of Taki is to the north. Among the several nations, the land of grass is the weakest. The two great nations of fire and earth, Konoha and Iwagakure, will not be elaborated on. The leader of the rain village of the land of rain is the demigod Hanzo, who is famous in the ninja world. Under the leadership of Hanzo, he attempted to become the sixth great nation. In order to expand the territory, he declared war on the land of iron, Konoha, and sand village at the same time. He was the fuse of the Second Ninja World War. Although he did not win in the end, it was enough to illustrate the strength of the rain village and Hanzo. Taki village of the land of Taki has not produced any famous characters except Kakuzu. However, it is worth mentioning that Taki village has the Seven Tails, which is the only village in the ninja world that does not belong to the 5 major ninja villages and has a tailed beast. The grass village of the land of grass and these ninja villages compared to them, it is far inferior. It has neither a strong leader nor military force, nor has it produced any famous characters. It is completely a ninja village that serves as a background board. If you have to say the characteristics, you can only say that the grass ninja village is good at studying other countries' ninjutsu and is a ninja village that is good at learning. But don't think that the grass country is just a small country the size of a sesame seed. It also has a daimyo. But this daimyo has no ability and only knows how to enjoy himself. The whole country is in a state of extreme corruption. So the gambling industry in this country is very developed, and it is not inferior to the famous Tansho Street in the Fire Country. But all this has nothing to do with Naruto. Now Naruto looked at the situation in front of him and fell into deep thought. Following the direction indicated by the air, he performed the dance technique and rushed all the way. He didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment until Naruto arrived in the direction indicated by the air. Except for very few cases, under normal logic, ninja villages should be inland. The grass ninja village is definitely not in this special case. And in front of him is the endless sea. In summary, it's too much. The towering gabled tower, narrow windows, snow-white walls, and the sloping roof decorations that are picked out layer by layer. And the huge city below, which is wider than the house, gives people a solid, heavy, and oppressive aesthetic effect. The narrow windows form a strong contrast with the vast space inside, making the interior dim and extremely deep. With the waves constantly hitting the cliffs around, it gives people a feeling of extreme depression and tension. Especially the gloomy sky above, which is about to drip ink. What's more exaggerated is that it seems that only this piece of sky is frozen. It is obviously sunny dozens of miles away, but here it is always covered by thick clouds like bedding. Don't say sunshine, even the light seems to be swallowed up. What's in front of me is not the Kusagakure village. It's clearly a city standing proudly on an isolated island. Naruto followed the strongest aura in the land of grass, and the strongest auras in the land of grass were gathered in this city. So the grass country is not the most powerful organization in the land of grass, but this city is? Then the question is, where is this place? A sea breeze brushed across his cheeks, and a slightly fishy smell came from the air. Naruto, who had very sharp 5 senses, immediately recognized that this slightly salty and slightly fishy smell was the smell of wet soil after rain mixed with sea breeze and blood. This bloody smell was still very fresh. Naruto in the sky then discovered the style of the city in front of him. The square structure and the towering towers on both sides were more like defending the interior than defending against foreign invasions. Prison? The word flashed through Naruto's mind. Naruto looked a little dazed. He really took the wrong road. The place Naruto arrived at was indeed not the grass country, but the isolated island prison on a small island near the land of grass, Ghost Light City. The Ghost Light Castle is a prison built by various countries on behalf of the Kusagakure village to detain ninjas who have committed crimes. It is located on a small island near the land of grass and is surrounded by the sea. The name Ghost Light is not because of its architectural style, but because the island is full of sour berries called Ghost Light. The prisoners held in this prison are not simple either. They are not so-called rebels or dangerous elements. To be precise, they are ZZ prisoners. It is normal for the prison of the ninja village to detain ninjas who have committed crimes, but some people cannot be imprisoned in the prison of the ninja village, such as prisoners related to the daimyo. Here we have to talk about an interesting thing in the ninja world. The actual rulers of the 5 major countries are not the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages, but the daimyo of the 5 major countries. The relationship between the 5 major ninja villages and the daimyo is even just an employment relationship. The Sand Village of the Wind Country fought with Konoha because the daimyo wanted to hire Konoha and the funds allocated to them were less. And the identity of this daimyo is similar to the celestial dragons who do not seek death in the world of One Piece. The scene in front of me is a bit familiar. It seems to be the style of a certain movie. Naruto is familiar with the plot of the main drama of Naruto, but he is relatively unfamiliar with the movie. He has only watched the classic 1 or 2 in the later period. The plot of this place seems to be that Naruto was framed, then caught, then reversed, then beaten, and then exploded. Naruto didn't have much impression of the characters in it, but he was quite impressed by something in this place. It seems to be a treasure called the ultimate weapon of the 6 Paths Sage. What is the name of the happy box? Naruto automatically imported the word rich woman. Ugh! What a dirty name! It is said that this treasure can fulfill a wish of the person who opens it. But the truth is that it can't fulfill any wish, it can only bring destruction. Why does this setting have a very familiar sense of copyright JAVU? You are right, the big cup of Fuyaki City. Naruto fell into this strange city prison in his wild thoughts. Since we are here, we should bring some gifts back. Just give the box to Sasuke, he will probably like it. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. This little sheik is really good looking. The night in Ghost Lantern City is very quiet, so quiet that there is no sound. When the curfew time comes, all the prisoners in the city are locked up in the cells, and the jailers will warn in advance. The prisoners were told to keep absolute silence in wild view. So at night in this city, even the chirping of insects was a luxury. Because the Lord of Ghost Lantern City did not like noise. Also, Ghost Lantern City was very clean. Not to mention garbage, even weeds and leaves were rare. The jailers had to clean each room at least 10 times a day, and the roads and squares were no less than 100 times. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as spotless. Because the Lord of Ghost Lantern City did not like dirt. The Lord of Ghost Lantern City had absolute ruling power in Ghost Lantern City. It could even be said that his words were imperial decrees. Lord Wuvai. Several men wearing masks that looked like gorillas, baboons, and monkeys, half knelt in front of a middle-aged man with their backs bent, and said respectfully. The middle-aged man was wearing a uniform similar to the German army uniform of the 20th century. He sat upright, with his hands crossed under his nose. His slightly thin face gave people a sense of maturity and stability. His eyes were cold and his expression was meticulous, as if he had no feelings. Wuvai, the current lord of Ghost Lantern City, is a person with severe mysophobia. He likes to wear a pair of white gloves. It is said that if the white gloves on his hands are stained with a little dust, the jailer in charge of the sanitation of this area will suffer the most severe punishment. Wuvai did not speak, and his expression did not change at all, as if the destruction of this world had nothing to do with him. He just nodded his head imperceptibly. The rock village Jonin you asked for has been brought back. Seeing Wuvai nod, several masked men continued to report their work. As if they were used to it. Currently detained in room 1 of the wood character. Very good, go down. After hearing the results of the reports from several people, Wuvai's expression finally changed slightly and he spoke for the first time. Yes, sir. After hearing the words, several people were as if they had been pardoned, and they all prepared to get up and leave. At this moment, the man wearing a baboon mask suddenly spoke, Lord Wuvai, why does Ghost Lantern City accept rebel ninjas from other ninja villages? Since its establishment, Ghost Lantern City has never accepted any rebel ninjas, has not participated in the disputes in the ninja world, and has maintained an absolutely fair and neutral attitude. This is the ancient precepts left by the Ghost Lantern City lords of all generations, and it cannot be broken. Now you do this." When he spoke, Wu Vai's face did not react at all. The others were startled and immediately dodged and stayed away from him. "What's wrong with me doing this?" Wu Vai still said lightly, but his cold eyes turned to the man who was speaking. The man thought about it, gritted his teeth and continued. "It's really inappropriate. So, are you questioning my decision?" Wu Vai did not answer, but slowly stood up and looked directly at the man. "Your subordinate, I dare not." This action doubled the pressure on the masked man, his voice trembled slightly, and sweat continued to seep out of his face and forehead under the mask, and he obviously began to panic. "No, you dare!" Wu Vai quickly stretched out his right hand to the man, and the fiery red light gathered in his palm and soon became one. "In this case, you have no value in existence." Fire style, heaven prison. Several chains made of flames appeared in Wu Vai's palm in an instant. The masked man didn't even have time to resist before he was tied up by the flame chains. There was no sign of burning on his body, but the masked man still screamed and fell straight down. Fire style, heaven prison, the secret technique of the Lord of Ghost Lantern. The chains that bind chakra are driven into the prisoner's body, restricting the prisoner from condensing chakra and making it impossible for him to perform ninjutsu. If he attempts to escape, the heaven prison curse will turn into flame chains and burn the prisoner's body. And if he is too far away from the caster, he will be burned to death. Even Naruto in the original work is bound by it, which is a very powerful ability. "Take him away and put him together with the rock ninja," Wu Vai said coldly, and the remaining masked men nodded frantically. In Ghost Lantern City, the city lord is the sky. No matter in terms of strength or prestige. At midnight, the gate of the wood prison was opened. Wu Vai walked in with an expressionless face and came to the subordinate and rock ninja who questioned him. Both were in a coma. Wu Vai looked at the two coldly, then stretched out his right hand. After a while, Wu Vai opened the prison gate and walked out. Only two bodies that were sucked dry were left. Then Wu Vai opened a secret door and went down the spiral staircase to the deepest room under Ghost Lantern City. Slowly pushing the door open, I saw that the inside of the door was filled with a huge box with a strange style. There were 4 faces on each side of the box, namely, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. This is the box that Naruto said, or the correct name is, the box of bliss. Wu Vai slowly brought the chakra ball he had just extracted from the prison close to the box of bliss, and the box reacted instantly as if it had come alive. In less than 10 seconds, the chakra ball of at least 2 cards in Wu Vai's hand was completely absorbed, and the box of bliss fell silent again. "This chakra is not enough, far from enough," Wu Vai said lightly. "To activate the box of bliss, more chakra is needed. Ghost Lantern City needs more and stronger criminals. I can't do it alone." Wu Vai turned his eyes to the location of Kusagakur village and muttered to himself, "I need help." Kusagakur village. It seems that the lord of the city is in trouble. At this moment, a voice that should not have appeared sounded in the room. "Who?" Wu Vai was startled when he heard the words, and turned around suddenly. Then, a hooded man appeared. It was Naruto who came to Ghost Lantern City because he took the wrong road. The Ghost Lantern City was too complicated, with crisscrossing secret passages and cells everywhere, and Naruto lost his way in a short while. When Naruto was about to break it with force, he felt Wu Vai's aura. He was the most powerful master in the entire Ghost Lantern City except Naruto. Naruto came here to find the aura, and happened to see Wu Vai feeding the box of bliss. Fire style, heaven prison. Several flame chains appeared in Wu Vai's palm and shot towards Naruto rapidly. Just like he did to his subordinates, he used the same trick on Naruto again. Naruto seemed to be scared silly, standing still in place, and was hit by the flame chain. Naru was possessed by the flame, and several deep red marks suddenly appeared on his body. Seeing that fire style, heaven prison hit Naruto, Wu Vai breathed a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" Wuyuwei asked first, then shook his head slightly, "It doesn't matter. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Then hand over your chakra." However, Naruto ignored him at all, turned around the box of bliss, and then knocked and hit the 4 faces, commenting on them. "This little thing is really unique." End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Slap it out with a slap. Humph. Seeing that Naruto completely ignored him, Wuyuwei snorted coldly and pinched Naruto with his right hand. The red mark on Naruto's body suddenly lit up. Then nothing happened. Naruto felt his body tighten slightly, and his chakra seemed to be tied up by something. He stretched his muscles and struggled lightly. The mark on his body disappeared without a trace. Feeling that his moves were broken, Wuyuwei frowned slightly. Fire Style, Heaven Prison is the product of the combination of fire style ninjutsu and sealing technique. It is a secret technique unique to the Lord of Ghost Lantern City. It can instantly seal all the chakra of the recipient. Without chakra, the ninja is just an ordinary person with a stronger physical fitness. Wuyuwei is confident that even the opponent, who is famous for his chakra volume, cannot break free. Now this invincible ninjutsu has been cracked, and it was cracked without his awareness. It is definitely not a physical ninja. Wuyuwei analyzed Naruto's abilities while looking at Naruto. First, the body of a physical ninja is usually stronger than that of an ordinary ninja, with higher muscle density and more obvious lines. From the outline alone, Naruto does not have the body shape of a physical ninja. The most important point is that it is impossible for someone who is trapped in his heaven prison to break free with his body. To sum up, Wuyuwei initially judged that Naruto is not a physical ninja. It should not be a genjutsu ninja either. Second, illusion ninjas rarely engage in direct combat. There are only a few illusion ninjas who dare to confront you head-on, except for the Uchiha clan. Third, he can unlock my technique instantly. It seems that he is a top ninjutsu master who is good at sealing techniques. Wu Wei thought so in his heart. How do I activate this thing? Naruto patted the happy faces on the 4 sides of the paradise box, making a clanging sound. I remember that it seemed to absorb enough chakra. Wu Wei's eyes twitched constantly when he saw Naruto's action. That was the paradise box, the only hope to revive his son. Wu Wei didn't care about his demeanor this time. While performing ninjutsu, he gave Naruto a low growl of warning. "Stay away from my paradise box." "Well said, but it's mine now." Naruto clapped his hands, not caring about Wuyuwei's threat. At this time, Wuyuwei's ninjutsu was also ready. Fire Style, Great Fire Prison. Several thicker and brighter flame chains flew towards Naruto. Great Fire Prison is an enhanced version of the Heaven Prison, and it is also Wuyuwei's most proud move. In front of this move, many big men in the ninja world died on the spot. It is also Wuyuwei's strongest sealing technique. You will definitely not be able to escape this time, just contribute your chakra. Naruto stood there without dodging, letting the chains made of flames entangle his body. XXXX. Kurama, how about this move? It's pretty cool. Whether it's strong or not is one thing, but the key is that this ninjutsu is full of second degree. Kyuubi raised his eyelids with disdain. Task, you like this broken thing? It's far worse than Kushina's diamond seal. Kyuubi guessed that Naruto wanted to learn this ninjutsu, but he believed that Naruto would never be able to learn it with his ninjutsu talent. Okay. Then teach it to Sasuke. He likes these fancy things the most. Before Wuyuwei could be proud, in his surprised eyes who thought he had succeeded, Naruto, who was tied up like a dumpling, stretched out his right hand from inside and fanned his body hard. A very strong gust of wind blew past, and the flame chain hanging on Naruto instantly turned into countless light fragments, and finally disappeared. As easy as blowing out a candle. What a pity! Naruto said, spreading his hands, this kind of thing is useless to me. Go on. Let me see what else there is. There are many people who can crack the fire style, heavenly prison, and there are also people in the ninja world who can ignore the fire style, great fire heavenly prison, but a few it's outrageous to slap someone to death. My mother opened the door to outrageous things. It's outrageous. What the hell? If this slap hits someone, what do you want to do? Even his last trump card can't hurt the other party at all. Wuyuwai's attitude is slightly relaxed, not as aggressive as at the beginning. Although he hasn't officially fought with the other party, after 2 consecutive defeats, Wuyuwai has determined that Naruto's strength is far above his own. Sure enough, no matter which world or place. As long as your fist is big and hard enough, everyone will be good to you. This, from now on, is mine. Naruto pointed to the box of bliss, then pointed to himself, and explained the situation in the shortest words. Wuyuwai looked at Naruto in silence for a long time, and replied, "Okay. Agreed? Interesting." Naruto narrowed his eyes, revealing a fox-like smile behind his mask. To be honest, if it were me, facing such a person who suddenly appeared, I would never believe him. But I have a condition. Wuyuwai continued, staring at Naruto, afraid that he would not agree. Seeing that Naruto did not refute, he continued, "Help me open it once, just once. If you can do it, then it is yours. Even if I see you again, once is enough." 6 years ago, Wuyuwai lost his son in order to open the Paradise Box. 6 years later, Wuyuwai planned to use the power of the Paradise Box again, this time for his son. For this reason, he did not hesitate to make a deal with Naruto, the 4 unknown people who sneaked into the Ghost Lantern City with unknown origins, unknown appearances, unknown strengths, and unknown purposes. By the way, Naruto is not the first person to agree to Wuyuwai's request. There are not a few people who want the Paradise Box, especially the group of grass ninjas. Wuyuwai answered everyone who wanted the Paradise Box in this way, and then they all became the nutrients for opening the Paradise Box. These are all what Naruto saw. Wuyuwai missed his children too much. It's just that his speed of collecting chakra bit by bit is too slow. According to Wuyuwai's current speed, it will take at least a few years to collect enough chakra to open the Paradise Box. Wuyuwai can't wait that long, and he doesn't want to wait that long. As long as Wuyuwai can see his son, he is willing to make a deal with the devil. Human beings are really strange. They don't care when they have it, and they only cherish it when they lose it. This cherishment will even turn into guilt and self-blame over time. Even people like Wuyuwai who are extremely indifferent to feelings are no exception. Naruto thought about it. Although he could take it away by force, he also wanted to see the strength of the monster called Satoru created by this thing, whether it was enough for what he was going to do next. It is said that someone made a wish to the Paradise Box to let this thing recite pi, and then it would be infinitely looped and could never be opened. But Naruto felt that doing so was a waste of natural resources. It was a waste of such a useful thing, which was rumored to be the final weapon of the Six-Path Sage. As for using it as a one-time weapon of mass destruction, although it can play a role, it is also limited. The Paradise Box or Wu must not be wasted like this. It is more useful to Naruto. The two of them have the same purpose in opening the Paradise Box, so Naruto nodded to Wuyuwai and said, "Okay." Just like that, the ownership of this treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation in Kusagakure village was determined. The two of them reached a temporary agreement, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. However, the cooperation between the two was only verbal. Wuyuwai did not trust Naruto, but as long as Naruto could help him open the Paradise Box and see his son, it would be fine to give the Paradise Box to Naruto. In terms of magnanimity, Wuyuwai is much better than a guy in Konoha who uses others and throws them away. What do I need to do to open the Paradise Box? Chakra, collect a lot of chakra. At least. Tailed beast level. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Rings less than the Samsara Eye. This place shouldn't be far from Kusagakure village. Naruto suddenly asked. Naruto came out to enter Kusagakure village, and entering the Ghost Light Castle by mistake was just an accident. It is important to go to Kusagakure village before opening the Paradise Box. Anyway, Wuyuvai and the Paradise Box will not run away. As a former Kusagakure village jonin, Wuyuvai naturally knows the location of Kusagakure village. Not far, less than 500 miles away. Although Wuyuvai was puzzled by Naruto's question, he still answered honestly. Naruto said bluntly, "Very good, find someone to take me there." Okay. Under Wuyuvai's order, several jailers came soon. The person who led Naruto to Kusagakure village was a 30-year-old jailer named Suzuki Jiro from Kizuna Castle. His chakra was about the level of an elite chunin. This kind of strength is nothing in the 5 major ninja villages, just a stronger cannon fodder, but in Kizuna Castle, it is at least the captain level, and in Kusagakure village, it is at least a jonin. Since Wuyuvai didn't know Naruto's intentions, he arranged this jailer Suzuki Jiro, who was his confidant, to monitor rather than lead the way. Naruto didn't care, as long as he could take him to Kusagakure village. If he wanted to monitor, let him take a good look. This guy named Suzuki Jiro had good eloquence, and introduced the customs of the grass country along the way. Some basic information about Kusagakure village, but unfortunately Naruto was not interested in these and had no intention of paying attention to him. Naruto's attention was focused on the 2 of them. A little mouse. With Naruto's perception, let alone following behind, even if you hide 10 kilometers underground, Naruto can find you. Sir, Kusagakure village is ahead. Suzuki Jiro pointed to the looming buildings in front of him that looked like the Ghost Lantern City. Naruto nodded, suddenly turned around and said to the empty back. "Friends behind, you have been following all the way, don't you come out to see me." "What?" Suzuki Jiro was shocked when he heard this, took out the kunai from his waist and looked around with a vigilant face. It was quiet all around, let alone people, not even a rabbit. Naruto chuckled and disappeared on the spot. As Naruto disappeared, a series of sonic booms sounded in his ears, and sand and rocks flew in an instant. When Suzuki Jiro opened his eyes, Naruto had already carried a girl back to the original place. Yes, he did carry her. The fully grown Naruto grew very fast and was now almost as tall as an adult. What a terrifying strength and speed! Suzuki Jiro swallowed his saliva. When he saw the girl in Naruto's hand, he pointed at her and scolded her. "Dragon tongue, it's you! Lord Wuyuvai has let you go several times. You still don't give up. You dare to follow Lord Wuyuvai's guest now." Suzuki Jiro was scolding on the surface, but in fact, it was better to say that he was protecting her. The girl had slightly dark skin and a pretty face. She wore a green headscarf on her head and had short white hair. The hair on the right side was slightly longer and just covered the right eye. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 3 circles in her pupils, and they were also light purple. If there were 3 more, she would be able to resist rice. From Suzuki Jiro's mouth, we can hear that the girl's name is Longshi, and it seems that she is an old acquaintance of Wuyuvai. Fortunately, she is not the tequila girl. Longshi, a ninja from the Kusagakure village, likes Wuyuvai's son Wukui, and has a trick of dragon life reincarnation that can share his vitality. She is another character who took Naruto's kiss in a movie. Naruto is kissed by a female character in almost every movie. In the plot, she sneaked into the Ghost Lantern City to avenge Wukui and tried to kill Wuyuvai. It seems that she has been lurking in the Ghost Lantern City since now, and from Suzuki Jiro's tone, she has tried to assassinate Wuyuvai many times but failed. Think about it, with Wuyuvai's control over the Ghost Lantern City, it is basically impossible to sneak in under his nose. "Let me go. I told you to let me go." Longshi ignored Suzuki Jiro's scolding and tried to pry open Naruto's right hand that was holding her collar. However, her strength was not even that of an ant in front of Naruto. She was like a cat with its fate grabbed by the back of its neck, and could only rage helplessly. Then Longshi flipped his right hand, and a delicate kunai slipped out from his sleeve. Longshi stabbed at Naruto without saying a word. "If you don't need your eyes, please leave them to those who need them. Longshi. Before Longshi could savor this sentence, a strong force came, and the whole person was thrown out by Naruto, hitting a big tree behind him heavily. Wood chips exploded, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and the kunai in his hand fell to an unknown place. Naruto had no intention of showing mercy to women, especially to those who released murderous intent on him. I don't care what your purpose is, get out of my sight before I change my mind. Naruto's tone was cold, and he released his murderous intent without concealing it, otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. Under Naruto's murderous intent, Longshi only supported for a moment before collapsing on the ground, trembling. Even the Nine Tails couldn't stand Naruto's momentum when he was serious, let alone Longshi. Wait! Seeing Naruto turn around and leave, Longshi hurriedly shouted. Wuyuwei is the sinner of Kusagakure village. I advise you not to continue with Wuyuwei, otherwise the entire Kusagakure village will not let you go. Kusagakure village? Hat. Naruto smiled contemptuously, leaned down and stared at Longshi's eyes. So you are threatening me? Naruto has never had the habit of indulging others, so. The white ball of light enveloped Longshi's whole body. Then, disappeared. It's amazing that people can disappear by themselves. After doing all this, Naruto left without looking back. Sir, don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. Suzuki Jiro was frightened and hurried to catch up with Naruto, fearing that he would make Naruto angry, and kept explaining, Sir Wuyuwei is a former jounin of Kusagakure village, and has close ties with the Umbu of the 4 divisions of Kusagakure village. Oh! Facing Suzuki Jiro's explanation, Naruto just replied indifferently. He had no interest in the distribution of power in Kusagakure village. Not all places are worth Naruto's patience to play ninja games. At least Kusagakure village is not one of them. What are you going to Kusagakure village for? Suzuki Jiro asked carefully. Looking for someone. Naruto answered Suzuki Jiro's words in the shortest sentence. Seeing that Naruto was not interested, Suzuki Jiro shut up obediently. As ninjas, the two walked very fast and soon arrived at the gate of Kusagakure village. Compared with the prosperous Konoha, Kusagakure village is really inferior. There are many colors. Buildings of different heights and uneven streets. The only thing worth mentioning is the castle tower in front of the same style as the Ghost Lantern Castle. If Konoha is a small county town, then Kusagakure is more like a village. It is even inferior to the Uchiha clan's residence on the border of Konoha. Who are you? Seeing Naruto and Suzuki Jiro, a group of ninjas wearing Kusagakure forehead protectors surrounded them. At the same time, less than 100 miles away from Kusagakure, a man in a black robe with a red cloud background was confronting another man wearing a mask with a faint green light in his eyes. Takaguro S-level rebel ninja, Kakuzu. Nice to meet you. My name is Pain. End of this chapter.